To that, thank you. Now to Spin Alley, the place to be after the debate, and Fox News correspondent Jim Angle, who's on the Gore campaign. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Brett. Al Gore's advisors are urging him to be more spontaneous and more likable in tonight's debate, not as some voters saw him in the first round, as an eye-rolling smart aleck. They hope that tonight he will be able to also be careful about exaggerations. Brett?
All right, Jim, thank you. Following the debate, we'll have reaction, complete analysis from our panel, and internet voter responses. And now we go to the moderator of the debate. Once again, it is PBS's Jim Lehrer.
Good evening from Wake Chapel at Wake Forest University in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I'm Jim Lehrer of the NewsHour on PBS. Welcome to this second Election 2000 debate between the Republican candidate for president, Governor George W. Bush of Texas, and the Democratic candidate, Vice President Al Gore. These debates are sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The format and the rules are those negotiated by representatives of the two campaigns. Only the subjects tonight and the questions are mine. The format tonight is that of a conversation. The only prevailing rule is that no single response can ever exceed 2 minutes. The prevailing rule for the audience here in the hall is, as always, absolute quiet, please. Good evening, Governor Bush, Vice President Gore. The end of our 90 minutes last week in Boston, the total time each of you took was virtually the same. Let's see if we can do the same tonight or come close. Governor Bush, the first question goes to you. One of you is about to be elected the leader of the single most powerful nation in the world, economically, financially, militarily, diplomatically, you name it. Have you formed any guiding principles for exercising this enormous power?
I have. First question is, what's in the best interest of the United States? What's in the best interest of our people? When it comes to foreign policy, that'll be my guiding question. Is it in our nation's interests? Peace in the Middle East is in our nation's interests. Having a hemisphere that is free for trade and peaceful is in our nation's interests. Strong relations in Europe is in our nation's interest. I've thought a lot about what it means to be the president. I also understand that an administration is not one person, but an administration is dedicated citizens who are called by the president to serve the country, to serve a cause greater than self. And so I've thought about an administration of people who represent all America, but people who understand my compassionate and conservative philosophy. I haven't started naming names except for one person, and that's Mr. Richard Cheney, who I thought did a great job the other night. He's a vice presidential nominee who represents, who I think people got to see why I picked him. He's a man of solid judgment, and he's going to be a person to stand by my side. One of the things I've done in Texas is I've been able to put together a good team of people. I've been able to set clear goals. The goals ought to be an education system that leaves no child behind, Medicare for our seniors, a Social Security system that's safe and secure, foreign policy that's in our nation's interest, and a strong military. And then bring people together to achieve those goals. That's what a chief executive officer does. So I've thought long and hard about the honor of being the President of the United States.
Vice President Gore?
Yes, Jim, I've thought a lot about that particular question, and I see our greatest national strength coming from what we stand for in the world. I see it as a question of values. It is a great tribute to our founders that 224 years later, this nation is now looked to by the peoples on every other continent and the peoples from every part of this earth as a kind of model for what their future could be. And I don't think that's just the kind of exaggeration that we take pride in as Americans. It's really true. Even the ones that sometimes shake their fists at us, as soon as they have a change that allows the people to speak freely, they're wanting to develop some kind of blueprint that will help them be like us more. Freedom, free markets, political freedom. So I think first and foremost, our power ought to be wielded in ways that form a more perfect union. The power of example is America's greatest power in the world. And that means, for example, standing up for human rights. It means addressing the problems of injustice and inequity along lines of race and ethnicity here at home. Because in all these other places around the world where they're having these terrible problems, when they feel hope, it is often because they see in us a reflection of their potential. So we've got to enforce our civil rights laws. We've got to deal with things like racial profiling. And we have to keep our military strong. We have the strongest military, and I'll do whatever is necessary if I'm president to make sure that it stays that way. But our real power comes, I think, from our values.
Should the people of the world look at the United States, Governor, and say, should they fear us? Should they welcome our involvement? Should they see us as a friend, everybody in the world? How would you project us around the world as president?
Well, I think they ought to look at us as a country that understands freedom, where it doesn't matter who you are or how you're raised or where you're from, that you can succeed. I don't think they ought to look at us with envy. It really depends upon how our nation conducts itself in foreign policy. If we're an arrogant nation, they'll resent us. If we're a humble nation but strong, they'll welcome us. And our nation stands alone right now in the world in terms of power, and that's why we've got to be humble, and yet project strength in a way that promotes freedom. So I don't think they ought to look at us in any way other than what we are. We're a freedom-loving nation, and if we're an arrogant nation, they'll view us that way. But if we're a humble nation, they'll respect us.
A humble nation?
I agree with that. I agree with that. I think that one of the problems that we have faced in the world is that we are so much more powerful than any single nation has been in relationship to the rest of the world than at any time in history that I know about anyway, that there is some resentment of U.S. power. So I think that the idea of humility is an important one. But I think that we also have to have a sense of mission in the world. And we have to protect our capacity to push forward what America's all about. That means not only military strength and our values, it also means keeping our economy strong. You know, in the last 2 decades ago, it was routine for leaders of foreign countries to come over here and say, you guys have got to do something about these horrendous deficits because it's causing tremendous problems for the rest of the world. And we were lectured to all the time. The fact that we have the strongest economy in history today is not good enough. We need to do more. But the fact that it is so strong enables us to project the power for good that America can represent.
Does that give us, does our wealth, our good economy, our power bring with it special obligations to the rest of the world?
Yes, it does. Take, for example, third world debt. I think we ought to be forgiving third world debt under certain conditions. I think, for example, if we're convinced that a third world country that's got a lot of debt would reform itself, that the money wouldn't go into the hands of a few but would go to help people, then I think it makes sense for us to use our wealth in that way. Or to trade debt for valuable rainforest lands. Makes eminent sense. Yes, we do have an obligation in the world, but we can't be all things to all people. We can help build coalitions, but we can't put our troops all around the world. We can lend money, but we've got to do it wisely. We shouldn't be lending money to corrupt officials. And so we got to be guarded in our generosity.
Well, let's go through some of the specifics now. New question. Vice President Gore, the governor mentioned the Middle East. Here we're talking at this stage of the game about diplomatic power that we have. What do you think the United States should do right now to resolve that conflict over there?
The first priority has to be on ending the violence, dampening down the tensions that have risen there. We need to call upon Syria to release the 3 Israeli soldiers who have been captured. We need to insist that Arafat send out instructions to halt some of the provocative acts of violence that have been going on. I think that we also have to keep a weather eye toward Saddam Hussein, because he's taking advantage of this situation to once again make threats, and he needs to understand that he's not only dealing with Israel, he's dealing with us if he is making the kind of threats that he's talking about there. The use of diplomacy in this situation has already, well, it goes hour by hour and day by day now. It's a very tense situation there. But in the last 24 hours, there has been some subsiding of the violence there. It's too much to hope that this is going to continue, but I do hope that it will continue. Our country has been very active with regular conversations with the leaders there, and we just have to take it day to day right now. But one thing I would say where diplomacy is concerned, Israel should feel absolutely secure about one thing. Our bonds with Israel are larger than agreements or disagreements on some details of diplomatic initiatives. They are historic, they are strong, and they are enduring. And our ability to serve as an honest broker is something that we need to shepherd.
Governor?
Well, I think during the campaign, particularly now during this difficult period, we ought to be speaking with one voice, and I appreciate the way the administration has worked hard to calm the tensions. Like the Vice President, I call on Chairman Arafat to have his people pull back to make the peace. I think credibility is going to be very important in the future in the Middle East. I want everybody to know, should I be the president, Israel is going to be our friend. I'm going to stand by Israel. Secondly, that I think it's important to reach out to moderate Arab nations like Jordan and Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. It's important to be friends with people when you don't eat each other, so that when you do, there's a strong bond of friendship. And that's going to be particularly important in dealing not only with situations such as now occurring in Israel, but with Saddam Hussein. The coalition against Saddam has fallen apart, or it's unraveling, let's put it that way. The sanctions are being violated. We don't know whether he's developing weapons of mass destruction. He better not be, or there's going to be a consequence should I be the president. But it's important to have credibility, and credibility is formed by being strong with your friends and resolute in your determination. It's one of the reasons why I think it's important for this nation to develop an anti-ballistic missile system that we can share with our allies in the Middle East if need be, to keep the peace, to be able to say to the Saddam Husseins of the world or the Iranians, don't dare threaten our friends. It's also important to keep a strong ties in the Middle East, with credible ties, because of the energy crisis we're now in. After all, a lot of the energy is produced from the Middle East. And so I appreciate what the administration is doing. I hope to get a sense of, should I be fortunate enough to be the president, how my administration will react to the Middle East.
So you don't believe, Vice President Gore, that we should take sides in this, resolve this right now? A lot of people pushing, hey, the United States should declare itself and not be so neutral in this particular situation.
Well, we stand with Israel, but we have maintained the ability to serve as an honest broker. And one of the reasons that's important is that Israel cannot have direct dialogue with some of the people on the other side of conflicts, especially during times of tension, unless that dialogue comes through us. And if we throw away that ability to serve as an honest broker, then we will have thrown away a strategic asset that's important not only to us, but also to Israel.
You agree with that, Governor?
I do. I do think this, though. I think that when it comes to timetables, it can't be a United States timetable as to how discussions take place. It's got to be a timetable that all parties can agree to, other than, like the Palestinians or the Israelis. Secondly, any lasting peace is going to have to be a peace that's good for both sides. And therefore, the term honest broker makes sense. This current administration's worked hard to keep the parties at the table. I will try to do the same thing. But it won't be on my timetable. It'll be on a timetable that people are comfortable with in the Middle East.
People watching here tonight, very interested in Middle East policy, and they're so interested that they want to base their vote on differences between the two of you as president, how you would handle Middle East policy. Is there any difference?
I haven't heard a big difference in the last few exchanges.
Well, I know it's hard to tell. I think that, I would hope to be able to convince people I could handle the Iraqi situation better. I mean, we don't
With Saddam Hussein, you mean?
Yes. And
you could get him out of there?
I'd like to, of course, and I presume this administration would as well, but we don't know. There's no inspectors now in Iraq. The coalition that was in place isn't as strong as it used to be. He is a danger. We don't want him fishing in troubled waters in the Middle East. And it's going to be it's going to be important to rebuild that coalition to keep the pressure on him.
You feel that is a failure of the Clinton administration?
I do.
Vice President?
Well, when I got to be a part of the current administration, it was right after I was one of the few members of my political party to support former President Bush in the Persian Gulf War resolution. And at the end of that war, for whatever reasons, it was not finished in a way that removed Saddam Hussein from power. I know there are all kinds of circumstances and explanations, but the fact is that that's the situation that was left when I got there, and we have maintained the sanctions. Now, I want to go further. I want to give robust support to the groups that are trying to overthrow Saddam Hussein, and I know there are allegations that they're too weak to do it. But that's what they said about the forces that were opposing Milosevic in Serbia. And you know, the policy of enforcing sanctions against Serbia has just resulted in a spectacular victory for democracy just in the past week. And it seems to me that having taken so long to see the sanctions work there, building upon the policy of containment that was successful over a much longer period of time against the former Soviet Union and the communist bloc, seems a little early to declare that we should give up on the sanctions. I know the governor's not necessarily saying that, but you know, all of these flights that have come in, all of them have been in accordance with the sanctions regime, I'm told, except for 3 where they notified. And they're trying to break out of the box. There's no question about it. I don't think they should be allowed to.
Did he correct you? Did he state your position correctly? You're not calling for eliminating the sanctions, are you?
No, of course not. Absolutely not. I want him to be tougher.
Right. Let's go on to Milosevic and Yugoslavia, and it falls into the area of our military power. Governor, new question. Should the fall of Milosevic be seen as a triumph for U.S. military intervention?
I think it's a triumph. I thought that the president made the right decision in joining NATO and bombing Serbia. I supported him when they did so. I called upon the Congress not to hamstring the administration in terms of forcing troop withdrawals on a timetable that wasn't in necessarily our best interest or fit our nation's strategy. And so I think it's good public policy. I think it worked, and I'm pleased I made the decision I made. I'm pleased the president made the decision he made, because freedom took hold in that part of the world, and there's a lot of work left to be done, however.
But you think it would not have happened? Do you think that Milosevic would not have fallen if the United States and NATO had not intervened militarily? Is this a legitimate use of our military
Yes,
power?
I think it is, absolutely. I don't think he would have fallen had we not used force. And I know there's some in my party that disagreed with that sentiment, but I supported the president. I thought he made the right decision to do so. I didn't think he necessarily made the right decision to take land troops off the table right before we committed ourselves offensively, but nevertheless, it worked. The administration deserves credit for having made it work. It is important for NATO to have it work. It's important for NATO to be strong and confident to help keep the peace in Europe. And one of the reasons I felt so strongly that the United States needed to participate was because of our relations with NATO. Mm-hmm. And NATO is going to be an important part of keeping the peace in the future. Now, there's more work to do. It remains to be seen whether or not there's going to be a political settlement to Kosovo. And I certainly hope there is one. I've also on record as saying at some point in time, I hope our European friends become the peacekeepers in Bosnia and in the Balkans. I hope that they put the troops on the ground so that we can withdraw our troops and focus our military on fighting and winning war.
Mr. Vice President.
Well, I've been kind of a hardliner on this issue for more than 8 years. When I was in the Senate before I became Vice President, I was pushing for stronger action against Milosevic. He caused the deaths of so many people. He was the last Communist Party boss there, and then he became a dictator that, by some other label, he was still essentially a communist dictator. And unfortunately now he is trying to reassert himself in Serbian politics already. Just today, the members of his political party said that they were going to ignore the orders of the new president of Serbia, and that they questioned his legitimacy, and he's still going to try to be actively involved. He is an indicted war criminal. He should be held accountable. Now, I did want to pick up on one of the statements earlier, and maybe I've heard the previous statements wrong, Governor. In some of the discussions we've had about when it's appropriate for the U.S. to use force around the world, at times the standards that you've laid down have given me the impression that if it's something like a genocide taking place, or what they called ethnic cleansing in Bosnia, that alone would not be, that wouldn't be the kind of situation that would cause you to think that the U.S. ought to get involved with troops. Now, there have to be other factors involved for me to want to be involved, but by itself, that to me can bring into play a fundamental American strategic interest, because I think it's based on our values. Now, have I got that wrong?
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to figure out who the questioner was. If I think it's in our nation's strategic interest, I'll commit troops. I thought it was in our strategic interests to keep Milosevic in check because of our relations in NATO. And that's why I took the position I took. I think it's important for NATO to be strong and confident. I felt like an unchecked Milosevic would harm NATO. And so it depends on the situation, Mr. Vice President.
Well, let's stay on the subject for a moment. New question related to this. I figured this out. In the last 20 years, there have been 8 major actions involved in the introduction of U.S. ground, air, or naval forces. Let me name them: Lebanon, Grenada, Panama, the Persian Gulf, Somalia, Bosnia, Haiti, Kosovo. If you had been president, or any of those interventions, would any of those interventions not have happened?
Can you run through the list again?
Sure. Lebanon?
I thought that was a mistake.
Grenada?
I supported that.
Panama?
I supported that one.
Persian Gulf?
Yes, I voted for it, supported it.
Somalia?
Well, of course, and again, no, I think that was ill-considered. I did support it at the time. It was in the previous administration, in the Bush-Quayle administration. And I think in retrospect, the lessons there are ones that we should take very, very seriously.
Bosnia?
Oh, yes.
Haiti?
Yes.
And then Kosovo. We
Yes.
talked about that. You want me to do it with you? Go through each one? No. You want to go? I mean, Lebanon?
No, I'm fine. I'll make a couple of comments.
Absolutely, sure.
Somalia started off as a humanitarian mission and then changed into a nation-building mission, and that's where the mission went wrong. The mission was changed, and as a result, our nation paid a price. And so I don't think our troops ought to be used for what's called nation-building. I think our troops ought to be used to fight and win war. I think our troops ought to be used to help overthrow a dictator when it's in our best interests. But in this case, it was a nation-building exercise. And same with Haiti. I wouldn't have supported either.
What about Lebanon?
Yes.
Grenada?
Yes.
Panama?
Yes.
Obviously,
Well, some of them I got a conflict of interest on, if you know what I mean.
I do. You're the Persian Gulf, obviously, and,
Yeah.
And Bosnia, and you've already talked about Kosovo. But the reverse side of the question, Governor, that Vice President Gore mentioned, For instance, 600,000 people died in Rwanda in 1994. There was no U.S. intervention. There was no intervention from the outside world. Was that a mistake not to intervene?
I think the administration did the right thing in that case. I do. It was a horrible situation. No one liked to see it on our, on our TV screens, but it's a case where we need to make sure we've got a, kind of a early warning system in place in places where there could be ethnic cleansing and genocide the way we saw it there in Rwanda. And that's a case where we need to, use our influence to have countries in Africa come together and help deal with the situation. The administration, it seems like we're having a great love fest tonight, but the administration made the right decision on training Nigerian troops for situations just such as this in Rwanda. And so I thought they made the right decision not to send U.S. troops into Rwanda.
Do you have any second thoughts on that, based on what you said a moment ago about genocide? And
I'd like to come back to the question of nation building, but let me address this question directly first. Fine. We did actually send troops into Rwanda to help with the humanitarian relief measures. My wife, Tipper, who's here, actually went on a military plane with General Shalikashvili on one of those flights. But I think in retrospect, we were too late getting in there. We could have saved more lives if we had acted earlier. But I do not think that it was an example of a conflict where we should have put our troops in to try to separate the parties. For this reason, Jim, one of the criteria that I think is important in deciding when and if we should ever get involved around the world is whether or not, if our national security interest is involved, if we can really make the difference with military force, if we tried everything else, if we have allies. In the Balkans, we had allies, NATO, ready, willing, and able to go and carry a big part of the burden. In Africa, we did not. Now, our countries tried to create an Africa crisis response team there, and we've met some resistance. We have had some luck with Nigeria, but in Sierra Leone, and that now that Nigeria has become a democracy, and we hope it stays that way, then maybe we can build on that. But because we had no allies, and because it was very unclear that we could actually accomplish what we would want to accomplish by putting military forces there, I think it was the right thing not to jump in, as heartbreaking as it was. But I think we should have come in much quicker with the humanitarian mission.
so what would you say, Governor, to somebody who would say, hey, wait a minute, why not Africa? I mean, why the Middle East? Why the Balkans, but not Africa, when 600,000 people's lives are at risk?
Well, I understand, and Africa's important. And we've got to do a lot of work in Africa to promote democracy and trade. And there's some, as the Vice President mentioned, Nigeria. It's a fledgling democracy. We've got to work with Nigeria. It's an important continent, but there's got to be priorities. And Middle East is a priority for a lot of reasons, as is Europe and the Far East and our own hemisphere. And those are my 4 top priorities should I be the president. It's not to say we won't be engaged, nor should we work hard to get other nations to come together to prevent atrocity. I thought the best example of a way to handle a situation was East Timor, when we provided logistical support to the Australians, support that only we can provide. I thought that was a good model. But we can't be all things to all people in the world, Jim. And I think that's where maybe the Vice President and I begin to have some differences. I am worried about overcommitting our military around the world. I want to be judicious in its use. You mentioned Haiti. I wouldn't have sent troops to Haiti. I didn't think it was a mission worthwhile. It was a nation-building mission. And it was not very successful. It cost us billions, a couple of billions of dollars, and I'm not so sure democracy's any better off in Haiti than it was before.
Vice President Gore, do you agree with the governor's views on nation building and the use of military, our military, for nation building as he described it and defined it?
I don't think we agree on that. I would certainly also be judicious in evaluating any potential use of American troops overseas. I think we have to be very reticent about that. But look, Jim, the world is changing so rapidly. The way I see it, the world's getting much closer together. Like it or not, we are now, the United States is now the natural leader of the world. All these other countries are looking to us. Now, just because we cannot be involved everywhere and shouldn't be, doesn't mean that we should shy away from going in anywhere. Now, both of us are kind of, I guess, stating the other's position in a in a maximalist extreme way, but I think there is a difference here. This idea of nation building is a kind of a pejorative phrase, but think about the great conflict of the past century, World War II. During the years between World War I and World War II, a great lesson was learned by our military leaders and the people of the United States. The lesson was that in the aftermath of World War I, we kind of turned our backs and left them to their own devices, and they brewed up a lot of trouble that quickly became World War II. And acting upon that lesson in the aftermath of our great victory in World War II, we laid down the Marshall Plan, President Truman did. We got intimately involved in building NATO and other structures there. We still have lots of troops in Europe. And what did we do in the late 40s and 50s and 60s? We were nation building, and it was economic, but it was also military. And the confidence that those countries recovering from the wounds of war had by having troops there. We had civil administrators come in to set up their ways of building their towns back.
You said in the Boston debate, Governor, on this issue of nation building, that the United States military is overextended now. Where is it overextended? Where are there U.S. military that you would bring home if you become president?
Well, first, let me just say one comment about what the Vice President said. I think one of the lessons in between World War I and World War II is we let our military atrophy. And we can't do that. We've got to rebuild our military. But one of the problems we have in the military is we're in a lot of places around the world, and I mentioned one, and that's the Balkans. I'd very much like to get our troops out of there. I recognize we can't do it now, nor do I advocate an immediate withdrawal. I mean, that would be an abrogation of our agreement with NATO. No one is suggesting that, but I think it ought to be one of our priorities to work with our European friends to convince them to put troops on the ground. And there is an example. Haiti is another example. Now, there are some places where I think, I supported the administration in Colombia. I think it's important for us to be training Colombians in that part of the world. Our hemisphere is in our interests to have a peaceful Colombia. But, sorry.
I was just going to, the use of the military. There's some people are now suggesting that if you don't want to use the military to maintain the peace, to do the civil thing, is it time to consider a civil force of some kind that comes in after the military that builds nations or all of that? Is that on your
I don't think so.
radar screen?
I think what we need to do is convince people who live in the lands they live in to build the nations. Maybe I'm missing something here. I mean, we're going to have kind of a nation-building corps from America? Absolutely not. Our military is meant to fight and win war. That's what it's meant to do. And when it gets overextended, morale drops. And listen, I strongly believe we need to have a military presence in the Korea Peninsula, not only to keep the peace on the peninsula, but to keep regional stability. And I strongly believe we need to keep a presence in NATO. But I'm going to be judicious as to how to use the military. It needs to be in our vital interest, the mission needs to be clear, and the exit strategy obvious.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I certainly don't disagree that we ought to get our troops home from places like the Balkans as soon as we can, as soon as the mission is complete. That's what we did in Haiti. There are no more than a handful of American military personnel in Haiti now, and the Haitians have their problems, but we gave them a chance to restore democracy, and that's really about all we can do. But if you have a situation like that right in our backyard, with chaos about to break out and flotillas forming to come across the water and all kinds of violence there, right in one of our neighboring countries there, then I think that we did the right thing there. And as for this idea of nation building, the phrase sounds grandiose. And we can't allow ourselves to get overextended. I certainly agree with that. And that's why I've supported building up our capacity. I've devoted in the budget I've proposed, as I said last week, more than twice as much as the governor has proposed. I think that it's in better shape now than he generally does. We've had some disagreements about that. He said that 2 divisions would have to report not ready for duty, and that's not what the Joint Chiefs say. But there's no doubt that we have to continue building up readiness and military strength. And we have to also be very cautious in the way we use our military.
In the non-military area of influencing events around the world, the financial and economic area, World Bank President Wolfensohn said recently, Governor, that U.S. contributions to overseas development assistance is lower now almost than it has ever been. Is that a problem for you? Do you think, what is your idea about what the United States obligations are? I'm talking about financial assistance and that sort of thing to other countries, the poor countries.
Well, I mentioned third world
Sure.
debt. That's a place where we can use our generosity to influence in a positive way, influence nations. I believe we ought to have foreign aid, but I don't think we ought to just have foreign aid for the sake of foreign aid. I think foreign aid needs to be used to encourage markets and reform. I think a lot of times we just spend aid and say we feel better about it, and it ends up being spent the wrong way. And there's some pretty egregious examples recently, one being Russia, where we had IMF loans that ended up in the pockets of a lot of powerful people and didn't help the nation. I think the IMF has got a role in the world, but I don't want to see the IMF out there as a way to say to world bankers, if you make a bad loan, we'll bail you out. It needs to be available for emergency situations. I thought the president did the right thing with Mexico and was very strongly supportive of the administration in Mexico. But I don't think the IMF and ought to be a stop loss for people who ought to be able to evaluate risk themselves. And so I'll look at every place where we're investing money. I just want to make sure the return is good.
Do you think we're meeting our obligations properly?
No, I would make some changes. I think there need to be reforms in the IMF. I've generally supported it, but I've seen them make some calls that I thought were highly questionable. And I think that there's a general agreement in many parts of the world now that there ought to be changes in the IMF. The World Bank, I think, is generally doing a better job. But I think one of the big issues here that doesn't get nearly enough attention is the issue of corruption. The governor mentioned it earlier. I've worked on this issue. It's an enormous problem. And corruption in official agencies like militaries and police departments around the world, customs officials. That's one of the worst forms of it. And we have got to, again, lead by example and help these other countries that are trying to straighten out their situations, find the tools in order to do it. I just think, Jim, that this is an absolutely unique period in world history. The world's coming together, as I said. They're looking to us. And we have a fundamental choice to make. Are we going to step up to the plate as a nation, the way we did after World War II? The way that generation of heroes said, okay, the United States is going to be the leader. And the world benefited tremendously from the courage that they showed in those post-war years. I think that in the aftermath of the Cold War, it's time for us to do something very similar, to step up to the plate, to provide the leadership on the environment, leadership to make sure the world economy keeps moving in the right direction. Again, that means not running big deficits here and not squandering our surplus. It means having intelligent decisions that keep our prosperity going and shepherds that economic strength so that we can provide that leadership role.
Yeah, let me comment on that. I'm not so sure the role of the United States is to go around the world and say this is the way it's got to be. We can help. And maybe it's just our difference in government, the way we view government. I mean, I want to empower people. I want to help people help themselves, not have government tell people what to do. I just don't think it's the role of the United States to walk into a country and say, we do it this way, so should you. And I think we can help. And I know we got to encourage democracy in the marketplaces. But take Russia, for example. We went into Russia, we said, here's some IMF money, and it ended up in Viktor Chernomyrdin's pocket and others. And yet we played like there was reform. The only people who are going to reform Russia are Russia. They're going to have to make the decision themselves. Mr. Putin is going to have to make the decision as to whether or not he wants to adhere to rule of law and normal accounting practices so that if countries and/or entities invest capital, there's a reasonable rate of return, a way to get the money out of the economy. But Russia has to make the decision. We can work with them on security matters, for example, but it's their call to make. So I'm not exactly sure where the Vice President is coming from, but I think one way for us to end up being viewed as the ugly American is for us to go around the world saying, we do it this way, so should you. Now, we trust freedom. We know freedom is a powerful force, much bigger than the United States of America, as we saw recently in the Balkans. But maybe I misunderstand where you're coming from, Mr. Vice President, but I think the United States must be humble and must be proud and confident of our values, but humble in how we treat nations that are figuring out how to chart their own course.
Let's move on. All right, no, let's move on.
Far be it from me to suggest otherwise.
Oh, yeah. First, a couple of follow-ups from the vice presidential debate last week. Vice President Gore, would you support or sign as president a federal law banning racial profiling by police and other authorities at all levels of government?
Yes, I would. The only thing an executive order can accomplish is to ban it in federal law enforcement agencies. But I would also support a law in the Congress that would have the effect of doing the same thing. I think that racial profiling is a serious problem. I remember when the stories first came out about the stops in New Jersey by the Highway Patrol there. And I know it's been going on a long time. In some ways, this is just a new label for something that's been going on for years. But I have to confess that it was the first time that I really focused on it in a new way. And I was surprised at the extent of it. And I think we've now got so many examples around the country that we really have to find ways to end this. Because imagine what it is like for someone to be singled out unfairly, unjustly, and feel the unfair force of law simply because of race or ethnicity. Now that runs counter to what the United States of America is all about at our core. And it's not an easy problem to solve, but if I am entrusted with the presidency, it will be the first civil rights act of the 21st century.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it'd be like to be singled out because of race and stopped and harassed. That's just flat wrong, and that's not what America's all about. And so we ought to do everything we can to end racial profiling. One of my concerns, though, is I don't want to federalize the local police forces. I want to, obviously in the egregious cases, we need to enforce civil rights law, but we need to make sure that internal affairs divisions at the local level do their job and be given a chance to do their job. I believe in local control of governments, and obviously if they don't, there needs to be a consequence at the federal level. But it's very important that we not overstep our bounds. And I think most police officers are good, dedicated, honorable citizens who are doing their job, putting their lives at risk, who aren't bigoted or aren't prejudiced. I don't think they ought to be held guilty. But I do think we need to find out where racial profiling occurs and do something about it and say to the local folks, get it done, and if you can't, there will be a federal consequence.
And that could be a federal law?
Yeah.
And you would agree?
I would agree, and I also agree that most police officers, of course, are doing a good job and hate this practice also. I talked to an African-American police officer in Springfield, Massachusetts not long ago who raised this question and said that in his opinion one of the biggest solutions is in the training. And not only the training in police procedures, but human relations. And I think that racial profiling is part of a larger issue of how we deal with race in America. And as for singling people out because of race, James Byrd was singled out because of his race in Texas. And other Americans have been singled out because of their race or ethnicity. And that's why I think that we can embody our values by passing a hate crimes law. I think these crimes are different. I think they're different because they're based on prejudice and hatred, which gives rise to crimes that have not just a single victim, but they're intended to stigmatize and dehumanize a whole group of people.
You have a different view of that?
No, I don't really.
on hate crimes laws?
No, we got one in Texas, and guess what? The 3 men who murdered James Byrd, guess what's going to happen to them? They're going to be put to death. A jury found them guilty, and it's going to be hard to punish them any worse after they get put to death. And it's the right cause. It's the right decision. Secondly, there's other forms of racial profiling that goes on in America. Arab Americans are racially profiled in what's called secret evidence. People are stopped, and we got to do something about that. My friend Senator Spencer Abraham of Michigan is pushing a law to make sure that, Arab Americans are treated with respect. So racial profiling isn't just an issue at local police forces. Mm-hmm. It's an issue throughout our society, and as we become a diverse society, we're going to have to deal with it more and more. I believe, sure as I'm sitting here, that most Americans really care. They're tolerant people. They're good, tolerant people. It's the very few that create most of the crises, and we just have to find them and deal with them.
What, if you become president, Governor, are there other areas, racial problem areas, that you would deal with as president involving discrimination? Again,
Sure.
You said Arab Americans, but also Hispanics, Asians, as well as blacks in this country.
Let me tell you where the biggest discrimination comes. In public education, when we just move children through the schools. My friend Phyllis Hunter's here. She had one of the greatest lines of all lines. She said, "Reading is the new civil right." And she's right. And to make sure our society is as hopeful as it possibly can be, every single child in America must be educated. I mean, every child. It starts with making sure every child learns to read. K through 2 diagnostic testing so we know whether or not there's a deficiency. Curriculum that works, and phonics needs to be an integral part of our reading curriculum. Intensive reading laboratories, teacher retraining. I mean, there needs to be a wholesale effort against racial profiling, which is illiterate children. We can do better in our public schools. We can close an achievement gap, and it starts with making sure we have strong accountability, Jim. One of the cornerstones of reform, and good reform, is to measure. Because when you measure, you can ask the question, do they know? Is anybody being profiled? Is anybody being discriminated against? It becomes a tool, a corrective tool. And I believe the federal government must say that if you receive any money from the federal government for disadvantaged children, for example, you must show us whether or not the children are learning. And if they are, fine, and if they're not, there has to be a consequence. And so to make sure we end up getting rid of a basic structural prejudice is education. There's nothing more prejudiced than not educating a child.
Vice President Gore, what would be on your racial discrimination elimination list as president?
Well, I think we need tough enforcement of the civil rights laws. I think we still need affirmative action. I would pass a hate crimes law, as I said, and I guess I had misunderstood the governor's previous position. The Byrd family may have a misunderstanding of it in Texas also. But I'd like to shift, if I could, to the big issue of education.
What is the misunderstanding? Let's clear this up.
Well, I had thought that there was a controversy at the end of the legislative session where the hate crimes law in Texas was failed, and that the Byrd family, among others, asked you to support it, Governor, and it died in committee for lack of support. Am I wrong about that?
Well, you don't realize we have a hate crimes statute?
I'm talking about the one that was proposed to deal.
Well, what the Vice President must not understand is we've got hate crimes bill in Texas. And secondly, the people that murdered Mr. Byrd got the ultimate punishment.
But they were
the death penalty.
They were prosecuted under murder laws, were they not?
Well,
in Texas, yeah.
In this case, when you murder somebody, it's hate, Jim.
Mm-hmm. No,
crime is hate. And they got the ultimate punishment. I'm not exactly sure how you enhance the penalty any more than the death penalty. But we happen to have a statute on the books that's a hate crime statute in Texas.
Well, may I respond?
Sure.
I don't want to jump in. I may have been misled by all the news reports about this matter, because the law that was proposed in Texas that had the support of the Byrd family and a whole lot of people in Texas did in fact die in committee. There may be some other statute that was already on the books, but certainly the advocates of the hate crimes law felt a tough new law was needed. And it's important, Jim, not only not just because of Texas, but because this mirrors the national controversy. There is pending now in the Congress a national hate crimes law because of James Byrd, because of Matthew Shepard, who was crucified on a split rail fence by bigots, because of others. And that law has died in committee also because of the same kind of opposition.
And you would support that bill?
Absolutely.
Would you support a national hate crimes law?
I would support the Orrin Hatch version of it, not the Senator Kennedy version. But let me say to you, Mr. Vice President, we're happy with our laws and our books. That bill there was another bill that did die in committee. But I want to repeat, if you have a state that fully supports the law, like we do in Texas, we're going to go after all crime. And we're going to make sure people get punished for the crime. And in this case, we can't enhance the penalty any more than putting those 3 thugs to death. And that's what's going to happen in the state of Texas.
New subject, new question, another vice presidential debate follow-up. Governor, both Senator Lieberman and Secretary Cheney said they were sympathetically rethinking their views on same-sex relationships. What's your position on that?
I'm not for gay marriage. I think marriage is a sacred institution between a man and a woman. And I appreciate the way the administration signed the Defense of Marriage Act. I presume the Vice President supported it when the President signed that bill and supports it now. But I think marriage is a sacred institution. I'm going to be respectful for people who may disagree with me. I've had a record of doing so in the state of Texas. I've been a person that would have been called a uniter, not a divider, because I accept other people's points of view. But I feel strongly that marriage should be between a man and a woman.
Vice President Gore?
I agree with that, and I did support that law. But I think that we should find a way to allow some kind of civic unions. And I basically agree with Dick Cheney and Joe Lieberman. And I think the 3 of us have one view and the governor has another view.
Is that right?
I'm not sure what kind of views he's describing to me. I can just tell you I'm a person who respects other people. I respect one day he says he agrees with me, then he says he doesn't. I'm not sure where he's coming from, but I will be a tolerant person. I've been a tolerant person all my life. I just happen to believe strongly that marriage is between a man and a woman.
Do you believe in general terms that gays and lesbians should have the same rights as other Americans?
Yes, I don't think they ought to have special rights, but I think they ought to have the same rights.
Well, there's a law pending called the Employment Non-Discrimination Act. I strongly support it. What it says is that gays and lesbians can't be fired from their job because they're gay or lesbian. And it would be a federal law preventing that. Now, I wonder if it's been blocked by the opponents in the majority in the Congress. I wonder if the governor would lend his support to that law.
Governor?
There's a question coming around here.
Well, but it's a logical response.
Well, I have no idea. I mean, you can throw out all kinds. I don't know the particulars of this law. I will tell you, I'm the kind of person, I don't hire or fire somebody based upon their sexual orientation. As a matter of fact, I'd like to take the issue a little farther. I don't really think it's any of my concerns how you conduct your sex life. And I think that's a private matter. And I think that's the way it ought to be. But I'm going to be respectful for people. I'll tolerate people. And I support equal rights, but not special rights for people.
And so special rights, how does that affect gays and lesbians?
Well, if they're given special protected status, and that doesn't mean we shouldn't fully enforce laws and fully protect people and fully honor people, which I will do as the President of the United States.
New subject, new question, Vice President Gore. How do you see the connection between controlling gun sales in this country and the incidence of death by accidental or intentional use of guns?
Jim, I hope that we can come back to the subject of education because the governor made an extensive statement on it, and I have a very different view than the one he expressed. But that having been said, I believe that, well, first of all, let me say that the governor and I agree on some things where this subject is concerned. I will not do anything to affect the rights of hunters or sportsmen. I think that homeowners have to be respected and their right to have a gun if they wish to. The problem I see is that there are too many guns getting into the hands of children and criminals and people who, for whatever reason, some kind of history of stalking or domestic abuse really should not be able to get guns. I think these assault weapons are a problem. So I favor closing the gun show loophole. In fact, I cast the tie-breaking vote to close it, but then the majority in the House of Representatives went the other way. That's still pending. If we could get agreement on that, maybe they could pass that in the final days of this Congress. I think we ought to restore the 3-day waiting period under the Brady law. I think we should toughen the enforcement of gun laws so that the ones that are already on the books can be enforced much more effectively. Some of the restrictions that have been placed by the Congress in the last couple of years, I think, in the last few years, I think have been unfortunate. I think that we ought to make all schools gun-free, have a gun-free zone around every school in this country. I think that measures like these are important. Child safety trigger locks on a mandatory basis and others.
Governor?
Well, it starts with enforcing law. We need to say loud and clear to somebody, if you're going to carry a gun illegally, we're going to arrest you. If you're going to sell a gun illegally, you need to be arrested. If you commit a crime with a gun, there needs to be absolute certainty in the law. And that needs to, the local law enforcement officials need help at the federal level. Need programs like Project Exile, where the federal government intensifies arresting people who illegally use guns. And we haven't done a very good job of that at the federal level recently. And I'm going to make it a priority. Secondly, I don't think we ought to be selling guns to people who shouldn't have them. That's why I support instant background checks at gun shows. One of the reasons we have an instant background check is so that we instantly know whether or not somebody should have a gun or not. In Texas, I try to do something innovatively, which is that, there's a lot of talk about trigger locks being on guns sold in the future. I support that. But I said, listen, if you want a trigger lock to make your gun safe, come and get one for free. And so we're distributing in our state of Texas for free. I think we ought to raise the age at which a juvenile can carry a handgun from 18 to 21. I disagree with the Vice President on this issue. He's for registration of guns. I think the only people who are going to show up to register or get a licensing, I guess licensing like a driver's license of a gun, the only people who are going to show up are law-abiding citizens. The criminal's not going to show up and say, hey, give me my ID card. It's the law-abiding citizens who'll do that. And I don't think that's going to be an effective tool to keep our society safe.
All right, so on guns, somebody wants to cast a vote based on your differences. Where are the differences?
Well, I'm not for registration. I am for licensing by states of new handgun purchases.
What's that mean?
A photo license ID, like a driver's license for new handguns. And the Los Angeles...
You would have to get the license, a photo ID to go in and before you could buy the gun.
Correct.
All right. And who would issue
the state? The state. I think states should do that for new handguns because too many criminals are getting guns. There was a recent investigation of the number in Texas who were given concealed weapons permits in spite of the fact that they had records, and the Los Angeles Times spent a lot of ink going into that. But I am not for doing anything that would affect hunters or sportsmen, rifles, shotguns, existing handguns. I do think that sensible gun safety measures are warranted now. Look, this is in the aftermath of Columbine and Paducah and all of the places around our country where the nation has been shocked by these weapons in the hands of the wrong people. The woman who bought the guns for the two boys who did that killing at Columbine said that if she had to give her name and fill out a form there, she would not have bought those guns. That conceivably could have prevented that tragedy.
Back to the question about the differences on gun control. What are they, Governor, from your point of view, between you and the Vice President?
Well, I'm not for photo licensing, but let me say something about Columbine.
All right.
And listen, we got gun laws. He says we ought to have gun-free schools. Everybody believes that, and I'm sure every state in the union's got them. You can't carry a gun into a school, and there ought to be a consequence when you do carry a gun into a school. But Columbine spoke to a larger issue, and it's really a matter of culture. It's a culture that somewhere along the line we've begun to disrespect life. Where a child can walk in and can have their heart turned dark as a result of being on the internet and walk in and decide to take somebody else's life. And so gun laws are important, no question about it, but so is loving children and character education classes and faith-based programs being a part of after-school programs. Some desperate child, it needs to have somebody put their arm around and say, we love you. And so there's a society that of ours that has got to do a better job of teaching children right from wrong. And we can enforce law, but there seems to be a lot of preoccupation on, not necessarily in this debate, but just in general on law. But there's a larger law. Love your neighbor like you'd like to be loved yourself, and that's where our society must head if we're going to be a peaceful and prosperous society.
I also believe in the Golden Rule, and I agree with a lot of the other things that the governor has said. We do have a serious problem in our culture. Tipper and I have worked on the problem of violence and entertainment aimed at children. She's worked on it longer than I have, but I feel very strongly about that. And if I'm elected president, I will do something about that. But I think we have to start with better parenting. But I don't think that we can ignore the role played by guns. I mean, the fact is that even though no state wants them, there are guns in some schools. And the reason it's so difficult for schools to control that is because in recent years there has been a flood of cheap handguns that are so widely available that kids are finding ways to get a hold of them. And I think that if you look at the situation as it exists here in the United States compared to any other country in the world, it seems to me pretty obvious that while we respect the rights of hunters and sportsmen, we do need some common sense gun safety steps to stem this flood of guns that are getting into the wrong hands.
Yeah, no question about that, but there's also needs to be strong enforcement of the law. Some kid who feels like it doesn't matter where the gun comes from, it could be a cheap gun, expensive gun. What matters is something in this person's head says there's not going to be a consequence. So in my state, we toughened up the juvenile justice laws. We added beds. We're tough. We believe in tough love. We say if you get caught carrying a gun, you're automatically detained. And that's what needs to happen. And we've got laws. If laws need to be strengthened like instant background checks, that's important.
New question.
Okay.
New question.
As
new
I was
subject.
saying.
Both of you, Governor, both of you have talked much about Medicare and health care for seniors. What about the more than 40 million younger Americans who do not have health insurance right now? What would you do about that? Well,
I've got a plan to do something about that. It's to make health care affordable and available this way. First, there's some who should be buying health care who choose not to. There's some healthy...
Some of the 40 million.
Some of the healthy folks,
right.
Healthy young kids say, I'll never get sick, therefore I'm not going to don't need health care right now. And for those, what I think we need to do is to develop an investment type vehicle that would be an incentive for them to invest, like medical savings accounts with rollover capacity. In other words, you say to a youngster, it'll be in your financial interest to start saving for future illness. But for the working folks that do want to have health care, that can't afford it, a couple of things we need to do. One, we need more community health centers. I've put out money in my budget to expand community health centers all around the country. These are places where people can get primary care. Secondly, and they're good. They're very important parts of the kind of the safety net of health care. Secondly, that you get a $2,000 rebate from the government if you're a family, $30,000 or less. It scales down as it gets higher, that you can use to purchase health care in the private markets. It'll be a huge down payment for a pretty darn good system if you convince states to allow states to allow the mother to match some of the children's health insurance money with it, to pool purchasing power. And to make health care more affordable, allow business associations like the National Federation of Independent Business or the Chamber of Commerce or the National Restaurant Association to write association plans across jurisdictional lines so that small businesses have got the capacity to have national pooling to drive the cost of insurance down. I think that's the very best way to go. It empowers people, it trusts people, it makes and it's a practical way to encourage people to purchase health care insurance.
Vice President Gore?
It's one of my top priorities, Jim, to give every single child in the United States affordable health care within the next 4 years. I'd like to see eventually in this country some form of universal health care, but I'm not for a government-run system. In fact, I'm for shrinking the size of government. I want a smaller and smarter government. I have been in charge of this Reinventing Government streamlining project that's reduced the size of government by more than 300,000 people in the last several years. And the budget plan that I've put out, according to the Los Angeles Times, again, the way these things are typically measured as a percentage of the GDP, will bring government spending down to the lowest level in 50 years. So I want to proceed carefully to cover more people. But I think that we should start by greatly expanding the so-called Child Health Insurance, or CHIP program, to give health insurance to every single child in this country. I think it's intolerable that we have so many millions of children without any health insurance. So it's one of my top priorities. Now, I know that we have some disagreements on this, and I'm sorry to tell you that there is a record here, and Texas ranks 49th out of the 50 states in health care, in children with health care, 49th for women with health care, and 50th for families with health care. So it is a priority for me, I guarantee you. I'm not aware of any program, well, I'll just leave it at that. I think it ought to be a top priority.
Governor, did the Vice President's figures correct about Texas?
Well, first of all, let me say he's not for a government-run health care system. I thought that's exactly what he and Mrs. Clinton and them fought for in 1993, was a government-run health care system that was fortunately stopped in its tracks. Secondly, we spend $4.7 billion a year on the uninsured in the state of Texas. Our rate of uninsured, the percentage of uninsured in Texas has gone down, while the percentage of uninsured in America has gone up. Our CHIPS program got a late start because our government meets only 4 months out of every 2 years, Mr. Vice President. It may come for a shock for somebody who's been in Washington for so long, but actually limited government can work in the second largest state in the union, and therefore Congress passes the bill after our session in 1997 ended. We passed the enabling legislation in '99. We've signed up over 110,000 children to the CHIPS program. For comparable states our size, we're signing them up fast as any other state. And you can quote all the numbers you want, but I'm telling you, we care about our people in Texas. We spend a lot of money to make sure people get health care in the state of Texas, and we're doing a better job than they are at the national level for reducing uninsured.
Is he right?
Well, I don't know about all these percentages that he throws out, but I do know that I speculate that the reason why he didn't answer your question directly as to whether my numbers were right, the facts were right, about Texas ranking dead last in families with health insurance and 49th out of 50 for both children and women, is because those facts are correct. And as for why it happened, I'm no expert on the Texas procedures, but what my friends there tell me is that the governor opposed a measure put forward by Democrats in the legislature to expand the number of children that would be covered, and instead directed the money toward a tax cut, a significant part of which went to wealthy interests. He declared the need for a new tax cut for the oil companies in Texas an emergency need. And so the money was taken away from the CHIP program. And you don't have to take my word for this. There is now a federal judge's opinion about the current management of this program, ordering the state of Texas to do something. And you should read that judge's language about this. I believe there are 1.4 million children in Texas who do not have health insurance, 600,000 of whom, and maybe some of those have since gotten it, but as of a year ago, 600,000 of them were actually eligible for it, but they couldn't sign up for it because of the barriers that they had to
Let's let the governor
surmount.
respond to that.
Well,
Are those numbers correct? Are his charges correct?
if he's trying to allege that I'm a hard-hearted person and I don't care about children, he's absolutely wrong. We spend $4.7 billion a year in the state of Texas for uninsured people, and they get health care. Now, that's not the most efficient way to get people health care, but I want to remind you, the number of uninsured in America during their watch has increased. And so he can make any excuse he wants, but the facts are that we're reducing the number of uninsured as a percentage of our population, and as a percentage of the population is increasing nationally. But somehow the allegation that we don't care and we're going to give money for this interest or that interest and not for children in the state of Texas is just totally absurd. And let me just tell you who the jury is. The people of Texas. There's only been one governor ever elected to back-to-back 4-year terms, and that was me. And I was able to do so with a lot of Democrat votes, nearly 50% of the Hispanic vote, about 27% of the African American vote, because people know that I'm a conservative person and a compassionate person. So we can throw all the kinds of numbers around. I'm just telling you, our state comes together to do what's right. We come together, both Republicans and Democrats.
Let me put that directly to you, Vice President Gore. The reason you brought this up is that, are you suggesting that those numbers and that record will reflect the way Governor Bush will operate in this area of health insurance as president?
Yes, yes, but it's not a statement about his heart. I don't claim to know his heart. I think he's a good person. I make no allegations about that. I believe him when he says that he has a good heart. I know enough about your story to admire a lot of the things that you have done as a person. But I think it's about his priorities. And let me tell you exactly why I think that the choice he made to give a tax cut for the oil companies and others before addressing this. I mean, if you were the governor of a state that was dead last in health care for families, and all of a sudden you found yourself with the biggest surplus your state had ever had in its history, wouldn't you want to maybe use some of it to climb from 50th to, say, 45 or 40 or something, or maybe better? I would. Now, but here's why it's directly relevant, Jim, because by his own budget numbers, his proposals for spending on tax cuts for the wealthiest of the wealthy are more than the new spending proposals that he has made for health care and education and national defense, all combined, according to his own numbers. So it's not a question of his heart. It's, as far as I know, it's a question of priorities and values. See, you know,
let me ask.
First of all, that's simply not true, what he just said, of course. And secondly, I repeat,
what is not true, Governor?
That we spent, the top 1% received $223 as opposed to $445 billion in new spending. The top, and let's talk about my tax plan. The top 1% will pay 1/3 of all the federal income taxes, and in return, get 1/5 of the benefits because most of the tax reductions go to the people at the bottom end of the economic ladder. That stands in stark contrast, by the way, to a man who's going to leave 50 million Americans out of tax relief. We just have a different point of view. It's a totally different point of view. He believes only the right people ought to get tax relief. I believe everybody who pays taxes ought to get tax relief. Let me go back to Texas, for example, for a minute. We pay $4.7 billion. I can't emphasize to you how much. I signed a bill that puts chips in place. The bill finally came out at the end of the '99 session. We're working hard to sign up children. We're doing it faster than any other state our size, comparable state. We're making really good progress. And our state cares a lot about our children. My priority is going to be the health of our citizens. These folks have had 8 years to get something done in Washington, D.C. on the uninsured. They have not done it. They've had 8 years to get something done on Medicare, and they have not got it done. In my case to the American people is, if you're happy with inactivity, stay with the horse. The horse is up there now, but if you want change, you need to get somebody who knows how to bring Republicans and Democrats together to get positive things done for America.
New question, new subject. Vice President Gore, on the environment. In your 1992 book, you said, quote, "We must make the rescue of our environment the central organizing principle for civilization, and there must be a wrenching transformation to save the planet." Do you still feel that way?
I do. I think that in this 21st century, we will soon see the consequences of what's called global warming. There was a study just a few weeks ago suggesting that in summertime the North Polar ice cap would be completely gone in 50 years. Already many people see the strange weather conditions that the old-timers say they've never seen before in their lifetimes. And what's happening is the level of pollution is increasing significantly. Now here's the good news, Jim. If we take the leadership role and build the new technologies, like the new kinds of cars and trucks that Detroit is itching to build, then we can create millions of good new jobs by being first into the market with these new kinds of cars and trucks and other kinds of technologies. You know, the Japanese are breathing down our necks on this. They're moving very rapidly because they know that it is a fast-growing world market. In some of these other countries, particularly in the developing world, their pollution is much worse than anywhere else, and their people want higher standards of living. And so they're looking for ways to satisfy their desire for a better life and still reduce pollution at the same time. I think that holding on to the old ways and the old argument that the environment and the economy are in conflict is really outdated. We have to be bold. We have to provide leadership. Now, it's true that we disagree on this. Governor said that he doesn't think this problem is necessarily caused by people. He's for letting the oil companies into the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Houston's just become the smoggiest city in the country, and Texas is #1 in industrial pollution. We have a very different outlook, and I'll tell you this, I will fight for a clean environment in ways that strengthen our economy.
Governor?
Well, let me start with Texas. We are a big industrial state. We reduced our industrial waste by 11%. We cleaned up more brownfields than any other administration in my state's history, 450 of them. Our water is cleaner now.
Explain what a brownfield is for those who don't
Brownfield
follow
is an
this.
abandoned industrial site that just sits idle in some of our urban centers, and people that are willing to invest capital in the brownfields don't want to do so for fear of lawsuit. I think we ought to have federal liability protection, depending upon whether or not standards have been met. Book you mentioned that Vice President Gore wrote, he also called for taxing big energy taxes in order to clean up the environment. And now that the energy prices are high, I guess he's not advocating those big energy taxes right now. I believe we ought to fully fund the Land and Water Conservation Fund with half the money going to states so states can make the right decisions for environmental quality. I think we need to have clean coal technologies. I've proposed $2 billion worth. By the way, I just found out the other day an interesting fact that there's a National Petroleum Reserve right next to in Prudhoe Bay that your administration had opened up for exploration in that pristine area. And it was a smart move because there's gas reserves up there. We need gas pipelines to bring the gas down. Gas is a clean fuel that we can burn to. We need to make sure that if we decontrol our plants, that there's mandatory that the plants must conform to clean air standards, the grandfathered plants. That's what we did in Texas. No excuses. I mean, you must conform. Now, those are practical things we can do. But it starts with working a collaborative effort with states and local folks. You know, if you own the land, every day is Earth Day. And people care a lot about their land and care about their environment. Not all wisdom is in Washington, D.C. on this issue.
Where do you see the basic difference, in very simple terms, in 2 or 3 sentences, between you and the governor on the environment? If the voter wants to make a choice, what is it?
I'm really strongly committed to clean water and clean air and cleaning up the new kinds of challenges like global warming. He's right that I'm not in favor of energy taxes. I am in favor of tax cuts to encourage and give incentives for the quicker development of these new kinds of technologies. And let me say again, Detroit is raring to go on that. We differ on the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, as I have said. We differ on whether or not pollution controls ought to be voluntary. I don't think you can get results that way. We differ on the kinds of appointments that that we would make.
But you say it's a fundamental difference.
I think it's a fundamental difference, and let me give you an example.
Hold on one second.
Okay, sure.
We've talked about this. I just want to know, for somebody, because we're getting close to the end of our time here. I just want somebody wanted to vote on the environment. How would you draw the differences, Governor?
Well, I don't believe in command and control out of Washington, D.C. I believe Washington ought to set standards, but I think we ought to be collaborative at the local levels, and I think we ought to work with people at the local levels. And by the way, I just want to make sure I can't let him just say something and not correct it. The electric decontrol bill that I fought for and signed in Texas has mandatory emission standards, Mr. Vice President, and that's what we ought to do at the federal level when it comes to grandfathered plants for utilities. I think there's a difference. I think, for example, when they took 40 million acres of land out of circulation without consulting local officials. I thought that was
that's out in the West.
Out in the West, yeah. And so, on the logging issue, it's not the way I would have done it. Perhaps some of that land needs to be set aside, but I certainly would have consulted with governors and elected officials before I would have acted unilaterally.
Do you believe the federal government still has some new rules and new regulations and new laws to pass in the environmental area, or do you think?
Sure, absolutely, so long as they're based upon science and they're reasonable, so long as people have input.
What about global warming?
I think it's an issue that we need to take very seriously, but I don't think we know the solution to global warming yet, and I don't think we've got all the facts before we make decisions. I'll tell you one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to let the United States carry the burden for cleaning up the world's air. Like the Kyoto Treaty would have done. China and India were exempted from that treaty. I think we need to be more even-handed, as evidently 99 senators, I think it was 99 senators supported that position.
Global warming, the Senate did turn it down.
Yeah, I think
99 to nothing.
I think that vote wasn't exactly. A lot of supporters of the Kyoto Treaty actually ended up voting for that because of the way it was worded. But there's no doubt there's a lot of opposition to it in the Senate. I'm not for command and control techniques either. I'm for working with the groups, not just with industry, but also with the citizens groups and local communities to control sprawl in ways that the local communities themselves come up with. But I disagree that we don't know the cause of global warming. I think that we do. It's pollution, carbon dioxide and other chemicals that are even more potent, but in smaller quantities that cause this. Look, the world's temperature is going up, weather patterns are changing, storms are getting more violent and unpredictable, and what are we going to tell our children? And I'm a grandfather now. I want to be able to tell my grandson when I'm in my later years that I didn't turn away from the evidence that showed that we were doing some serious harm. In my faith tradition, it's written in the book of Matthew, where your heart is, there is your treasure also. And I believe that we ought to recognize the value to our children and grandchildren of taking steps that preserve the environment in a way that's good for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's been some of the scientists, I believe, Mr. Vice President, haven't they been changing their opinion a little bit on global warming? A profound scientist recently made a difference.
Both of you now have violated, excuse me, both of you have now violated your own rules. Hold that thought.
I've been trying so hard not to.
I know, but you're not, under your all's rules, you are not allowed to ask each other a question. I let you do it a moment ago.
Twice.
Now you just, twice, sorry. Okay.
That's an interruption.
That's an interruption, okay. But anyhow, you just did it, so now we're not quite even. That's all right. It's okay.
I apologize, Mr. Vice President.
No.
But
no, you're not allowed to do that either. See? No. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your thought. People care about these things, I've found.
Of course they care about it. Yeah. Oh, you mean the rules?
Right, exactly right. Go ahead, sir.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Of course, there's a lot of, look, global warming needs to be taken very seriously, and I take it seriously. But science, there's differing opinions, and before we react, I think it's best to have the full accounting, the full understanding of what's taking place. And I think to answer your question, I think both of us care a lot about the environment. We may have different approaches. we may have different approaches in terms of how we deal with local folks. I mean, I just cited an example of the administration just unilaterally acting without any input. And I remember you gave a very good answer in New Hampshire about the White Mountains, about how it's important to keep that collaborative effort in place. I feel very strongly the same place. It certainly wasn't the attitude that took place out west, however.
New question.
Yes.
Last question for you, Governor. And this flows somewhat out of the Boston debate. You, your running mate, your campaign officials have charged that Vice President Gore exaggerates, embellishes, and stretches the facts, etc. Do you believe these are serious issues? This is a serious issue that the voters should use in deciding which one of you two men to vote for on November 7th?
Well, we all make mistakes. I've been known to mangle a syllable or two myself, you know. But if you know what I mean. I think credibility is important. It's going to be important for the president to be credible with Congress. It's important for the president to be credible with foreign nations. And yes, I think it's something that people need to consider. This isn't something new. I read a report or a memo from somebody in his 1988 campaign, I forgot the fellow's name, warning then Senator Gore to be careful about exaggerating claims. And you know, I thought during his debate with Senator Bradley saying he authored the EITC when it didn't happen, I mentioned the last debate.
EITC?
Earned Income Tax Credit.
Right.
Sorry.
That's all right.
It's a lot of initials for a guy who's not from Washington, isn't it? Anyway, he co-sponsored McCain-Feingold, and yet he didn't. And so I think this is an issue. I think I found it to be an issue in trying to defend my tax relief package. I thought there were some exaggerations about the numbers. But the people are going to have to make up their mind on this issue. And I'm going to continue to defend my record and defend my propositions against what I think are exaggerations. Exaggerations like, for example, only 5% of seniors receive benefits under my Medicare reform package. That's what he said the other day, and that's simply not the case. And I have every right in the world to defend my record and my positions. That's what debates are about, and that's what campaigns are about.
Vice President Gore?
I got some of the details wrong last week in some of the examples that I used, Jim, and I'm sorry about that, and I'm going to try to do better. One of the reasons I regret it is that getting a detail wrong interfered several times with the point that I was trying to make. However many days that young girl in Florida stood in her classroom, however long, even if it was only one day, doesn't change the fact that there are a lot of overcrowded classrooms in America, and we need to do something about that. There are seniors who pay more for their prescriptions than a lot of other people, more than their pets sometimes, more sometimes than people in foreign countries. And we need to do something about that. Not with a measure that leaves the majority of them without any real basic help until the next president's term of 4 years is over, but right away. And that means doing it under the Medicare program. I can't promise that I will never get another detail wrong. I can promise you that I will try not to, and hard. But I will promise you this with all the confidence in my heart and in the world, that I will do my best. If I'm elected president, I'll work my heart out to get the big things right for the American people.
Does that resolve the issue, Governor?
That's going to be up to the people, isn't it?
Oh, does it resolve it for you? I mean,
depends on what he says in the future in the campaign.
But I mean, your folks are saying some awful things, and
well, I hope they're not awful things.
Well,
I mean, using the man's own words.
No, I mean, what I mean is you calling him a serial exaggerator.
I don't believe I've used those words.
No, but your campaign has.
Maybe they have.
Your campaign officials have, and your campaign officials, Mr. Vice President, are now calling the governor a bumbler.
Wait a minute.
I mean, my point is, is this?
I don't use language like that, and I don't think that we should.
It's in your commercial.
I understand. I haven't seen that in my commercial.
Yeah.
You haven't seen the commercial?
And
I think that I think the point of that is that anybody would have a hard time trying to make a tax cut plan that's so large that would put us into such big deficits that gives almost half the benefits to the wealthiest of the wealthy. I think anybody would have a hard time explaining that clearly in a way that makes sense to the average person.
That's the kind of exaggeration I was just talking about.
Well, I wasn't the one having trouble explaining it.
Gentlemen, it's time to go to the closing statements, and Vice President Gore, you have 2 minutes.
Jim, one of the issues that I would like to close with in my statement is education, because it's an example of the overall approach that I think is important. This race is about values, it's about change, it's about giving choices to the American people. And education is my #1 priority, because I think that it's the most important, big, major change that we can bring in our country. I agree with Governor Bush that we should have new accountability, testing of students. I think that we should require states to test all students, test schools and school districts, and I think that we should go further and require teacher testing for new teachers also. The difference is that while my plan starts with new accountability and maintains local control, it doesn't stop there, because I want to give new choices to parents to send their kids to college with a $10,000 tax deduction for college tuition per child per year. I want to reduce the size of the classrooms in this country for one basic reason, so that students can get more one-on-one time with teachers. And the way to do that is first to recruit more teachers. I have a plan in my budget to recruit 100,000 new highly qualified teachers, and to help local school districts build new schools. I think that we have to put more emphasis on early learning and preschool. Now, here is how that connects with all the rest of what we've been talking about. If you squander the surplus on a huge tax cut that goes mostly to those at the top, then you can't make education the top priority. If the tax cut is your #1, 2, 3, and 4 priority, you can't do education. You can't do both. You have to choose. I choose education and health care, the environment and retirement security, and I ask for your support.
Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
Jim, thank you very much. Vice President, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the folks here at Wake Forest. I want to thank you all for listening. I'm running to get some things done for America. There's too many issues left unresolved. There's been too much finger pointing and too much name calling in Washington, D.C. I'd like to unite this country to get an agenda done that will speak to the hopes and aspirations of the future. I want to have an education system that sets high standards, local control of schools, and strong accountability. No child should be left behind in America. I want to make sure we rebuild our military to keep the peace. I worry about morale in today's military. The warning signs are clear. It's time to have a new commander-in-chief who will rebuild the military, to pay our men and women more and make sure they're housed better and have a focused mission for our military. Once and for all, I want to do something about Medicare. The issue's been too long on the table because it's been a political issue. It's time to bring folks together to say that all seniors will get prescription drug coverage. I want to do something about Social Security. It's an important priority because now's the time to act. And we're going to say to our seniors, our promises we've made to you be promises kept. But younger workers, in order to make sure the system exists tomorrow, younger workers ought to be able to take some of your own money and invest it in safe securities to get a better rate of return on that money. And finally, I do believe in tax relief. I believe we can set our priorities. I don't believe like the Vice President does in huge government. I believe in limited government. And by having a limited government and a focused government, we can send some of the money back to the people who pay the bills. I want to have a tax relief for all people who pay the bills in America, because I think you can spend your money more wisely than the federal government can. Thank you for listening. I'm asking for your vote, and God bless.
And we will return next Tuesday night, October 17th, from Washington University in St. Louis for the third and final debate. Thank you, Vice President Gore, Governor Bush. See you next week. For now, from Winston-Salem, I'm Jim Lara. Thank you and good night.
Good night.
After a debate lasting just over 90 minutes, in which, unlike the first debate, a considerable portion was devoted to a discussion of foreign policy. It was one of the first issues raised and was raised again repeatedly throughout. 41 minutes by our calculation devoted to that subject, and one obviously in which George W. Bush was the man thought to be at a disadvantage because, after all, being a governor, he would have much more limited experience than Vice President Gore, who has been a congressman, senator, and now vice president in here in Washington for a very long time and played a significant role in this administration's foreign policy on a number of fronts. So you see the president speaking, or Governor Bush speaking with General Colin Powell, Vice President Gore greeting some of his supporters in the audience, being embraced there by one of them. And debate in which there may not have been any surprises in terms of what issues were brought up, but perhaps some surprises in terms of how the two candidates performed. Mort Kondracki, it was a very different Al Gore than the one we saw in the first debate, wasn't it?
I thought he was scared to death to assert himself. I thought he was flat. I thought he was defensive. He was almost apologetic when he began disagreeing or criticizing even Bush's Texas record, which has been a major target of his campaign. And frankly, I found Bush relaxed and confident and well briefed, and I thought Bush won hands down.
Fred Barnes?
There was one incredibly surprising thing in this debate, and that was Bush's knowledge about foreign policy. I had no idea that he knew exactly the American role in East Timor, or the shortcomings of the International Monetary Fund, or exactly who's exempted from the Kyoto Treaty and things like that, which he talked about.
He talked about them
in
as
a very
if he dealt with them
relaxed,
every day.
yeah, as if they're chatting about that down in Austin all the time. I mean, it really was a remarkable performance by Bush, who started smiling in the last half an hour because I think he felt that
he was ahead on points.
Was ahead on points. He ran into trouble only in one part, and that was when he was being pounded on the health care record in Texas by Gore. And yet he eased it into the health care problems that were not solved by the national administration and came up with the soundbite, you know, if you like the inactivity, well, stay with the horse. It was probably one of the better sound bites of the night.
Mara, what did you think? Did you think there was a clear, by the way, Mara, did you think there was a clear sound bite here tonight?
Boy, I was hard-pressed to find one. I thought the one that Fred just mentioned might have been one. I don't think there were any real moments in this debate where there was a clash or one of them got the better of the other. I thought what was interesting was Gore was definitely restrained. He clearly corrected all of the problems of demeanor that he had in the last debate. On the other hand, I think that he did hamstring himself. There was no way for him to make headway because all of the so-called attacks, or anytime he tried to make criticisms of Bush, were so oblique and tentative that he couldn't really make headway. I thought that Bush actually looked nervous and tentative when the foreign policy discussion began.
Yeah, his first answer seemed very shaky, didn't it?
Yeah, very shaky. But first of all, even though foreign policy took up an inordinate amount of time in this debate, it matters very little to voters in this election.
But, Mara, there is a threshold question always in any presidential election.
That's right.
That voters have to feel a certain level of competence.
Right.
And I think it was a real danger for Governor Bush that if he seemed just completely out of his depth in that area, that it would be a very bad wound for him.
But I think the only way for him to seem out of his depth in this election is for him to have made a mistake or a gaffe or mangled some kind of name of a country or a leader. He didn't do that, so I think he passed. I think that's the bar for foreign policy. It's not very high. I thought he was much stronger when he was talking about education in Texas. I don't know if the attacks on the Texas record work. I don't think that Gore felt free enough to really press them. And he clearly didn't want to mix it up with Bush. I was surprised that Gore couldn't do more against Bush. I tell you something, looking at the expression on his face, he had that bemused smile in the beginning, at least, when Bush was not doing well on foreign policy. It was almost as if I thought Gore had a little bubble over his head that said, "I can't believe this guy might beat me." You know, he has so little respect for him and his knowledge.
It raises an interesting question of whether it was a mistake for Vice President Gore to rein himself in to the extent that he did.
Oh, I think he definitely overcorrected for his previous problems. I mean, he was on such good behavior that he wasn't himself. I mean, he got around to some criticisms. He got into the issue of taxes for the rich and not enough spending for programs and that sort of thing. But even then, that was the forceful case that he made the first time, and I thought an effective case. He may have overstated the case, but it was still a legitimate case based on the numbers. And he was afraid to press it home this time, I think largely because he was afraid of being accused of being too mean.
I didn't keep count, but Fred, did you notice the number of times when Gore's answers began, "I agree with Governor Bush on that"? I mean, was that not a major surprise in this debate?
That was a major surprise, but Gore, particularly on foreign policy, look, George W. Bush did not want to have a big fight on foreign policy. The disagreements he mentioned were, I wouldn't have sent the troops to Haiti. I'd like to get the troops back sooner from the Balkans. These were not major disagreements. Bush was merely trying to show that he knew enough, he was good enough, he was knowledgeable enough, but he didn't want to draw Al Gore into a big fight, and he didn't, and so that prompted Gore to say many times, well, I agree with George Bush.
Well, he took a couple of pokes. There were a couple of pokes there. The Kyoto reference was a poke because Gore has basically defended the Kyoto Agreement.
That, of course, is the environmental treaty rejected by the U.S. Senate that Mr. Gore was very much in favor of. Very controversial with American industry.
Would require major reductions in industrialized countries' use of hydrocarbon fuels. I mean, it would dampen industrial output in the industrialized countries, and then it lets China and India off. I mean,
although it's hard to imagine
hold that thought. We got to take a quick commercial break, but I promise you, right out of that break, you'll be first up. Much more to come here with our analysis and review of this debate. Please stay with us. You're watching Fox News Channel.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテイメントが待っている。
Fox Thursday。
夜9時、バートのライフスタイルがなぜか大ブレイク。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、ついにマスターとの対決。バフィーが死んじゃうって本当？バフィー恋する十字架。夜11時、海底の魔物が目を覚ました。X ファイル。
Fox Friday。
夜9時。服役中の助手が妊娠していた。ミレニアム。夜10時、強烈な個性がリングでぶつかる。空前絶後のバトルエンターテイメント、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。
Fox Saturday。
夜9時、ヘリコプターの救出は危険がいっぱい。人命救助 SOS。夜10時、凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル。夜11時、全米警察24時。夜12時、アクセルが大惨事の引き金に。史上最悪のドライバー。胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている。エンターテイメントが待っている。シンプソンズ、バフィー、恋する十字架、X ファイル。ミレニアム、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。人命救助 SOS、凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル。全米警察24時、史上最悪のドライバー。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもうフォックスしかない。
Of a state that was dead last in health care for families, and all of a sudden you found yourself with the biggest surplus your state had ever had in its history. Wouldn't you want to maybe use some of it to climb from 50th to, say, 45 or 40 or something?
One of the more sharp disagreements in a debate that had relatively few of them, that one, of course, on the issue of health insurance, and was thought by Mort Kondracki and Fred Barnes here to be not perhaps Governor Bush's strongest moment. Let's bring into the discussion now the editor and publisher of the Weekly Standard, and a Fox News analyst, Bill Kristol, who joins us tonight from Orlando, Florida, where I know he's been keeping in touch with the pulse of people around the country. Hi, Bill. What'd you think?
Hi, Brett. Yeah, I've been keeping in touch with Mickey and Minnie and all the people here at Disney World. I thought, you know, Bush held his own for the first 45 minutes on foreign policy, and then I think he clobbered Gore in the latter half of the debate. He got more and more comfortable, more and more assured. I think two important things happened. Bush was the conservative in this debate, on taxes, on guns, on gays even, and I think he took moderate conservative positions and did a pretty good job of painting Gore as a big government liberal. And secondly, Bush was the outsider. I've always thought Texas, the notion that Gore could go after Bush on the Texas record, I've always thought was a briar patch. I've always thought the Bush campaign secretly hoped that Gore would go after Texas. I thought Bush did awfully well defending his Texas record. And at the end of the day, he can just say, look, 70% of Texans voted for me in 1998. You, Al Gore, you're a smart guy up in Washington, and you think you know better than 70% of the people of Texas. But, you know, they're Americans like everyone else, and they think I've done a pretty decent job. Texas is a pretty decent place to live. So I thought the Texas debate helped Bush. It helped make him the outsider. And the truth is, in presidential elections for the last 20, 30 years, if you were the conservative and the outsider running against a big government liberal in Washington, D.C., you end up in pretty good shape.
Bill, you were one of the people who, after the debate last week, were first to note first to say that you felt that Vice President Gore had been, as you put it, annoying. There's been considerable discussion about how well he would eliminate some of those mannerisms and actions that made him seem that way. How well did he do it, and was he less annoying, or was he even attractive, perhaps, in this debate tonight?
Yeah, well, he was certainly less annoying, but I do think he may have overcompensated. I mean, 85 minutes into the debate, he started apologizing for details he had gotten wrong a week ago. I think at that point he could have just let it go. He really didn't. I mean, I think if you think back, what points did Gore really score against Bush in this debate? I really find it hard to think of any. And I think, as I say, Bush did a pretty good job of laying out his case, a conservative case. Here's what I think this debate established, Britt. The Gore campaign has hoped that this would be 1988. Incumbent vice president slices and dices a governor who at first looks like an attractive candidate and ends up getting beaten by 10 points. What we saw tonight is that George W. Bush is no Mike Dukakis.
Well, could it be, Bill, that in another way, in fact, in those debates in 1988, there was a certain similarity, and with Dukakis was a very lawyerly and fluid talker, and to the extent that George Bush, the father, won those debates, wasn't it to some extent for some of the same reasons that it was thought George Bush, the younger, won the first debate?
Yeah, I think that could be. I mean, the first debate, I did think the question was whether Gore's dislikability would outweigh what I do think there was a superior command of the issues. In this debate, I'm not really sure you can give Gore points for superior command, maybe a little bit on foreign policy. I'd give him a slight edge on that. But I thought, again, that Bush came back awfully strong on domestic policy, very comfortable on guns, for example, which the liberal media think is a great issue for Democrats. I think Bush won the gun debate, so took the offensive on it.
And Gore didn't really, and Gore is a little bit gentle with that issue. One gets the sense that a lot of Democrats are not pushing that issue very hard this fall for all kinds of reasons.
Yeah, I very much think so. In states like Michigan and Pennsylvania, the truth is Bush is probably closer to most voters than Gore. I thought on gay marriage, Bush gave a simple answer, the answer that most Americans agreed with, didn't really want to get into it, which most Americans probably agree with as well. And on taxes, he had a pretty strong answer to Gore, and I do think that Gore's continual harping on the fact that Bush wants to cut people's taxes, even if it's only the way Gore presents it, taxes for the rich, leaves the impression in people's mind that, you know what, Bush wants to cut taxes, and Gore doesn't seem to like tax cuts. Gore, I don't believe tonight, maybe I'm wrong, I don't believe Gore ever mentioned that he's in favor of $500 million of tax cuts. So if you tuned into this debate tonight, I think, I really think you came away thinking Al Gore is a big government liberal, and George Bush is governor of a state who seems to know pretty much what he's talking about and is a moderately conservative outsider running against partisanship in Washington, D.C.
What did you think of the exchange on hate crimes laws? Because that drove deep into the heart of Texas, as it were.
Yeah, it was a little confusing, I thought, when Bush said, well, we have a hate crimes law, and then I think what he really meant is that, well, we convict people for murder.
In fact, they do have a hate crimes law.
Is that right?
Yeah, they do. I mean, he's correct about that.
But Bush opposed the one that the Byrd family
that's right. He opposed the new improved one. But he's got, and apparently he misspoke when he said that all three of those people convicted in that murder were going to be put to death. Apparently, two of them are headed for execution, and one of them, the other one, has been given a life sentence. Bill, let me.
I thought the relish he took when he said that they were going to be executed was sort of charmingly politically incorrect.
Yeah, there was a moment where he seemed almost also ready to be smiling about the fact that these guys were going to be taken care of that way. Bill, let me interrupt for a moment because we've got a chance to talk to Secretary Dick Cheney, who joins us from where he's been watching the debate, and we want to get his reaction. We've invited, I should say before we start, that we've invited Joe Lieberman to come. We're not sure that he will, but Mr. Secretary, we're delighted to have you with us from Killdeer, Illinois. What's your sense about how it went this time?
Well, I thought the governor did very well tonight. I was very proud of him. I thought he was superb on foreign policy and defense issues. Very effective, for example, on education. So I thought he did great.
Well, now, what about Vice President Gore? It's been generally agreed among the people around this table here that he eliminated the tendencies which were so widely criticized the last time. Is it your sense, and I know you're biased in this, but is it your sense he had a better night?
I thought he was better tonight in terms of his personal conduct. That is to say, he didn't go through all the size and the rather rude behavior that he engaged in the first debate. I think the setting was more effective there, but he still had some problems. He basically denied that he'd supported higher fuel prices, when in fact his book calls for higher taxes on fossil fuels. He supported the BTU tax. He was the tie-breaking vote on the last increase in the gasoline tax. So I think he did better, but I think there's still some flaws in his performance.
Go ahead, Mort.
This is Mort Kondracki. Hi, Secretary Cheney. About your debate with Joe Lieberman, one of the things that the Gore people have been saying is that you misstated when you said that your success at the Halliburton Corporation had nothing to do with the government, whereas Halliburton is a major defense contractor and gets contracts from the government. Is that something you'd like to correct?
No, I think I was responding to Joe Lieberman's statement that Al Gore and Bill Clinton had created 22 million jobs. And I got to tell you, from the perspective of the private sector, it looks very different than that. The notion that somehow a government contract is a gift from the government isn't true. What our company did, it's a small part of the business, but was in fact render enormous valuable service to the government, do it far cheaper and far more efficiently than the government could do it, support our troops overseas in a way that required far fewer troops, thousands fewer troops to carry out the mission than would otherwise be the case. They won the contract on a competitive bid basis. It was done in terms of providing enormous value to the government. The government got a great bargain out of that. It was not a gift from the government.
Mr. Cheney, this is Fred Barnes. Al Gore suggested tonight during the debate that you and former President Bush had wrongly left the Clinton administration in a bad situation with Saddam Hussein in Iraq by leaving him in power. How do you respond to that?
Well, when we left, we had a very solid structure with respect to Saddam Hussein. Excuse me. We had the international coalition was intact. The sanctions were in place and effective. The UN inspection regime had been set up and was very effective in terms of stripping the Iraqis of their remaining capacity to produce weapons of mass destruction. We had a very sound, solid structure there when the Clinton-Gore administration came to town. Now that's started to fall apart. You've seen a weakening of the sanctions. The UN inspectors were kicked out a couple of years ago now. There's been absolutely no effective response from the administration on that point. We now have diplomatic relations being reestablished between some of the Gulf states, for example, and Iraq. The French and the Russians interested in making commercial flights into Baghdad. So the regime that was put in place has, I think, come unraveled, and it's primarily because the administration hasn't really tended to it and hasn't retained the credibility with their allies to maintain that structure in place.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for joining us, and please thank the good people of Killdeer behind you for keeping their cheers in check while you did the interview. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Brett.
You bet. And now we're pleased to be joined by yet another former cabinet secretary. This is former Commerce Secretary Bill Daley, who is also the chairman of the Gore campaign, who is with Jim Angle in the place they call Spin Alley. Hey, Jim.
Hello, Brett. Thanks for joining us, Bill. We appreciate it.
Sure, Jim.
Need I ask who you thought came out on top tonight?
Well, I think it was clear Al Gore showed real leadership skills. He was authentic. He was warm. He spoke to the issues of foreign policy and the Texas record. And I think he did a great job. I really do. And I thought he came across very clear to the American people as to why he should be the next president.
Now, the Gore campaign has been saying that Governor Bush can't talk about important issues in a coherent way, that he's a bumbler and a babbler. Was there any evidence of that tonight?
Well, first of all, in foreign policy, all he basically did was agree with the Clinton-Gore administration on almost all of their foreign policy issues. He kept deferring to their policies, and it's ironic that you didn't hear that sort of support over the last 6 years as he's been governor, or even in this campaign, except this evening. So I guess it's fairly easy to be an expert when you just agree with the other guy on everything.
That was your take on
basically, when you go through it, he basically said he agreed in Kosovo, he agreed in Balkans. He said that he wouldn't have all the military troops in Haiti, but there are only about 20 there. And in the Balkans, he said he supported that. But the truth is, he didn't support it till every other primary opponent of his in the Republican primary in the spring came out in favor of it.
Now, Vice President Gore also agreed with Governor Bush on a number of issues.
Right. So it was a good debate. It was a good discussion. I think, however, though, on the issues of when you get to the Texas record, the governor was not clear in. The governor was not clear, and I'm getting somebody else talking in your earplug here, Jim. So he was not very clear on defending his record on health care and he misstated the record on hate crimes. The hate crime bill that he talked about was passed before he was governor.
Right.
Trigger locks he's been against, even though he said he was for them.
Let me ask you about, we're talking about the statement that Mark Fabiani released the other day saying he couldn't talk about issues in a coherent way, that he was babbling and bumbling. The Vice President said tonight that he didn't believe in that and that he wouldn't do that.
Right.
That statement is still on your website, and it's not clear to me whether or not you do, in fact, disavow that statement or whether or not...
I think Al Gore was clear tonight in saying that he doesn't believe that that's the case. On the other hand, I think most of the press spoke last and wrote about statements the governor made in trying to defend and explain his tax plan last Saturday at an event, and it was pretty difficult for anyone at that event to try to figure out exactly what he was trying to say.
Yeah, the Vice President just keeps saying that he was bumbling because he couldn't explain his tax cut well, and he seemed to say that tonight, but he also seemed to indicate that he didn't think it was right to call someone incoherent and a bumbler and babbler. I'm not sure. What is his position, do you think?
His position is that he would not call the governor that, but he does strongly believe that the governor is yet to fully explain his tax plan and how it will truly affect the American people. At the same time, he has been out there clearly explaining and defending his plan from tremendous charges and attacks, personal attacks. I mean, I think you saw again tonight Secretary Cheney take the position as an attack dog once again. I think the governor tried to rise above that sort of stuff tonight, even though on the stump he does a pretty good job of by name attacking Al Gore, which Al Gore has not done in this entire campaign. But once again, Secretary Cheney takes up the position of the attack dog and going right at it.
Now, tonight, in that debate, was there one point where you thought Al Gore landed a punch?
I think he landed a punch when he talked about the Texas record and the governor really was unable to defend it and tried to move the debate back on another subject.
Okay, Bill Daley,
Good,
thanks
Jim.
very much.
Thank you.
Britt, back to you.
All right, Jim, thanks to you and thanks to Secretary Daley. Let's turn now, if we can, to Mike Barone, who is joining us as one of our analysts this evening. And Mike, you were one of those who thought the first time around that more than many other people did, that George W. Bush had done pretty well. What was your sense of how he and Al Gore did this time?
Well, you know, Britt, one of the things that you try to do in a campaign is to frame the issues. And I believe I heard one phrase come out of Al Gore at one point which suggests to me that George W. Bush has had success this last few weeks in framing the issues. Al Gore said, "I am for choice, not command," I believe he said, or words to that effect, not for command and control. And why is he saying that, Britt? Because I think that he understands now, there was evidence in an ABC Washington Post poll that came out today, that Al Gore is increasingly seen as the candidate of big government, and George W. Bush is seen as the candidate of smaller government and of more choices and reforms in government services. It's a point that Bush made several times during the debate tonight, particularly eloquently when he was talking about education, which is one of the issues he obviously cares the most. He used a question on racial discrimination to segue into education. Al Gore didn't get into it until he devoted most most of his closing statement to it. But Bush has also sent this message out through the paid media, through ads where he takes 2 or 3 issues like education, prescription drugs, Social Security, or other things, and makes the point that in each case he favors more choices for people, Gore favors more government. I think on this case, George W. Bush is on the side of where history is headed in this country, and Al Gore is on the side where history has rightly or wrongly been in the past, but has been moving away from since then. I think that Al Gore, if you watched him tonight, was telling us, hey, I'm not for too much government, I'm for some choices for people. And I think Al Gore has gotten the message through the medium of the polls that voters don't want a lot of that government.
You know, Mike, it's interesting because there was a time when we were all talking, particularly at the Democratic Convention, that Gore had laid out this populist and really quite liberal message, and had sort of staked his campaign on it. And of course, when he did so very well in the polls afterwards, it began to seem that the old idea that you couldn't be a liberal anymore and win an election in America, a presidential election in America, had gone by the boards. It is beginning to appear that to the extent George W. Bush has gained, as you suggest, he's gained because he has succeeded in portraying Al Gore in the same way that his father portrayed Michael Dukakis as kind of a card-carrying liberal.
Well, and Al Gore portrayed himself. He quoted his father talking to him about the Great Depression in that speech. That speech struck me at the time as a good speech for a likely to be losing strategy. The margin's close enough in this race. Of course, you can't say for sure either side is going to lose. But the fact is that when you ask people if they want a lot of big government programs, they tend to say no. And when George W. Bush has not been distracted by ads saying rats or stories about them in the New York Times or his own stumbles on the stump, but has sent out his message crisply through ads and in public appearances, and now in tonight's debate, he seems to be doing better, while poor Al Gore seemed to be really muzzled tonight by the fact that the public this year wants to hear consensus-minded talk, not confrontation-minded talk. Al Gore was almost like a muzzled dog tonight, trying not to be confrontational.
All right, Michael, good stuff. We'll be back to you shortly. In the meantime, we got to take a brief break. On the other side of that break, we'll hear more from Mara Lassen and all the rest of the team. Be right back.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced, the most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you're going to get this ready or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, falls all over you. You gotta make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
And Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
Fox News Channel. Powerful all day. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman. Bringing the world to you. Making the issues clearer. Powerful hour to hour. Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Breaking stories, aggressive coverage. Powerful all day, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Fox Monday.
おそらく暗示にかけたんだ。
洗脳弟子に追い込む
科学的に説明してみて。
謎の男。
火を見せ。 あいつの狙いは一つだ。
あなた。
モルダーまでもが
これは命をかけた戦いだ。
操られるのか。
モルダーやれ。
負けちゃダメ。
X ファイル。月曜夜10時。オン Fox。
With help from our friends at speakout.com, we've been able to register tonight the reactions via computer and modem of several thousand voters as they watch this debate. Some Democrats, some Republicans, some independent. And with those results, let's turn it over now to Tony Snow and Juan Williams. Hey, guys.
Hey, Brett. As you just mentioned, we've been charting this with speakout.com, doing what they call a dial group, basically, trying to gauge people's intensity, how much support they may have for various candidates, and we charted it Democrats, Republicans, independents, or in some cases undecided voters. Now, we're joined by Will Feltus of speakout.com, who understands this stuff far better than I do. So first, I'm going to turn it over to Will and let him give a quick and concise summary of what we saw tonight. Then we're going to show some clips from the debate to give you a sense of how people reacted in real time to the ongoing debate between Al Gore and George W. Bush. Will, first give us a summary of what happened tonight.
Well, the short version tonight, Tony, we had about 3,000 people online. 1,100 would be dialing at any one moment. We saw that Bush was getting higher scores from his voters than Gore was getting from his voters. So, again, the intensity is cutting Bush's way.
Now, how about undecided voters, independent voters?
Among undecided voters and independent voters, Bush clearly outscored Gore tonight by 10 to 15 points.
Okay, let's go to the videotape to demonstrate exactly what we're talking about here. First, we're going to show you a little bit of a colloquy about hate crimes. This is an issue on which the two gentlemen disagreed. Let's go to the tape and you'll see what we're talking about.
As for singling people out because of race, you know, James Byrd was singled out because of his race in Texas, and other Americans have been singled out because of their race or ethnicity, and that's why I think that we can embody our values by passing a hate crimes law. I think these crimes are different. I think they're different because they're based on prejudice and hatred, which gives rise to crimes that have not just a single victim, but they're intended to stigmatize and dehumanize a whole group of people.
The three men who murdered James Byrd, guess what's going to happen to them? They're going to be put to death. A jury found them guilty, and it's going to be hard to punish them any worse after they get put to death.
Now, there you see a little bit of a classic crossover. As George W. Bush begins to speak, the Democratic numbers go down, the Republican numbers go up. Juan Williams, we saw a lot of that tonight.
I think we did, and especially if you think about foreign policy, there were times there when you saw the governor saying clearly, we are not in the nation-building business. And what you saw in terms of those lines was the Republican voters responded strongly to that, enthusiastically. Will spoke about intensity. There you saw the Republican intensity. You didn't see that necessarily with the Democrats until Gore got to the Matthew Shepard case, to the idea of that racial hate crime legislation. There you saw the Democrats get very excited. That clearly was a knockout punch, a winner for Gore.
And ironically, Will Feltus, the highest marks George W. Bush got all night was when he was talking about the International Monetary Fund, which is hardly the sort of thing that you think people would get jazzed up about. Another issue that is highly controversial and one on which the two men disagree is guns and gun control. Let's again take a look at the videotape.
I will not do anything to affect the rights of hunters or sportsmen. I think that homeowners have to be respected and their right to have a gun if they wish to. The problem I see is that there are too many guns getting into the hands of children and criminals and people who, for whatever reason, some kind of history of stalking or domestic abuse, really should not be able to get guns.
We need to say loud and clear to somebody, if you're going to carry a gun illegally, we're going to arrest you. If you're going to sell a gun illegally, you need to be arrested. If you commit a crime with a gun, there needs to be absolute certainty in the law. And that needs to, the local law enforcement officials need help at the federal level. Need programs like Project Exile, where the federal government intensifies arresting people who illegally use guns.
Now, in those questions, you saw a pattern that recurred throughout the night, which is independents tended to be trending with Republicans rather than Democrats, although there were some cases in which they were right in between the two. Finally, let us go to an interesting exchange at the very end about Al Gore exaggerations and George Bush's view of those.
I can't promise that I will never get another detail wrong. I can promise you that I will try not to, and hard. But I will promise you this with all the confidence in my heart and in the world, that I will do my best. If I'm elected president, I'll work my heart out to get the big things right for the American people.
But your folks are saying some awful things, and
well, I hope they're not awful things.
Well,
I mean, using the man's own words.
No. I mean, what I mean is you calling him a serial exaggerator.
I don't believe I've used those words.
No, but your campaign has.
Maybe they have.
Your campaign officials have, and your campaign officials, Mr. Vice President, are now calling the governor a bumbler.
Wait a minute.
One of the few moments of levity. In any event, one of the questions is, and we need to remind you that the SpeakOut.com sample, it's not a scientific sample, but it is an accurate representation of what people who say they're Democrats, Republicans, and independents feel about the debate. Will Feltus, one surprise, were many people minds changed tonight?
No, Bush did a good job, but only 6% of the people told us they'd changed their minds when the debate was over.
Juan, any surprises for you?
Well, I think what we saw in the last debate really was more of an independence trending with the Republicans. Here, the independents broke out throughout the night. But as you just heard from Will, I don't think this is really the kind of debate where people are going to walk away and say, oh, you know what, I'm changing my vote. I'm going with the other guy. I think what we've seen is intensity for the Republicans, and maybe that the Democrats feel that Gore wasn't as impassioned and as convincing and as self-assured as he was in the first debate.
All right, Juan Williams, Will Feltus, thanks. We're going to take a break and throw it back to the rest of our colleagues at Team Washington as we continue our wrap of tonight's presidential debate.
Tony, thanks very much. I just had one question for you. If 6% in this sample, what was it, 5,000 people?
At various points, as many as 4,000 or 5,000 people came in, but as Will said...
If 6% said they changed their vote, do we have a sense of which way they broke?
Not yet. We don't know that yet, but we can find out.
Well, as soon as you do, let us know, because that could be a meaningless 3-3, or it could be something more important than that. Anyway, thanks very much, gentlemen, and we'll get back to you later. We got to take a brief break here and pay some bills, but on the other side of that, much more analysis to come. Stay with us.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Power. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Power. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Nobody gives you more original live programming. The power of news to keep you up to date. Shows that go in depth. Issues in context. Topics that matter to you. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Fox News Channel Daytime. The whole story in context. Facts presented fairly. The issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Fox Monday.
救世主を名乗る女子高生。
悪魔の子。
犠牲が必要なんだ。
その真実は。
ミレニアムは決して真実を明かそうとしないわ。ただ葬り去る。何か悪いことが起こるわ。
これは聖書の言葉じゃない。これはサタンの言葉だ。
ミレニアム。月曜夜11時。オンフォックス。
We happen to have a statute on the books that's a hate crime statute in Texas.
Well, may I respond? Sure. I don't want to jump in.
Al Gore restrained himself from the edginess, shall we say, that he had shown throughout much of the first debate and from the reactions to sighing and carrying on while Governor Bush was talking. We got a glimpse there of what might have been a little bit more of the Gore that we had seen before. Any sense of that?
You know, that's painful to watch. I don't want to jump in. I mean, that is so overreacting to the criticism that he got basically from the press and obviously also from focus groups and his own staff. But, you know, he was not natural, not easy, and Bush was totally, I thought, in self-possession, you know, possession of himself and relaxed and easy and won.
Well, let's hold it a second, Fred, because we're going to get a sense from one of George W. Bush's top advisors of how they prepared him for this debate, or at least what they think about it afterwards. Our Carl Cameron is with the governor's Karl Rove. Carl?
Thanks very much, Britt. Well, we've got an opportunity to talk to the chief strategist here now, Karl Rove. The Gore-Lieberman forces out here have about 24 pages of what they say are George Bush exaggerations. Exaggerations only came up when Lara asked the question at the end of the debate. Why didn't the governor make that something in the very early portions of the debate?
Well, I mean, it was appropriate to bring it up in response to a question. I mean, the first 45 minutes were taken up with rather, you know, questions, far-ranging questions on foreign affairs, and then there were a series of topics in between. So it came up at the appropriate time. Lara asked a question about it. The governor got a chance to talk about it.
You think Al Gore was likable this evening?
No, I thought he was a little off his stride. I mean, I think he was so concerned about not sighing and huffing and puffing like he did in the last debate, and also so concerned about not exaggerating like he did in the last debate that he was a little off.
There have been some who have suggested that the governor had a couple of smirks this evening of his own and perhaps a head cold.
Well, he has a head cold. He absolutely has a head cold. He's been trying to shake it for about 10 days now and not with much success. Getting on those airplanes doesn't make it easy to get over the
Those of us in the press corps who look for these things, the nuance of a Bush snort, perhaps, but written off to the head cold, we'll say. Okay, a couple questions on topics tonight. The vice president brought up the James Byrd killing in Texas and suggested that Texas lacks a hate crimes legislation, and the governor responded that, you know what's going to happen to those two convicted murderers? They're going to be put to death. And is there a concern that that may have been a somewhat callous initial reaction?
No, not at all. I mean, these men committed a terrible, brutal, ugly crime, and they deserve the death penalty, and that's what a jury of their peers found them worthy of. Let me say, we do have a hate crimes law in Texas. It was passed in 1993. It was strengthened in 1997. It's a good law because what it says is if hate motivates any crime against anybody on the basis of them being a member of a group or of their beliefs, then additional penalties can be assessed. It does not have a list of who is considered to be part of a protected group or not. Anybody can be can have this assessed against a person who attacks them or commits a crime against them if the motivation behind that attack or crime was hate.
Two questions. Was the governor briefed on the following two things, and why perhaps did he not deal with them? The vice president's assertion that the Texas surplus was used for a tax cut and not helping kids, and the question about whether or not Texas has an appropriate gun check for handgun licenses.
Well, look, absolutely, you know, that's the argument about using the budget surplus for tax break for oil companies is wrong. In that legislative session,
the governor didn't address it, though. Well, but move on.
Yeah, well, there were this was in the midst of about 5 or 6 different attacks that Gore leveled at him, and so he took several of them and dealt with them. But look, let me give you the facts. Texas passed a law providing a tax break, I think it was about $20 million out of a $100 billion budget to small oil producers when oil prices were low. We also passed several $100 million for health care for children, and we passed a $1 billion tax cut that was aimed at primarily low and moderate income homeowners. We passed, in addition to that, we passed a tax cut that we took the sales tax off over the counter medicines, and we created a tax holiday for parents when they went back to school to buy kids their clothes.
We got about 15 seconds on the concealed carry licenses and whether criminals got it. That's another one the governor didn't address.
Well, it was the federal government's fault. I mean, it was Al Gore's administration which failed to deliver the information to the Texas Department of Public Safety within the 60 days they were required to do it. So they were granted provisional licenses. When the federal government finally got around to giving us the information that these guys were bad guys, their license was revoked, and many of them were then suffered criminal penalties because they'd applied for the license under false pretenses.
Karl Rove, thanks very much. We'll let you loose back in the spin room. Thank you very much. Britt, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Carl. Thanks to you, and thanks to the other Carl. We got a brief break we got to take here right now. Much more analysis to come on the other side of that. Stay tuned.
got the tickets? You bet I'm there. I'll pick you up. Oh, wait a second. You know, I can't make it. No, I can't. Yeah, it's pretty important. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. There's Daddy's little girl.
Opinions. I have them, you have them. In fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith. Powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paul Lazan. Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
You know, some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today? There you go.
Channel B.
Channel B. Channel B.
Channel B.
Check it out now.
Channel B 24時間 100% ミュージック US、UK のトップヒット On Air Concert Music News スター独占インタビュー and more International Music Scene をそのまま Catch What does the V stand for? Channel B
Fox Tonight
時代がやってくる
ついに始まる最後の対決
地獄の口が開いてマスターが現れ世界が終わろうとしてる
バフィーの運命は
マスターに会えるのね
よく来た
どうなっちゃうの
明日の晩マスターと対決してバフィーは死ぬ
私16歳なのよ
お前こそが私を自由にする
バフィー恋する十字架今夜10時 On Fox
Time now for some final thoughts from our team of analysts here who have just watched this second presidential debate. Let's go first to Mara Liasson, who joins us from our studios in New York. Mara, I promised to get back to you right away a long time ago. I apologize.
Yeah, no, I thought it was interesting. You know, last time in the post-debate analysis, most of us gave the last debate to Gore on points. Little did we know how much the sighing and the annoying demeanor would really affect voters' verdict on the debate if you assume that that's what's responsible for Bush's uptick since the first debate. And I think those are the kinds of things people relate to, not only because people like us talk about it a lot, but it's easier to understand Gore's annoying demeanor than it is the details of the Kyoto Agreement. I think tonight the onus was on Gore to do something, to make up some headway. He didn't do that. He wasn't able to do that. I think it was left as a contest of demeanor, and I think on that level, Gore can't beat Bush for likability.
Thank you, Mara. Let's turn now to Bill Kristol for some final remarks from him from Orlando. Bill?
I guess I'd also say, though, there was a real contrast on issues. I mean, Bush sounded pretty conservative on a lot of standard issues, ranging from taxes to guns, and Gore sounded more liberal, and I think Gore sounded more liberal than he wanted to sound. I think Bush succeeded in pushing Gore a little more into the corner of big government liberalism than Al Gore, as a Bill Clinton New Democrat, would have wished.
All right, Bill, thank you very much, and thanks for joining us tonight. Let's turn now to Michael Barone. Michael?
Reminded me, Britt, of the first
Kennedy-Nixon debate. You have a challenger from the out party, from a distinguished family, running against an incumbent vice president of an administration generally considered successful by people, and yet it's the incumbent vice president who is saying, I agree with the challenger, I agree with Mr. Bush, I agree with the governor, who is accepting his framing of the issues and is trying to say that he too, like George W. Bush, believes in choices rather than centralized command and control. I take this as a sign that Bush has had considerable success in framing the issues, and I think he showed a level of knowledge and suppleness in the use of history. For example, when Gore brought up the interwar between World War I and World War II period as a time when we didn't do enough nation building, George W. Bush said, no, that was a time when we didn't spend enough money on defense. I've been covering Bush closely since he started running for governor of Texas in '93. I had not expected to hear from him that kind of suppleness in the use of history, as well as knowing the proper name of Eastern Timor and Victor Chernomyrdin. So I think that this had a positive effect for George W. Bush last night.
All right, Michael, thanks very much. Let's turn now to the Beltway boys here on the set with me. First, Fred Barnes.
Well, you know what impressed me the most is how much better Bush was in the second debate than the first debate. It's like a baseball player in his second game in the big leagues and going 3 for 4. And the particular way he did it was he was able to turn issues, whatever was under discussion, he could turn it to some issue that would help him. When it was on the Texas record, he moved it to what hadn't been done in Washington by the Clinton administration. When it was racial discrimination, that led him into a soliloquy about his own education proposal. When it was on guns, then he started to talk about Littleton and the aftermath of that shooting in Colorado. On hate crimes, then he started talking about the death penalty, which after all is still pretty popular in the country. And then Mike just mentioned another one. When Gore was talking about nation building, he turned it into his issue, which was building up the defense. Very, very deftly done. And I'll have to say, as Mike said, I didn't really think Bush was capable of doing this, but he pulled it off.
Lord Kondracki, you get the last word here.
Right. I thought that that Gore sounded bureaucratic on a lot of these and evasive and indefinite on a lot of answers on guns, on hate crimes, and so on, theoretical, whereas Bush was direct, simple. Stated his opinion flatly, defended himself very well, even on the Texas record, by turning it back on the federal government's failings. And I don't know what Gore is going to do for in the third debate. It seems to me that he ought to drop what his advisors are telling him, quit looking at what focus groups in the press are saying, and just play Harry Truman if that's the person that he wants to be, and fight against it absolutely, and just let it rip. I don't see how he can do anything else.
The third debate, though, Bush, assuming that he gets a little bounce out of this debate, which I think he may, can sit on the ball. I mean, he can be. It can be just no mistakes. Just be totally disciplined. Look, he was pretty disciplined in this debate. I think he'd be even more disciplined and say less in the third debate.
Well, we'll know pretty soon because the instant polls will be upon us, and we'll be around this very table to analyze them on Special Report, and of course we'll be there to cover the next debate in much the same way as we've covered this one. But our coverage tonight is not over. There is a special edition of Hannity and Colmes coming up right out of this one with a great team of guests, and of course Sean and Alan. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, that does it from us here in Washington. Good night.
You know, some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today?
Mother Nature takes her toll, raging against the elements. Fox News Channel is there, bringing you the updates. From the eye of the storms to the aftermath of destruction, make Fox News Channel your only source for complete and up-to-the-minute reports.
胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っているエンターテイメントが待っている
Fox Thursday
夜9時、バートのライフスタイルがなぜか大ブレイク。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、ついにマスターとの対決。バフィーが死んじゃうって本当？ バフィー恋する十字架夜11時海底の魔物が目を覚ました X ファイル
Fox Friday
夜9時服役中の助手が妊娠しているミレニアム夜10時強烈な個性がリングでぶつかる空前絶後のバトルエンターテイメントワールドレスリングフェデレーション
Fox Saturday
夜9時ヘリコプターの救出は危険がいっぱい人命救助 SOS 夜10時凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル夜11時全米警察24時夜12時アクセルが大惨事の引き金に史上最悪のドライバー胸騒ぎの夜フォックスが待っているエンターテイメントが待っている
Fox Thursday
シンプソンズバフィー恋する十字架 X ファイル
Fox Friday
ミレニアムワールドレスリングフェデレーション
Fox Saturday
人命救助 SOS 凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル全米警察24時史上最悪のドライバー吹き抜けるハリウッドの風今日本にもうフォックスしかない
And it has stayed away from negative attacks. Gore went into the chapel behind me trying to come across as more likable. Bush went in trying to come across as more knowledgeable. For the first half hour was a gentleman's discussion on foreign policy. Some other topics were gun control, education, and racial profiling. Towards the end, the subject of name-calling arose.
Your campaign officials, Mr. Vice President, are now calling the governor a bumbler.
Wait a minute.
I mean, my point is,
I don't use language like that, and I don't think that we should.
The final presidential debate will take place next Tuesday at Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri. It will be a town hall format with the audience asking the questions. In Winston-Salem, Colin Spencer, Fox News.
And I'll be back at the top of the hour with another update. But first, stay tuned for Hannity and Combs. They'll debate the debate. You're watching the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. Stay with us.
Hi, welcome to this special edition of Hannity and Combs. I'm Alan Combs. We hope you'll join us for the next hour and a half as we debate tonight's presidential debate. Republican National Committee Chairman Jim Nicholson and Democratic National Committee General Chair Ed Rendell will join us. California Congressman David Dreyer, Florida Congressman Alcee Hastings will duke it out. But first, foreign policy seemed to take center stage at tonight's debate. Vice President Gore and Governor Bush tackled the Middle East, Africa, and Kosovo, but they also looked at the problems at home and took on everything from race to education. Here's one of the highlights.
Anybody would have a hard time trying to make a tax cut plan that's so large that would put us into such big deficits that gives almost half the benefits to the wealthiest of the wealthy. I think anybody would have a hard time explaining that clearly in a way that makes sense to the average person.
That's the kind of exaggeration I was just talking about.
Well, I wasn't the one having trouble explaining it.
Well, how did the candidates do in their second presidential debate? We are now joined in Washington by former House Speaker Newt Gingrich. Mr. Speaker, nice to have you with us.
It's good to be with you, Alan.
How do you score it?
Well, I just want to say I'm proud of you, Alan, for sticking around. After watching what I think was a pretty brilliant strategy here. I mean, notice what happened tonight. Al Gore, who we all were told for months and months was going to be dominant, was going to use foreign policy to prove George Bush was incapable, was going to crowd Bush out of the scene in the three debates, was so bad in the first debate that in the second debate, he sort of sat there almost as though he were tongue-tied, careful not to offend, careful not to break in, careful not to breathe too heavily, and certainly careful not to contradict too much. And you ended up in the first 45 minutes, if you were to go back through and not know who was who and ask any reasonable person to watch that, you could never have suggested that Governor George W. Bush was inadequate in foreign policy based on tonight's performance. Well, I think, frankly, in terms of just substantive knowledge and command of the situation, he did much better than I thought he would do in foreign policy, and I suspect totally reassured the American people that he's capable of being president, and I think that's a big problem for Al Gore.
Well, one of the mistakes he made happened to be on Haiti, where he said, you know, we ought
when asked where we should take troops from, and he said Haiti. And he would, as Al Gore pointed out, most of the troops are gone. They're out of Haiti already. So he made a little mistake there. He seemed less sure-footed in the first half hour, though, Mr. Speaker, didn't he, on foreign policy than he did later in the debate when he seemed to get more comfortable on more domestic issues.
Oh, I think there's no question that education is his particular passion. And when you get him talking about education, he really gets very, very intense. And I think in that sense that you can see where George Bush's heart is, partly, I suspect, because of his wife and her role as a school librarian and the degree to which the two of them have truly been committed to strong education reform in Texas. But the important thing here was you had a man in Vice President Gore for whom I think this was his 47th debate in his career. This was the 9th time in George W. Bush's career that he was debating like this, the 2nd time he's ever debated nationally. My sense was he had improved dramatically from a week ago. And I think that's a very important comment. I also think, Alan, as an analyst now, I mean, obviously, I'm a Republican. I'm for George W.
Wait a minute, you're a Republican? Now you're telling us? Okay, all right.
You have to help him out later on, Sean. So this is a tough night for him. But as an analyst, this is my view of the race. If the country believes Bush is capable of being president, he's going to win the election, because I think ultimately the country is not comfortable with 4 more years of the Clinton-Gore team. If the country is convinced that Bush is not capable of being president, it will, in fact, elect Al Gore. Gore's challenge is, and you know this from if you go back and read the clippings prior to last week, the Gore campaign was convinced that when they got to the debates, George W. Bush would be inadequate, that Gore would push him to one side as he did Bradley and as he did Perot. And the fact is that their strategy now is in a shambles. They've only got 4 weeks left. And I think their candidate is in such a bad position, he couldn't even very aggressively argue tonight because he was afraid he'd turn people off.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it really the case now that Gore's in a box? I mean, it's almost fascinating to me. Al Gore went into this debate trying to conceal his real personality. George Bush went in, you could see he was laid back, he was relaxed, he was thoughtful, you know, trying to get people to know him better, the real George W. Bush, which goes to the heart of what a terrible position the vice president's in. People don't like the real Al Gore because he's mean-spirited, he rolls his eyes, he sighs a lot, and they don't like, it's so transparent, he's being a phony in this debate tonight. I mean, I think he's got himself some real personality trouble here.
I don't agree with you there, Sean. I think that people were much more offended a week ago when he was sighing, interrupting, breaking in, appearing to be sort of almost like a teenager in a high school debate. I think people probably watching Gore tonight respected his self-restraint, respected the fact that it was actually a pretty much closer to the Cheney-Lieberman style dialogue than a petty debate.
All right, but Mr. Speaker, aren't we looking at something here? I mean, didn't we see the real Al Gore, who's the aggressive Al Gore? But yet he has to rein that in and become something he's not. You add this to the exaggerations and the flip-flops throughout his entire career, and you see somebody who will do and say anything, including get advice on how to be an alpha male and what clothes to wear to be, you know, he'll do anything to be president.
Well, I don't want to shock you by being too partial to Al Gore, but I mean, I've known Al for a long time. I don't think Al is automatically, the vice president is automatically a hostile, aggressive, nasty person. I think that was a style they had adopted. I'm told that the Bradley people noticed the same behavior in their debate. I think it's a learned style, but I don't think that the Al Gore that for example, when we sit together...
I went back and watched all his old debates. I watched them back when he was running for president in '88 against Gephardt and Jesse Jackson. We watched him against Ross Perot. We watched him against Dan Quayle, who I thought did the best against him until Bush. And he was always aggressive, always on the attack, and he's come under such fire for this. It's once again Al Gore changing his clothes, changing into an alpha male, changing his position on issues, and now changing his debate style. You know, will the real Al Gore please stand up?
But the real Al Gore is an ambitious person who has studied how to lead the country. He's studied how to engage in politics. And in that sense, he's a fairly, I mean, he is a disciplined person. You have to give him credit that clearly, if what you just said is right, This guy, in one short week, changed his style almost 100%.
Well, wait a minute. He was Sean, he was no good when he was sighing and overly aggressive, and he was no good tonight when he changed it, right?
Hey, Alan, we just want a real person,
I think
not
Newt's,
a plastic
we got
phony
one more segment with Newt, who I think is about to come out for Gore, based on what he just said. Later on, Congressman David Dreyer and Alcee Hastings square off on tonight's debate. Stay with us. Lots of debate ahead about the debate on the special edition of Hannity and Combs.
You know, some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today? There you go.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith. Powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paul Lazan. Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
Fox News Channel Daytime, the whole story in context. Facts presented fairly, the issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced, the most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel, we report, you decide.
Fox, Monday.
救世主を名乗る女子高生。
悪魔の子。
犠牲が必要なんだ。
その真実は。
ミレニアムは決して真実を明かそうとしないわ。ただ葬り去る。何か悪いことが起こるわ。
これは聖書の言葉じゃない。これはサタンの言葉だ。
ミレニアム。月曜夜11時。オン。
Welcome back to Hannity and Combs. I'm Sean Hannity, and we got much more on the way tonight. Congressman David Dreyer, our good friend, and also Alcee Hastings. That debate's straight ahead, but right now we continue our conversation with former House Speaker Newt Gingrich. I'm not finished with this multiple personality in Gore. I want to get into it a little deeper here. Right. But I think we're getting to something here. A guy that has to hire somebody to pick out his clothes, tell him how to be a male, has flip-flopped on just about every major issue, abortion, guns, straight on down the line. A guy that shows one personality, and now he's changing here. Clearly, he's not his own man, Mr. Speaker. I mean, you agree with you don't agree with that?
Well, let me say, I'd approach it from a different angle. George W. Bush is clearly very comfortable being George W. Bush and is limited by that reality. And he's not going to get up and throw 712 facts at you. He's not going to get in the middle of a big fight. He believes deeply in a bringing together, positive, almost avoiding confrontation style, which he thinks has worked for him as governor and gotten things done. Right. And it's who he really is. Al Gore, I think it's fair to say, is a more professional politician in that he's prepared to learn whatever set of skills he thinks are useful, and I think that's not I don't think it's quite as bad as you suggest it is. But the difference is that when you get in a television camera, as you two both know as professionals, the camera unveils parts of you that people pick up subliminally, non-verbally. And I think that George W. Bush, in the McLuhan sense, is a cool personality who is comfortable and in the living room comes across comfortable with himself. I think Gore was much better, and frankly, I think he was better tonight. I think the first debate, he was a hot personality in the McLuhan sense that turns people off. The problem for Gore now is that because he's now behind, and I think strategically he's more behind than the polls indicate so far, that he somehow has to be able to block Bush without being seen to be too confrontational.
Well, I agree with that. But also, Bush went in, he was poised, exceeded everybody's expectations, clearly comfortable, as you pointed out, with foreign policy, in a lot of detail, I may add. And I think clearly he set the tone of the entire debate. And I thought Al Gore started playing Bush's game and had to reach up to his level. But go ahead.
Let me make two observations. One is, just for my former colleagues and others, it's important to notice that part of Bush's statement about foreign policy was the importance of America working together as one voice in the world. And on several occasions, I think he scored points by siding with the administration rather than automatically being a partisan.
I agree with that.
And I think the country feels strongly about that. I thought that was a positive.
You make that point, Mr. Speaker, because I want to show now a piece of the debate early on where continually over and over again, I'm going to show you a second part later on in tonight's show where everything that Gore said, Bush agreed with. Let's take a look at this part of the debate.
During this difficult period, we ought to be speaking with one voice, and I appreciate the way the administration has worked hard to calm the tensions. This current administration has worked hard to keep the parties at the table. I will try to do the same thing. I thought that the president made the right decision in joining NATO and bombing Serbia in terms of forcing troop withdrawals on a timetable that wasn't in necessarily our best interest or fit our nation's strategy. And so I think it's good public policy. I think it worked, and I'm pleased I made the decision I made. I'm pleased the president made the decision he made.
You know, I think Bush is going to vote for Gore, based on that.
No. There's a distinction here. Just as Gore and Lieberman both voted for Desert Storm and the war under President Bush against Iraq, I think here you have Governor Bush, and I think this is a very healthy recreation of a genuinely bipartisan effort to have America lead the world by knitting together some kind of framework. But let me make one other observation before you guys kick me off the show. The most interesting single moment to me tonight was when Gore went out of his way to reassure hunters that he wasn't going to take away their guns. I mean, think about it from a normal liberal position. Here's a guy who doesn't start by talking about gun control. He doesn't talk about gun registration. He starts by reassuring sportsmen. And I think if you think about what are the states that are in doubt? Michigan, Pennsylvania,
swing states,
Missouri, Wisconsin. These are states that have a lot of folks who go hunting who are blue-collar Union Democrats who don't want to be told that some New York City liberal or Los Angeles liberal is going to tamper with their guns. And I thought it was fascinating to have Gore start from a pro-gun position in each of his answers.
One of the myths about liberals is that they want to confiscate guns, and that's a slippery slopeism on the left, which isn't really true in a lot of cases. Gun control doesn't mean gun confiscation.
In a lot of cases. I like the way you modify that, Alan, as opposed to some of your liberal friends who do want to confiscate.
I don't have any liberal friends.
All his friends are liberal.
I have no liberal.
All his friends. And by the way, I think Gore agreed with Bush more than Bush agreed with Gore. We'll go back and count it up by tomorrow. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good to see you.
Thank you, guys.
And coming up next, Congressman Alcee Hastings, David Dreyer. They do battle next. I'm sure it'll be livelier than Bush and Gore. And later, it's the battle of the party chairs. Ed Rendell, Jim Nicholson. They're in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. We'll get their reaction to tonight's big debate. Later on, my good friend, Congressman J.D. Hayworth, and also Pat Halpin will be stopping by. That's all straight ahead. A busy night coming up on Hannity and Combs.
Brit Hume, plus analysis from the Beltway boys, Fred Barnes and Mort Kondracki, and contributors Mara Liasson, Michael Barone, and Bill Crystal, plus debate reaction with Tony Snow and Juan Williams. Now, live from the Fox News headquarters in Washington, Brit Hume.
And welcome to Fox News Channel's coverage of the third and final presidential debate between Governor George W. Bush and Vice President Al Gore. Tonight, the candidates are on the campus of Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri. Before the event begins, let's go inside, where it's very quiet, to Fox News correspondent Jim Angle, who covers the Gore campaign. Hello, Jim.
Hello, Britt. Well, Al Gore loves town meetings. Now, some voters thought he was pushy in the first debate and passive in the second, so his advisors are hoping for surgical strikes against Governor Bush tonight, but in a tone that won't seem nasty. Britt?
Thanks, Jim. Spin Alley, otherwise known as the press room, is the next stop. Fox News correspondent Carl Cameron with the Bush campaign is there. Hi, Carl.
Hi, Brett. Well, Bush aides admit they're a little apprehensive about this town hall-style format because it's a Gore strength and not one of Bush's favorites. They were expecting a lot of Gore attacks tonight, but with the death of Missouri Governor Mel Carnahan, they think it may not be a night for partisanship and perhaps a better opportunity for the governor. Brett?
Thank you, Carl. Following the debate, we'll have reaction and complete analysis from our team here. The event tonight will begin with comments about the death of Missouri Governor Mel Carnahan. Now to the moderator of this event, Jim Lehrer of PBS.
Good evening from the Field House at Washington University in St. Louis. I'm Jim Lehrer of the NewsHour on PBS. And I welcome you to this third and final Campaign 2000 debate between the Democratic candidate for president, Vice President Al Gore, and the Republican candidate, Governor George W. Bush of Texas. Let's welcome the candidates now.
Hey, Jim. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. How you doing? Nice to see you. Governor, welcome. Good to be back. Nice to see you. Howdy. How are you all?
Before proceeding tonight, we would like to observe a moment of silence in memory of Governor Mel Carnahan of Missouri, who, along with his son and his former chief of staff, died in a private plane crash last night near St. Louis. A reminder, as we continue now, that these debates are sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The formats and the rules were worked out by the Commission and the two campaigns. Tonight's questions will be asked by St. Louis area voters who were identified as being uncommitted by the Gallup organization. Earlier today, each of them wrote a question on a small card like this. Those cards were collected and then given to me this afternoon. My job, under the rules of the evening, was to decide the order the questions will be asked and to call on the questioners accordingly. I also had the option of asking follow-ups, which, in order to get to more of the panel's questions, for the record, I plan to do sparingly and mostly for clarifications. The audience participants are bound by the following rule. They shall not ask follow-up questions or otherwise participate in the extended discussion. And the questioner's microphone will be turned off after he or she completes asking the question. Those are the rules. As in Winston-Salem last week, no single answer or response from a candidate can exceed 2 minutes. There is an audience here in the hall, and they have promised to remain absolutely quiet, as did their predecessors this year in Boston, Danville, and Winston-Salem. Before we begin, a correction from last week's debate. I was wrong when I said Vice President Gore's campaign commercials had called Governor Bush a bumbler. That specific charge was made in a press statement by Gore campaign spokesman Mark Fabiani, not in a TV guide.
I'm glad you clarified that.
In a TV ad. Now, let's go to the first question. Of over the 130 questions we received from this panel, we will begin with one of the 19 on health issues, and it goes to you, Mr. Vice President, and it will be asked by James Hankins. Mr. Hankins?
How do you feel about HMOs and insurance companies making the critical decisions that affect people's lives instead of the medical professionals? And why are the HMOs and insurance companies not held accountable for their decisions?
Mr. Hankins, I don't feel good about it, and I think we ought to have a patient's Bill of Rights to take the medical decisions away from the HMOs and give them back to the doctors and the nurses. I want to come back and tell you why, but if you will forgive me, I would like to say something right now at the beginning of this debate, following on the moment of silence for Mel Carnahan and Randy Carnahan and Chris Sifford. Tipper and I we're good friends with Mel and Randy, and I know that all of us here want to extend our sympathy and condolences to Gene and the family and to the Sifford family. And I'd just like to say that this debate, in a way, is a living tribute to Mel Carnahan, because he loved the vigorous discussion of ideas in our democracy. He was a fantastic governor of Missouri. This state became one of the top 5 in the nation for health care coverage for children under his leadership. One of the best in advancing all kinds of benefits for children to grow up healthy and strong. And of course, this debate also takes place at a time when the tragedy of the USS Cole is on our minds and hearts. And insofar as the memorial services tomorrow, I would like to also extend sympathy to the families of those who have died and those who are still missing, and the injured. Now, Mr. Hankins, I think that the situation that you describe has gotten completely out of hand. Doctors are giving prescriptions, they're recommending treatments, and then their recommendations are being overruled by HMOs and insurance companies. That is unacceptable. I support a strong national patients' Bill of Rights. It is actually a disagreement between us. The national law that is pending on this, the Dingell-Norwood bill, a bipartisan bill, is one that I support and that the governor does not.
2 minutes response, Governor Bush.
I too want to extend my prayers to the and blessings, God's blessings on the families whose lives were overturned last night. It was a tragic moment. Actually, Mr. Vice President, it's not true. I do support a National Patients' Bill of Rights. As a matter of fact, I brought Republicans and Democrats together to do just that in the state of Texas, to get a Patients' Bill of Rights through. It requires a different kind of leadership style to do it, though. You see, in order to get something done on behalf of the people, you have to put partisanship aside. And that's what we did in my state. We've got one of the most advanced Patients' Bill of Rights. It says, for example, that a woman doesn't have to go through a gatekeeper to go to her gynecologist. It says that you can't gag a doctor. A doctor can advise you. The HMO, the insurance company, can't gag that doctor from giving you full advice. In this particular bill, it allows patients to choose a doctor, their own doctor if they want to. But we did something else that was interesting. We're one of the first states that said you can sue an HMO for denying you proper coverage. Now, there's what's called an independent review organization that you have to go through first. It says if you got a complaint with your insurance company, you can take your complaint to an objective body. And if the objective body rules on your behalf, the insurance company must follow those rules. However, if the insurance company doesn't follow the findings of the IRO, then that becomes a cause of action in a court of law. It's time for our nation to come together and do what's right for the people. And I think this is right for the people. I support a National Patients' Bill of Rights, Mr. Vice President. And I want all people covered. I don't want the law to supersede good law like we got in Texas.
Governor,
I think
time is up, sir.
Jim, we have a direct disagreement on this.
Just a minute, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to, the way the rules go here now, 2 minutes, and then I'll decide whether we go on, okay? Right. So what I want to make sure is we understand here is before we go on to another question in the health area, would you agree that you two agree on a National Patients' Bill of Rights?
Absolutely, absolutely not. I referred to the Dingell-Norwood bill. It is the bipartisan bill that is now pending in the Congress. The HMOs and the insurance companies support the other bill that's pending, the one that the Republican majority has put forward. They like it because it doesn't accomplish what I think really needs to be accomplished, to give the decisions back to the doctors and nurses and to give you a right of appeal to somebody other than the HMO or insurance company, let you go to the nearest emergency room without having to call an HMO before you call 911, to let you see a specialist if you need to. And it has strong bipartisan support. It is being blocked by the Republican leadership in the Congress. And I specifically would like to know whether Governor Bush will support the Dingell-Norwood bill, which is the main one pending.
Governor Bush, you may answer that if you'd like, but also I'd like to know how you see the differences between the two of you, and we need to move on.
Well, the difference is that I can get it done. That I can get something positive done on behalf of the people. That's what the question in this campaign is about. It's not only what's your philosophy and what's your position on issues, but can you get things done? And I believe I can.
All right.
What about the Dingell-Norwood bill?
All right, we're going to go now to
I'm not
another...
quite through. Let me finish.
All right, yes, go.
I talked about the principles and the issues that I think are important in a patient's Bill of Rights. You know, there's this kind of Washington, D.C. focus, well, it's in this committee, or it's got this sponsor. If I'm the president, we're going to have emergency room care, we're going to have gag orders, women will have direct access to OBGYN, people will be able to take their HMO insurance company to court. That's what I've done in Texas, and that's the kind of leadership style I'll bring to Washington.
All right, the next question also on a health issue is from, it will be asked by Marie Payne Clapey. And it goes to Governor Bush.
Are either of you concerned with... I gotta put my glasses on.
Here you go.
I've got...
Okay. Are either of you concerned with finding some feasible way to lower the price of pharmaceutical drugs, such as education on minimizing intake, revamp of the FDA process, or streamline the drug companies' procedures instead of just finding more money to pay for them?
Well, that's a great question. I think one of the problems we have, particularly for seniors, is there's no prescription drug coverage in Medicare, and therefore when they have to try to purchase drugs, they do so on their own. There's no kind of collective bargaining. There's no power of purchasing amongst seniors. So I think step one to make sure prescription drugs is more affordable for seniors, and those are the folks who really rely upon prescription drugs a lot these days, is to reform the Medicare system, is to have prescription drugs as an integral part of Medicare once and for all. The problem we have today is that, like the Patient's Bill of Rights, particularly with health care, there's a lot of bickering in Washington, D.C. It's kind of like a political issue as opposed to a people issue. So what I want to do is I want to call upon Republicans and Democrats to forget all the arguing and finger pointing and come together and take care of our seniors with a prescription drug program that says we'll pay for the poor seniors, we'll help all seniors with prescription drugs. In the meantime, I think it's important to have what's called immediate helping hand, which is direct money to states so that seniors, poor seniors, don't have to choose between food and medicine. That's a part of an overall overhaul. But purchasing power is important. I'm against price controls. I think price controls would hurt our ability to continue important research and development. Drug therapies are replacing a lot of medicines as we used to know it. One of the most important things is to continue the research and development component. And so I'm against price controls. Expediting drugs through the FDA makes sense, of course. Allowing the new bill that was passed in the Congress made sense to allow for drugs that were sold overseas to come back and other countries to come back into the United States. That makes sense. But the best thing to do is to reform Medicare.
Vice President Gore, 2 minutes.
All right, here we go again. Now look, if you want someone who will spend a lot of words describing a whole convoluted process and then end up supporting legislation that is supported by the big drug companies, this is your man. If you want someone who will fight for you and who will fight for the middle-class families and working men and women who are sick and tired of having their parents and grandparents pay higher prices for prescription drugs than anybody else, then I want to fight for you. And you asked a great question, because it's not only seniors. Listen, for 24 years, I have never been afraid to take on the big drug companies. They do some great things. They discover great new cures, and that's great. We want them to continue that. But they are now spending more money on advertising and promotion, you see all these ads, than they are on research and development. And they're trying to artificially extend the monopoly patent protection so they can keep charging these very high prices. I want to streamline the approval of the competing generic drugs and the new kinds of treatments that can compete with them so that we bring the price down for everybody. Now, briefly, let me tell you how my prescription drug plan works. The governor talked about Medicare. I propose a real prescription drug benefit under Medicare for all seniors, and here's how it works. You pick your own doctor, and nobody can take that away from you. The doctor chooses the prescription that you need, and nobody can overrule your doctor. You go to your own pharmacy, and then Medicare pays half the price. If you're poor, they pay all of it. If you have extraordinarily high cost, then they pay all over $4,000 out of pocket. And I'll bring new competition to bring the price down, and if you pass the big drug companies' bill, nothing will happen.
All right, another health question. It comes from Vicki French, and it's for you, Vice President Gore. Vicki French, where are you? Oh, there she is. Yes.
We spend billions of dollars every year on taxes, or pay billions of dollars in taxes. Would you be open to the idea of a national health care plan for everybody? And if not, why? If so, is this something you would try to implement if you're elected into office, and what would you do to implement this plan?
I think that we should move step by step toward universal health coverage, but I am not in favor of government doing it all. We've spent 65 years now on the development of a hybrid system, partly private, partly public. And 85% of our people have health insurance, 15% don't. That adds up to 44 million people. That is a national outrage. We have got to get health coverage for those who do not have it. And we've got to improve the quality for those who do, with a Patient's Bill of Rights that's real and that works, the Dingell-Norwood bill. And we have got to fill in the gaps in coverage by finally bringing parity for the treatment of mental illness, because that's been left out. We've got to deal with long-term care. Now, here are the steps that I would take first of all. I will make a commitment to bring health care coverage of high quality that is affordable to every single child in America within 4 years. And then we'll fill other gaps by covering the parents of those children when the family is poor, or up to 2.5 times the poverty rate. I want to give a tax credit for the purchase of individual health insurance plans. I want to give small business employers a tax credit, 25%, to encourage the providing of health insurance for the employees in small businesses. I want to give seniors who are, well, the near elderly, I don't like that term because I'm just about in that category. But those 55 to 65 ought to be able to buy into Medicare for premiums that are reasonable and fair and significantly below what they have to get now. Now, we have a big difference on this, and you need to know the record here. Under Governor Bush, Texas has sunk to be 50th out of 50 in health insurance for their citizens. Last week, he said that they were spending $3.7 billion, or $4.7 billion on this.
Mr. Vice President?
Okay.
Time is up. Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
I'm absolutely opposed to a national health care plan. I don't want the federal government making decisions for consumers or for providers. I remember what the administration tried to do in 1993. They tried to have a national health care plan. And fortunately, it failed. I trust people. I don't trust the federal government. It's going to be one of the themes you hear tonight. I don't want the federal government making decisions on behalf of everybody. There is an issue with the uninsured. There sure is. And we've got uninsured people in my state. Ours is a big state, fast-growing state. We share a common border with another nation. But we're providing health care for our people. One thing about insurance, that's a Washington term. Question is, are people getting health care? And we've got a strong safety net, and there needs to be a safety net in America. There needs to be more community health clinics where the poor can go get health care. We need a program for the uninsured. They've been talking about it in Washington, D.C. The number of uninsured have now gone up for the past 7 years. We need a $2,000 credit rebate for people, working people who don't have insurance. They can get in the marketplace and start purchasing insurance. We need to have allow small businesses to write insurance across jurisdictional lines so small business can afford health care. Small restaurants can afford health care. And so health care needs to be affordable and available. Well, we got to trust people to make decisions with their lives. In the Medicare reform I talk about, it says if you're a senior, you can stay in Medicare if you like it, and that's fine. But we're going to give you other choices to choose if you want to do so, just like they do the federal employees. The people who work in Washington, D.C. for the U.S. Congress or the United States Senate get a variety of choices to make in their lives. And that's what we ought to do for all people in America. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Governor?
Could I have a follow-up?
Not paying attention to my lights very well.
No, right now. Education.
Trying to find my light.
These folks submitted 18 questions on education, and the first one is that we will be asked on education. Will go to you, Governor, and will be asked by Angie Pettig. Angie Pettig, where are you? There she is. Governor, right there.
Oh, thanks. Hi, Angie.
I've heard a lot about education and the need to hold teachers and schools accountable, and I certainly agree with that. But as an individual with an educational background and also a parent, I have seen a lot of instances where the parents are unresponsive to the teachers or flat out uninvolved in their child's education. How do you intend to not only hold the teachers and schools accountable, but also hold parents accountable?
Well, you know, it's hard to make people love one another. I wish I knew the law, because I'd darn sure sign it. I wish I knew the law that said all of us should be good parents. One of the things the next president must do is to remind people that if we're going to have a responsible period in America, that each of us must love our children with all our heart and all our soul. I happen to believe strong accountability encourages parental involvement, though. I think when you measure and post results on the internet or in the town newspapers, most parents say, wait a minute, my child's school isn't doing what I want it to do, and therefore become involved in education. I recognize there are some who just don't seem to care. But there are a lot of parents who feel like everything is going well in their child's school, and all of a sudden they wake up and realize that, wait a minute, standards aren't being met. That's why I'm so strong for accountability. I believe we ought to measure a lot. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th grade. We do so in my state of Texas. One of the good things we've done in Texas is we've got strong accountability, because you can't cure unless you know. You can't solve a problem unless you diagnose it. I strongly believe that one of the best things to encourage parental involvement also is to know that the classrooms will be safe and secure. That's why I support a Teacher Liability Act at the federal level that says if a teacher or principal upholds reasonable standards of classroom discipline, they can't be sued. They can't be sued. I think parents will be more involved with education when they know their children's classrooms are safe and secure as well. I also believe that we need to say to people that if you cannot meet standards, there has to be a consequence. Instead of just the kind of the soft bigotry of low expectations, that there has to be a consequence. We can't continue to shuffle children through school. And one of the consequences is to allow parents to have different choices.
Vice President Gore?
Yeah, we have a huge difference between us on this question. I'd like to start by telling you what my vision is. I see a day in the United States of America where all of our public schools are considered excellent, world class, where there are no failing schools, where the classrooms are small enough in size, number of students, so that the teacher can spend enough one-on-one time with each student. Now that means recruiting new teachers for the public schools. It means, in my plan, hiring bonuses to get 100,000 new teachers in the public schools within the next 4 years. It means also helping local school districts that sometimes find the parents of school-age children outvoted on bond issues, to give them some help with interest-free bonding authority so that we can build new schools and modernize the classrooms. We need to give teachers the training and professional development that they need to, including paid time off to go visit the classroom of a master teacher and pick up some new skills. I want to give every middle-class family a $10,000 a year tax deduction for college tuition, so that middle-class families will always be able to send their kids on to college. I want to work for universal preschool, because we know from all the studies that the youngsters kids learn more in the first few years of life than anywhere else. Now, I said there was a contrast. Governor Bush is for vouchers. And in his plan, he proposes to drain more money, more taxpayer money out of the public schools for private school vouchers than all of the money that he proposes in his entire budget for public schools themselves. And only 1 in 20 students would be eligible for these vouchers, and they wouldn't even pay the full tuition to private school. I think that's a mistake. I don't think we should give up on the private schools and leave kids trapped in failing schools. I think we should make it the #1 priority to make our schools the best in the world, all of them.
Governor, what is your position on that?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think anytime we end with one of these attacks, it's appropriate to respond. Here's what I think. First of all, vouchers are up to states. If you want to do a voucher program in Missouri, fine. See, I strongly believe in local control of schools. I'm a governor of a state, and I don't like it when the federal government tells us what to do. I believe in local control of schools, but here's what I've said. I've said to the extent we spend federal money on disadvantaged children, we want the schools to show us whether or not the children are learning. What's unreasonable about that? We expect there to be standards met, and we expect there to be measurement. And if we find success, we'll praise it. But when we find children trapped in schools that will not change and will not teach, instead of saying, oh, this is okay in America just to shuffle poor kids through schools, there has to be a consequence. And the consequence is that federal portion of federal money will go to the parent. So the parent can go to a tutoring program or another public school or another private school. You see, there has to be a consequence. We've got a society that says, hey, the status quo is fine, just move them through. And guess who suffers?
What is the harm on voucher? What's the other side on voucher?
Well, the program that he's proposing is not the one that he just described. Under your plan, Governor Bush, states would be required to pay vouchers to students to match the vouchers that the federal government would put up. Now, the way it would happen is that under his plan, if a school was designated as failing, the kids would be trapped there for another 3 years, and then some of them would get federal vouchers, and the state would be forced to match that money. Under my plan, if a school is failing, we work with the states to give them the authority and the resources to close down that school and reopen it right away with a new principal, a new faculty, a turnaround team of specialists who know what they're doing. It's based on the plan of Governor Jim Hunt in North Carolina, and it works great.
So no vouchers in a Gore administration?
If I thought that there was no alternative, then I might feel differently. But I have an obligation to fight to make sure there are no failing schools. We've got to turn around most schools are excellent, but we've got to make sure that all of them are.
Andrew Cosberg has a related question on education that's right on this subject. Mr. Cosberg, where are you? There you are, and it's for Vice President Gore.
Mr. Vice President, in the school district in which I work and in countless others across the nation, we face crumbling school buildings, increased school violence, student apathy, overcrowding, lack of funding, lawsuits, the list goes on. I could mention low teacher pay, but I won't. What can you tell me and my fellow American teachers today about your plans for our immediate future?
What grade do you teach?
Up. That's a violation of your rule, Vice President Gore.
High school. I mentioned before that the local communities are having a harder time passing bond issues. Traditionally, if you've been involved in a campaign like that, you know that the parents with kids in school are the ones that turn out and vote. It's ironic that there's now a smaller percentage of the voters made up of parents with children than ever in American history because of the aging of our population. But at the same time, we've got the largest generation of students in public schools ever. More than 90% of America's children go to public schools. And it's the largest number ever this year, and they'll break the record next year and every year for 10 years running. We've got to do something about this. And it's not enough to leave it up to the local school districts. They're not able to do it. And our future depends upon it. Look, we're in an information age. Our economic future depends upon whether or not our children are going to get the kind of education that lets them go on to college. And again, I want to make it possible for all middle-class families to send their kids to college, and more Pell Grants for those who are in the lower income groups also. And then I want to make sure that we have job training on top of that and lifelong learning. But it all starts with the public school teachers. My proposal gives $10,000 hiring bonuses for those teachers who get certified to teach in the areas where they're most needed. Now, accountability, we basically agree on accountability. My plan requires testing of all students. It also requires something that Governor Bush's plan doesn't. It requires testing of all new teachers, including in the subjects that they teach. We have to start treating teachers like the professionals that they are and give them the respect and the kind of quality of life that will draw more people into teaching, because we need a lot more teachers.
Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
When you total up all the federal spending he wants to do, it's the largest increase in federal spending in years. And there's just not going to be enough money. I have been a governor of a big state. I've made education my #1 priority. That's what governors ought to do. They ought to say, this is the most important thing we do as a state. The federal government puts about 6% of the money up. They put about, 60% of the strings where you got to fill out paperwork. I don't know if you have to be a paperwork filler-outer, but most of it's because of the federal government. What I want to do is to send flexibility and authority to the local folks so you can choose what to do with the money. One size does not fit all. I'd worry about federalizing education if I were you. I believe strongly that the federal government can help. We need to fund Head Start. We need to have accountability. The Vice President's plan does not have annual accountability. 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. We need to demand on results. I believe strongly in a Teacher Protection Act, like I mentioned. I hear from teachers all the time about the lawsuits and the threats, respect in the classroom. Part of it's because you can't control the classroom. You can't have a consequence for somebody without fear of getting sued under federal law. So I'm going to ask the Congress to pass a Teacher Protection Act. So I believe in flexibility. I believe in a national reading initiative for local districts to access with K-2 diagnostic testing, curriculum that works. Phonics works, by the way. It needs to be a part of our curriculum. There needs to be flexibility for teacher training and teacher hiring with federal money. Now, the federal government can be a part, but don't fall prey to all this stuff about money here and money there, because education is really funded at the local level. 94% comes from the local level.
Vice President Gore, is the governor right when he says that you're proposing the largest federal spending in years?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm so glad that I have a chance to knock that down. Look, the problem is that under Governor Bush's plan, $1.6 trillion tax cut, mostly to the wealthy, under his own budget numbers, he proposes spending more money for a tax cut just for the wealthiest 1% than all of the new money that he budgets for education, health care, and national defense combined. Now, under my plan, we will balance the budget every year. I'm not just saying this, I'm not just talking. I have helped to balance the budget for the first time in 30 years, pay down the debt. And under my plan, in 4 years, as a percentage of our gross domestic product, federal spending will be the smallest that it has been in 50 years. One reason is, the 3rd biggest spending item in our budget is interest on the national debt. We get nothing for it. We keep the good faith and credit of the United States. I will pay down the debt every single year until it is eliminated early in the next decade. That gets rid of the 3rd biggest intrusion of the federal government in our economy. Now, because the governor has all this money for a tax cut mostly to the wealthy, there is no money left over, so schools get testing and a lawsuit reform and not much else.
Governor, the Vice President says you're wrong.
Well, he's wrong. Just add up all the numbers. It's 3 times bigger than what President Clinton proposed. The Senate Budget Committee.
Three times
bigger than what President Clinton
That's
proposed.
in an ad, Jim, that was knocked down by the journalists who analyzed the ad, said it was misleading.
Go ahead.
My turn?
Yes, sir.
Forget the journalists. He proposed more than Walter Mondale and Michael Dukakis combined. Now, this is a big spender, he is. And he ought to be proud of it. It's part of his record. We just have a different philosophy. Let me talk about tax relief. If you pay taxes, you ought to get tax relief. The Vice President believes that only the right people ought to get tax relief. I don't think that's the role of the President to pick. You're right, and you're not right. I think if you're going to have tax relief, everybody ought to get it. And therefore, wealthy people are going to get it. But the top 1% will end up paying 1/3 of the taxes in America, and they get 1/5 of the benefits. And that's because we structured the plan so that 6 million additional American families pay no taxes. If you're a family of 4 making $50,000 in Missouri, you get a 50% cut in your federal income taxes. What I've done is set priorities and funded them, and there's extra money. And I believe the people who pay the bills ought to get some money back. It's a difference of opinion. He wants to grow the government, and I trust you with your own money. I wish we could spend an hour talking about trusting people, because it's the right position to take.
Can we extend the time?
Yeah, well, hold on one sec here, though. But Governor, just to reverse the thing, what do you say specifically to what the Vice President said tonight? He said it many, many times that your tax cut benefits the top 1% of the wealthiest Americans, and you've heard what he said.
Of course it does. If you pay taxes, you're going to get a benefit. People who pay taxes will get tax relief.
Why shouldn't they?
Well, let me finish, please. Under my plan, if you make the wealthy people pay 62% of the taxes today. Afterwards, they pay 64%. This is a fair plan. You know why? Because the tax code is unfair for people at the bottom end of the economic ladder. If you're a single mother making $22,000 a year today, and you're trying to raise 2 children, for every additional dollar you earn, you pay a higher marginal rate on that dollar than someone making $200,000, and it's not right.
Vice President
so I want
Gore?
to do something about that.
All right, Vice President Gore.
Look, this isn't about Governor Bush. It's not about me. It is about you. And I want to come back to something I said before. If you want somebody who believes that we were better off 8 years ago than we are now, and that we ought to go back to the kind of policies that we had back then, emphasizing tax cuts mainly for the wealthy, here is your man. If you want somebody who will fight for you and who will fight to have middle-class tax cuts, then I am your man. I want to be. Now, I doubt anybody here makes more than $330,000 a year. I won't ask you, but if you do, you're in the top 1%.
It would be a violation of the rules. They couldn't.
I'm not going to ask. But if everyone here in this audience was dead on in the middle of the middle class, then the tax cuts for every single one of you all added up would be less than the tax cut his plan would give to just one member of that top wealthiest 1%. Now, you judge for yourselves whether or not that's fair.
Quick, and then we're moving on.
Good. 50 million Americans get no tax relief under his plan.
That's not right.
You may not be one of them. You're just not one of the right people. And secondly, we've had enough fighting. It's time to unite. You talk about 8 years. In 8 years, they haven't gotten anything done on Medicare, on Social Security, a patient's Bill of Rights.
All right,
it's time to get something done.
Hey, we're going to move on.
I've got to answer that, Jim. Medicare, I cast the tie-breaking vote to add 26 years to the life of Medicare. It was due to go bankrupt in 1999. And that 50 million figure, again, the newspapers, I said, you said forget the journalists, but they are the keepers of the scorecard and whether or not you're using facts that aren't right, and that fact is just not right.
Speaking of keepers of the scorecard, that's what I'm trying to do here, Mr. Vice President, Governor Bush. We're going to move on. We're going to have to move on. All right, there were 12 questions on foreign and military matters, and the first one that we're going to ask will be directed to you, Governor Bush, and David Norwood is going to ask it. Mr. Norwood, where are you? There you are.
What would make you the best candidate in office during the Middle East crisis?
I've been a leader. I've been a person who has to set a clear vision. and convince people to follow. I got a strategy for the Middle East. And first let me say that our nation now needs to speak with one voice during this time, and I applaud the President for working hard to diffuse tensions. Our nation needs to be credible and strong. When we say we're somebody's friend, everybody's got to believe it. Israel's our friend, and we'll stand by Israel. We need to reach out to moderate Arab nations as well, to build coalitions to keep the peace. I also need the next leader needs to be patient. We can't put the Middle East peace process on our timetable. It's got to be on the timetable of the people that we're trying to bring to the peace table. We can't dictate the terms of peace. This means that you have to be steady. Can't worry about polls or focus groups. You got to have a clear vision. That's what a leader does. A leader also understands that the United States must be strong to keep the peace. Saddam Hussein still is a threat in the Middle East. Our coalition against Saddam is unraveling. The sanctions are loosened. He's a man who may be developing weapons of mass destruction. We don't know because inspectors aren't in. So to answer your question, it requires a clear vision, a willingness to stand by our friends, and the credibility for people, both friend and foe, to understand when America says something, we mean it.
Vice President Gore.
I see a future when the world is at peace with the United States of America, promoting the values of democracy and human rights and freedom all around the world. Even in Iran, they have had an election that began to bring about some change. We stand for those values, and we have to be willing to assert them. Right now, our military is the strongest in the entire history of the world. I pledge to you I will do whatever is necessary to make sure that it stays that way. Now, what can I bring to that challenge? When I was a young man, my father was a senator opposed to the Vietnam War. When I graduated from college, there were plenty of fancy ways to get out of going and being a part of that. I went and I volunteered, and I went to Vietnam. I didn't do the most or run the gravest risk by a long shot, but I learned what it was like to be an enlisted man in the United States Army. In the Congress, in the House of Representatives, I served on the House Intelligence Committee, and I worked hard to learn the subject of nuclear arms control and how we can defuse these tensions and deal with non-proliferation and deal with the problems of terrorism and these new weapons of mass destruction. Look, we're going to face some serious new challenges in the next 4 years. I've worked on that long and hard. When I went to the United States Senate, I asked for an assignment to the Armed Services Committee. And while I was there, I worked on a bipartisan basis, as I did in the House. I worked with former President Reagan on the modernization of our strategic weaponry. In the Senate, I was one of only 10 Democrats, along with Senator Joe Lieberman, to support Governor Bush's dad in the Persian Gulf War resolution. And for the last 8 years, I've served on the National Security Council. Could I say just one other thing here?
No, sir. We'll get back. The next question is to you. And
fine, I'll wait.
It's a related question. It's going to be asked by Kenneth Allen. Mr. Allen?
I think that he gets oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Go ahead.
Mr. Allen, right there.
Vice President, today our military forces are stretched thinner and doing more than they've ever done before during peacetime. I'd like to know I think we'd all like to know what you, as President, would do to ensure proper resourcing for the current mission and/or more selectively choosing the time and place that our forces will be used around the world. Thank you, sir.
Just to finish briefly, I started to say that for the last 8 years I've been on the National Security Council, and last week I suspended campaigning for 2 days or parts of 2 days to go back and participate in the meetings that charted the President's summit meeting that he just returned from earlier today. And our country's team over there did a great job. It's a difficult situation. The United States has to be strong in order to make sure that we can help promote peace and security and stability. And that means keeping our military strong. Now, I said earlier that we are the strongest military, but we need to continue improving readiness and making sure that our military personnel are adequately paid and that the combination of their pay and their benefits and their retirement as veterans is comparable to the stiff competition that's coming in this strong economy from the private sector. And I have supported the largest pay raise in many a year, and I support another one now. I also support modernization of our strategic and tactical weaponry. The governor's proposed skipping a generation of technology. I think that would be a mistake, because I think one of the ways we've been able to be so successful in Kosovo and Bosnia and Haiti and in other places is by having the technological edge. You know, we won that conflict in Kosovo without losing a single human life in combat, a single American life in combat. Now, readiness. The trends before I got my current job were on the decline. The number of divisions were reduced. I argued that we should reverse that trend and take it back up. And I'm happy to tell you that we have. Now, in my budget for the next 10 years, I propose $100 billion for this purpose. The governor proposes $45 billion. I propose more than twice as much because I think it's needed.
Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
If this were a spending contest, I'd come in second. I readily admit I'm not going to grow the size of the federal government like he is. Your question was deployment. It must be in the national interests, must be in our vital interests whether we ever send troops. The mission must be clear. Soldiers must understand why we're going. The force must be strong enough so that the mission can be accomplished, and the exit strategy needs to be well defined. I'm concerned that we're over-deployed around the world. See, I think the mission has somewhat become fuzzy. Should I be fortunate enough to earn your confidence? The mission of the United States military will be to be prepared and ready to fight and win war, and therefore prevent war from happening in the first place. There may be some moments when we use our troops as peacekeepers, but not often. The Vice President mentioned my view of the long term for the military. I want to make sure the equipment for our military is the best it can possibly be, of course. But we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to use our research and development capacities, the great technology of the United States, to make our military lighter, harder to find, more lethal. We have an opportunity, really, if you think about it, if we're smart and have got a strategic vision and a leader who understands strategic planning, to make sure that we change the terms of the battlefield of the future so we can keep the peace. This is a peaceful nation, and I intend to keep the peace. Spending money is one thing, but spending money without a strategic plan can oftentimes be wasted. The first thing I'm going to do is ask the Secretary of Defense to develop a plan, so we're making sure we're not spending our money on political projects, but on projects to make sure our soldiers are well paid, well housed, and have the best equipment in the world.
Governor Bush, another kind of gun question. It'll be asked by Robert Lutz. Mr. Lutz?
Governor Bush.
Yes, sir.
We'd just like to know, what is your opposition to the Brady handgun bill?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
We'd like to know why you object to the Brady handgun bill, if you do object to it. Because on a recent TV ad, it showed that the National Rifle Association says if you are elected, that they will be working out of your office.
Well,
I can just see.
I don't think the National Rifle Association ran that ad, but let me just tell you my position on guns in general, sir, if you don't mind.
I'm not sure he's finished with his question,
I'm sorry.
Governor. I'm sorry.
Well, that kind of bothers me, when I see that ad like that. I wonder if you could explain that ad to me.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, I don't think I ran the ad. I think somebody who doesn't want me to be president might have run that ad. That wasn't my ad, and I think it might have been one of my opponent's ads. Here's what I believe, sir. I believe law-abiding citizens ought to be allowed to protect themselves and their families. I believe that we ought to keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. That's why I'm for instant background checks at gun shows. I'm for trigger locks. I think that makes sense. Matter of fact, we distributed free trigger locks in the state of Texas so that people can get them and put them on their guns to make their guns more safe. I think we ought to raise the age at which juveniles can have a gun. But I also believe strongly that we need to enforce laws on the books, that the best way to make sure that we keep our society safe and secure is to hold people accountable for breaking the law. If we catch somebody illegally selling a gun, there needs to be a consequence. If we keep somebody, illegally using a gun, there needs to be a consequence. Enforcement of law, and the federal government can help. It's a great program called Project Exile in Richmond, Virginia. We focused federal taxpayers' money and federal prosecutors and went after people who were illegally using guns. To me, that's how you make society the safest it can be. And so, yeah, sometimes I agree with some of these groups in Washington, and sometimes I don't. I'm a pretty independent thinker. But one thing I'm for is a safe society. And I'm for enforcing laws on the books, and that's what's going to happen should I earn your confidence.
Vice President Gore?
Well, it was not one of my ads either, Governor. But I am familiar with the statement, and it was made by one of the top-ranking officials of that organization. Let me tell you my position. I think that some common-sense gun safety measures are certainly needed with the flood of cheap handguns that have sometimes been working their way into the hands of the wrong people. But all of my proposals are focused on that problem, gun safety. None of my proposals would have any effect on hunters or sportsmen or people who use rifles. They're aimed at the real problem. Let's make our schools safe. Let's make our neighborhoods safe. Let's have a 3-day waiting period, cooling off, so we can have a background check to make sure that criminals and people who really shouldn't have guns don't get them. But I'd like to use my remaining time on this exchange, Jim, to respond to an exchange that took place just a moment ago, because a couple of times the governor has said that I am for a bigger government. Governor, I'm not. And let me tell you what the record shows. For the last 8 years, I have had the challenge of running the streamlining program called Reinventing Government. And if there are any federal employees in this group, you know what that means. The federal government has been reduced in size by more than 300,000 people. And it's now the smallest number that we have had the smallest in size since John Kennedy's administration. During the last 5 years, Texas's government has gone up in size. Federal government has gone down. Texas's government has gone up. Now, my plan for the future, I see a time when we have smaller, smarter government where you don't have to wait in line because you can get services online. Cheaper, better, faster. We can do that.
Steve Luker has a question, and it is for Vice President Gore. Mr. Luker? There you are.
Vice President Gore, the family farms are disappearing and having a hard time even in the current positive economic environment. What steps would you or your administration take on agricultural policy developments to protect the family farms for this multifunctional service they perform?
We've got a bumper crop this year, but that's the good news. You know what the bad news is that follows on that. The prices are low. In the last several years, the so-called Freedom to Farm law has, in my view, been mostly a failure. I want to change many of its provisions. Now, many here who are not involved in farming won't follow this, so just forgive me, because the 2% of the country that is involved in farming is important because the rest of us wouldn't eat except for them. And you guys have been having a hard time, and I want to fight for you. I want to change those provisions. I want to restore a meaningful safety net. And I think that you pointed the way in your comments, because when you say there are multiple things accomplished by farmers, you're specifically including conservation and protection of the environment. And yes, farmers are the first environmentalists. And when they decide not to plow a field that is vulnerable to soil erosion, that may cost them a little money, but it helps the environment. I think that we ought to have an expanded conservation reserve program. And I think that the environmental benefits that come from sound management of the land ought to represent a new way for farmers to get some income that will enable you to make sensible choices in crop rotation and when you leave the land fallow and the rest. Now, I'll go beyond that and say I think we need much more focused rural economic development programs. I see a time when the internet-based activities are more available in the rural areas and where the extra source of income that farm families used to have from shoe factories is replaced by an extra source of income from working in the information economy. So we need to do a lot of things, but we ought to start with a better safety net.
Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
I'd like our farmers feeding the world. We're the best producers in the world, and I want the farmers feeding the world. We need to open up markets. Exports are down, and every time an export number goes down, it hurts the farmer. I want the next president to have fast-track negotiating authority to open up markets around the world. We're the best. We're the most efficient farmers. I don't want to use food as a diplomatic weapon from this point forward. We shouldn't be using food. It hurts the farmers. It's not the right thing to do. I'm for value-added processing. We need to move more work on value-added processing. You take the raw product you produce, I presume you're a farmer, off your farm, and convert it. I think value-added processing is important. I'm for research and development, spending research and development money so that we can use our technological base to figure out new uses for farm products. I'm for getting rid of the death tax, completely getting rid of the death tax. One reason family farmers are forced to sell early is because of the death tax. This is a bad tax. The president shouldn't have vetoed that bill. It's a tax that taxes people twice. It penalizes the family farmer. So should I be fortunate enough to earn your vote? I also understand that I'm going to open up markets, but I also understand that farming is a part of our national security. I'm from a big farm state. We're the second biggest state, farming state in the country. And I hear from my farmers and friends all the time. Vice President's right. By the way, every day's Earth Day if you own the land. And I like the policies that will encourage farmers to set aside land as well for conservation purposes. Thank you.
A quick thing on the inheritance taxes. There is a difference between the two of you on this. Vice President Gore?
Yeah, I'm for a massive reform of the estate tax or the death tax. And under the plan that I've proposed, 80% of all family farms will be completely exempt from the estate tax. And the vast majority of all family businesses would be completely exempt, and all of the others would have sharply reduced. So 80%. Now, the problem with completely eliminating it goes back to the wealthiest 1%. The amount of money that has to be raised in taxes from middle-class families to make up for completely eliminating that on the very wealthiest, the billionaires, that would be an extra heavy burden on middle-class families. And so let's do it for most all, but not completely eliminate it for the very top.
What's the case for doing that, Governor?
Eliminating the death tax?
Completely, for everybody.
Because people shouldn't be taxed twice on their assets. It's either unfair for some or unfair for all. I mean, again, this is just a difference of opinion. If you're from Washington, you want to pick and choose winners. I don't think that's the role of the president. I think if you're going to have tax relief, everybody benefits. Secondly, I think your plan, there's a lot of fine print in your plan, Mr. Vice President, in all due respect. It is, I'm not so sure 80% of the people get the death tax. I know this, 100% will get it if I'm the president. I just don't think it's fair to tax people's assets twice, regardless of your status. It's a fairness issue. It's an issue of principle, not politics.
New issue, and the question will be asked by Joyce Clymer of Governor Bush. Joyce Clymer, there you go.
Hi, Joyce.
Yes, hi, Governor. I'm very concerned about the morality of our country now. TV, movies, the music that our children are barraged with every day. And I want to know if there's anything that can be worked out with the Hollywood or whoever to help get rid of some of this bad language and the whatever. It's just bringing the country down, and our children are very important to us, and we're concerned about their education at school. We should be concerned about their education at home also.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate that question. Laura and I are proud parents of teenage girls, twin daughters, and I know what you're saying. Government ought to stand on the side of parents. Parents are teaching their children right from wrong, and the message oftentimes gets undermined by the popular culture. You bet there's things the government can do. We can work with the entertainment industry to provide family hour. We can have filters on internets where public money is spent. There ought to be filters in public libraries and filters in public schools so that if kids get on the internet, they're not going to be pornography or violence coming in. I think we ought to have character education in our schools. I know that doesn't directly talk about Hollywood, but it does reinforce the values you're teaching. I greatly expand character education funding so that public schools will teach children values which have stood the test of time. There's after-school money available. I think that after-school money ought to be available for faith-based programs and charitable programs that exist because somebody has heard the call to love a neighbor like you'd like to be loved yourself. That'll help reinforce the values that parents teach at home as well. Ours is a great land, and one of the reasons why is because we're free, and so I don't support censorship, but I do believe that we ought to talk plainly to the Hollywood moguls and people who produce this stuff and explain the consequences. I think we need to have rating systems that are clear. And I happen to like the idea of having technology for the TV, easy for parents to use, so you can tune out these programs that you don't want in your house. But I'm going to remind mothers and dads, the best weapon is the off-on button and paying attention to your children and eating dinner with them and being, I'm sorry.
That's right.
It's on my peroration.
Yeah.
My turn.
Vice President Gore.
I care a lot about this. It's not just movies. Television, video games, music, the internet. Parents now feel like you have to compete with the mass culture in order to raise your kids with the values that you want them to have. Tipper and I have 4 children, and God bless them, every one of them decided on their own to come here this evening. I don't want to embarrass our oldest daughter. She and her husband made us grandparents almost 1.5 years ago. And yet, if she'll forgive me, when she was little, she brought a record home that had some awful lyrics in it. And Tipper hit the ceiling. And that launched a campaign to try to get the record companies to put ratings that, warning labels for parents. And I'm so proud of what she accomplished in getting them on there. I've been involved myself in negotiating and in helping to move along the negotiations with the internet service providers to get a parents protection page every time 95% of the pages come up, and a feature that allows parents to automatically check with one click what sites your kids have visited lately. You know, some parents are worried about those filters that you'll have to ask your kids how to put them on there. But if you can check up on them, then that's real power. And recently, the Federal Trade Commission pointed out that some of these entertainment companies have warned parents that the material is inappropriate for children, and then they've turned around behind the backs of the parents and advertised that same adult material directly to children. That is an outrage. Joe Lieberman and I gave them 6 months to clean up their act. And if they don't do it, we're going to ask for tougher authority in the hands of the FTC on the false and deceptive advertising. I'll tell you this, I want to do something about this. Respect the First Amendment, but I will do something to help you raise your kids without that garbage.
All right. Vice President Gore, the next question is for you, and it will be asked by Stephen Koosman. Mr. Koosman, where are you, sir? Right behind me as well. There we go.
Right next to the last one.
Yeah, got it. Good planning.
It seems that when we hear about issues of this campaign, it's usually Medicare, Social Security, or prescription drugs. As a college professor, I hear a lot of apathy amongst young people who feel that there are no issues directed to them.
Yeah.
And they don't plan to vote.
Yeah.
How do you address that?
We've got to change it. I spend a good deal of time talking to young people, and in my standard speech out there on the stump, I usually end my speech by saying, I want to ask you for something, and I want to direct it especially to the young people in the audience. And I want to tell you what I tell them. Sometimes people who are very idealistic and have great dreams, as young people do, are apt to stay at arm's length from the political process because they think their good hearts might be brittle. And if they invest their hopes and allow themselves to believe, then they're going to be let down and disappointed. But thank goodness we've always had enough people who have been willing in every generation to push past the fear of a broken heart and become deeply involved in forming a more perfect union. We're America, and we believe in our future, and we know we have the ability to shape our future. Now, we've got to address one of the biggest threats to our democracy, and that is the current campaign financing system. And I know they say it doesn't rank anywhere on the polls. I don't believe that's a fair measure. I'm telling you, I will make the McCain-Feingold campaign finance reform bill the very first measure that I send to the Congress as president. Governor Bush opposes it. I wish that he would consider changing his mind on that, because I think that the special interests have too much power, and we need to give our democracy back to the American people. Let me tell you why. Those issues you mentioned, Social Security, prescription drugs, the big drug companies are against the prescription drug proposal that I've made. The HMOs are against the patients' rights bill, the Dingell-Norwood bill that I support and that Governor Bush does not support. The big oil companies are against the measures to get more energy independence and renewable fuels. They ought to have their voices heard, but they shouldn't have a big megaphone that drowns out the American people. We need campaign finance reform, and we need to shoot straight with young and old alike and tell them what the real choices are. And we can renew and rekindle the American spirit and make our future what our founders dreamed it could be. We can.
Right. Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
I'll tell you what I hear. A lot of people are sick and tired of the bitterness in Washington, D.C., and therefore they don't want any part of politics. They look at Washington and see people pointing fingers and casting blame and saying one thing and doing another. There's a lot of young folks saying, you know, why do I want to be involved with this mess? And what I think needs to happen in order to encourage the young to become involved is to shoot straight, is to set aside the partisan differences and set an agenda that will make sense. Medicare, I know you talked about it, but Medicare is relevant for all of us, young and old alike. We better get it right now. Tax reform is relevant for old and young alike. I don't think it's the issues that turn kids off. I think it's the tone. I think it's the attitude. I think it's a cynicism in Washington, and it doesn't have to be that way. Before I decided to run, I had to resolve 2 issues in my mind. One, could our family endure all this business? And I came to the conclusion that our love was strong enough to be able to do it. And the other was, could an administration change the tone in Washington, D.C.? And I believe the answer is yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking for your vote. That's what happened in Texas. We worked together. There's a man here in this audience named Hugo Berlanga. He's the chairman of the Health Committee. He came here for a reason, to tout our record on health in Texas. He's a Democrat. I didn't care whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. What I cared about is, could we work together? That's what Washington, D.C. needs. And finally, sir, to answer your question, it needs somebody in office who'll tell the truth. That's the best way to get people back in the system.
Governor Bush, Norma Kirby has the next question, and it's for you. Norma Kirby, okay. Where are you?
Hi, Norma.
Hi. How will your administration address diversity, inclusiveness, and what role will affirmative action play in your overall plan?
I've had a record of bringing people from all walks of life into my administration, and my administration is better off for it in Texas. I'm going to find people that want to serve their country. but I want a diverse administration. I think it's important. I've worked hard in the state of Texas to make sure our institutions reflect the state with good, smart policy. Policy that rejects quotas. I don't like quotas. Quotas tend to pit one group of people against another. Quotas are bad for America. It's not the way America is all about. But policies that give people a helping hand so they can help themselves. For example, in our state of Texas, I worked with the legislature, both Republicans and Democrats, to pass a law that said if you come in the top 10% of your high school class, you're automatically admitted to one of our higher institutions of learning, college. And as a result, our universities are now more diverse. It's a smart thing to do. Is what I called it. I labeled it affirmative access. I think the contracting business in government can help, not with quotas, but help meet a goal of ownership of small businesses, for example. The contracts need to be smaller. The agencies need to recruit and to work hard to find people to bid on the state contracts. I think we can do that in a way that represents what America is all about, which is equal opportunity and an opportunity for people to realize their potential. So to answer your question, I support, I guess the way to put it is affirmative access. And I'll have an administration that will make you proud. Thank you.
Mr. President Gore.
I believe in this goal and this effort with all my heart. I believe that our future as a nation depends upon whether or not we can break down these barriers that have been used to pit group against group and bring our people together. How do you do it? Well, you establish respect for differences. You don't ignore differences. It's all too easy for somebody in the majority in the population to say, oh, we're just all the same, without an understanding of the different life experience that you've had, that others have had. Once you have that understanding and mutual respect, then we can transcend the differences and embrace the highest common denominator of the American spirit. I don't know what affirmative access means. I do know what affirmative action means. I know the governor's against it, and I know that I'm for it. I know what a hate crime statute pending at the national level is all about in the aftermath of James Byrd's death. I'm for that proposed law. The governor is against it. I know what it means to have a commitment to diversity. I am part of an administration that has the finest record on diversity and incidentally, an excellent I think our success over the last 8 years has not been in spite of diversity, but because of it, because we're able to draw on the wisdom and experience from different parts of the society that hadn't been tapped in the same way before. And incidentally, Mel Carnahan in Missouri had the finest record on diversity of any governor in the entire history of the state of Missouri, and I want to honor that among his other achievements here. Now, I just believe that what we have to do is enforce the civil rights laws. I'm against quotas. This is, with all due respect to Governor, that's a red herring. Affirmative action isn't quotas. I'm against quotas. They're illegal. They're against the American way. Affirmative action means that you take extra steps to acknowledge the history of discrimination and injustice and prejudice and bring all people into the American dream because it helps everybody, not just those who are directly benefited.
Governor, are you opposed to affirmative action?
No, if affirmative action means quotas, I'm against it. If affirmative action means what I just described, what I'm for, then I'm for it. You heard what I was for. Vice President keeps saying I'm against things. You heard what I was for, and that's what I support.
What about, Mr. Vice President, you heard what he said.
He said if affirmative action means quotas, he's against it. Affirmative action doesn't mean quotas. Are you for it without quotas?
Well, I may not be for your version, Mr. Vice President, but I am for what I just described to the lady.
Are you for what the Supreme Court says is a constitutional way of having affirmative action?
Jim, just...
Let's go on to another. It's a question.
No, it doesn't speak for itself, Mr. Vice President. It speaks for the fact that there are certain rules in this that we all agree to, but evidently rules don't mean anything.
The question is for you, Vice President Gore, and Lisa Key will ask it. Lisa Key, where are you? There we go, sorry.
How will your tax proposals affect me as a middle-class, 34-year-old single person with no dependents.
If you make less than $60,000 a year and you decide to invest $1,000 in a savings account, you'll get a tax credit, which means in essence that the federal government will match your $1,000 with another $1,000. If you make less than $30,000 a year and you put $500 in a savings account, the federal government will match it with $1,500. If you make more than $60,000 up to $100,000, you'll still get a match, but not as generous. You will get access to lifelong learning and education, help with tuition if you want to get a new skill or training. If you want to purchase health insurance, you will get help with that. If you want to participate in some of the dynamic changes that are going on in our country, you will get specific help in doing that. If you are part of the bottom 20% or so of wage earners, then you will get an expanded earned income tax credit. Now, the tax relief that I propose is directed specifically at middle income individuals and families. And if you have an elderly parent or grandparent who needs long-term care, then you will get help with that. $3,000 tax credit to help your expenses in taking care of a loved one who needs long-term care.
Governor Bush?
Right. Let me just say, this business about kind of the entitlement he tried to describe about savings, matching savings here and matching savings there, if fully funded, is going to cost a whole lot of money, a lot more than we have. You're going to get tax relief under my plan. You're not going to be targeted in or targeted out. Everybody who pays taxes is going to get tax relief. If you take care of an elderly in your home, you're going to get the personal exemption increased. I think also what you need to think about is not the immediate, but what about Medicare? You get a plan that will include prescription drugs, a plan that will give you options. Now, I hope people understand that Medicare today is important, but it doesn't keep up with the new medicines. If you're a Medicare person, on Medicare, you don't get the new procedures. You're stuck in a time warp in many ways. So it'll be a modern Medicare system that trusts you to make a variety of options for you. You're going to live in a peaceful world. It'll be a world of peace because we're going to have a clear-sighted foreign policy based upon a strong military and a mission that stands by our friends, a mission that doesn't try to be all things to all people, a judicious use of the military which will help keep the peace. You'll be in a world, hopefully, that's more educated, so it's less likely you'll be harmed in your neighborhood. See, an educated child is one much more likely to be hopeful and optimistic. You'll be in a world in which fits into my philosophy. You know, the harder you work, the more you can keep. It's the American way. Government shouldn't be a heavy hand. That's what the federal government does to you. It should be a helping hand. And tax relief and the proposals I just described should be a good helping hand.
Governor, next question is for you, and Leo Anderson will ask it. Mr. Anderson.
Hi, Leo. What? You want a mic?
In one of the last debates held, the subject of capital punishment came up. And in your response to the question, you seem overly enjoyed, as a matter of fact, proud that Texas led the nation in execution of prisoners. Sir, did I misread your response? And are you really, really proud of the fact that Texas is #1 in executions?
No, I'm not proud of that. Death penalty is very serious business, Leo. It's an issue that good people obviously disagree on. I take my job seriously. And if you think I was proud of it, I think you misread me. I do. I was sworn to uphold the laws of my state. During the course of the campaign in 1994, I was asked, do you support the death penalty? I said I did, if administered fairly and justly, because I believe it saves lives. You know, I do. I think if it's administered swiftly, justly, and fairly, it saves lives. One of the things that happens when you're a governor, at least oftentimes you have to make tough decisions. And you can't let public persuasion sway you because the job is to enforce the law. And that's what I did, sir. There have been some tough cases come across my desk. It's some of the hardest moments since I've been the governor of the state of Texas is to deal with those cases. But my job is to ask two questions, sir. Is the person guilty of the crime? And did the person have full access to the courts of law? And I can tell you, looking at you right now, in all cases, those answers were affirmative. Now, I'm not proud of any record. I'm proud of the fact that violent crime is down in the state of Texas. I'm proud of the fact that we hold people accountable. But I'm not proud of any record, sir. I'm not.
Vice President Gore?
I support the death penalty. I think that it has to be administered not only fairly with attention to things like DNA evidence, which I think should be used in all capital cases, but also with very careful attention. If, for example, somebody confesses to the crime and somebody's waiting on death row, there has to be alertness to say, wait a minute, have we got the wrong guy? If the wrong guy is put to death, then that's a double tragedy. Not only has an innocent person been executed, but the real perpetrator of the crime has not been held accountable for it, and in some cases may be still at large. But I support the death penalty in the most heinous cases.
Do both of you believe that the death penalty actually deters crime, Governor?
I do. That's the only reason to be for it. I don't. Let me finish there. Sure. I don't think you should support the death penalty to seek revenge. I don't think that's right. I think the reason to support the death penalty is because it saves other people's lives.
Vice President Gore?
I think it is a deterrence. I know that's a controversial view, but I do believe it's a deterrence.
All right. Next question is for you, Vice President Gore, and Thomas Fisher will ask it. Mr. Fisher?
Yes, my sixth grade class at St. Clair School wanted to ask, of all these promises you guys are making and all the pledges, will you keep them when you're in office?
Yes. I am a person who keeps promises. And you know, we've heard a lot from the governor about not much being done in the last 8 years, as if the promises that I made 8 years ago have not been kept. I think the record shows otherwise. We have gone from the biggest deficits 8 years ago to the biggest surpluses in history today. Instead of high unemployment, we now have the lowest African-American unemployment, the lowest Latino unemployment ever measured, 22 million new jobs, very low unemployment nationally. Instead of ballooning the debt and multiplying it 4 times over, we have seen the debt actually begun to be paid down. Here are some promises that I'll make to you now. I will balance the budget every year. I will pay down the debt every year. I will give middle-class Americans tax cuts, meaningful ones. And I will invest in education, health care, protecting the environment, and retirement security. We both made promises in this campaign. I promise you I will keep mine. Let me tell you about one of the governors. He has promised $1 trillion out of the Social Security Trust Fund for young working adults to invest and save on their own. But he's promised seniors that their Social Security benefits will not be cut, and he's promised the same $1 trillion to them. So this is a show me state. Reminds me of the line from the movie, Show Me the Money. Which one of those promises will you keep and which will you break, Governor?
Governor Bush?
Thank you for your question. There's an old high school debating trick, which is to answer something and then attack your opponent at the end. You asked about promises. You were promised that Medicare would be reformed and that Social Security would be reformed. You were promised a middle-class tax cut in 1992. It didn't happen. There's too much bitterness in Washington. There's too much wrangling. It's time to have a fresh start. One of the reasons I was successful as the governor of Texas is because I didn't try to be all things to all people. When I campaigned in a race, a lot of folks didn't think I could win, including, by the way, my mother. I said I'd do 4 things: tort reform, education reform, welfare reform, and juvenile justice reform. And I won, and I had the will of the people in my state behind me. And then I brought folks together to get it done. And that's what we need, I think, in this election. To me, that's what it's all about. I know, listen, I'm sure your 6th grade kids are listening, because these guys will say anything to get elected. But there's a record, and that's what I hope people look at. And one of my promises is going to be Social Security reform, and you bet we need to take $1 trillion out of that $2.4 trillion surplus. Now remember, Social Security revenue exceeds expenses up until 2015. People are going to get paid. But if you're a younger worker, if you're younger, you better hope this country thinks differently. Otherwise, you're going to be faced with huge payroll taxes or reduced benefits. And you bet we're going to take $1 trillion of your own money and let you invest it under safe guidelines so you get a better rate of return on the money than the paltry 2% that the federal government gets for you today. That's one of my promises. But it's going to require people to bring both Republicans and Democrats together to get it done. That's what it requires. There was a chance to get this done. There was bipartisan approach, but it's been rejected. I'm going to bring them together.
To both of you on this subject, there are other questions that also go to this skepticism, not necessarily about you, but all people in politics. Why is that?
Well, first of all, Jim, I'd like to respond to what the governor just said, because the $1 trillion that has been promised to young people has also been promised to older people, and you cannot keep both promises. If you're in your mid-40s, under the governor's plan, Social Security will be bankrupt by the time you retire if he takes it out of the Social Security Trust Fund. Under my plan, its solvency will be extended until you're 100. Now, that is the difference. And the governor may not want to answer that question. He may want to call it a high school debating trick. But let me tell you this. This election is not about debating tricks. It is about your future. The reason Social Security, he says it gets 2%. You know, it's not a bank account. It also that just pays back money that's invested. It is also used to give your mothers and fathers the Social Security checks that they live on. If you take $1 trillion out of that Social Security Trust Fund, how are the checks going to be? How are you going to keep faith with the seniors? Now, let me come directly to your question.
I think we have to go to the closing statements. And
well, can I answer that? One reason people are skeptical is because people don't answer the questions they've been asked. The $1 trillion comes out of the surplus so that you can invest some of your own money. There's just a difference of opinion. I want workers to have their own assets. So who you trust, government or people?
Right. Now we're going to go to closing statements.
Right.
Vice President Gore, you're first.
Thank you very much, Jim, and I'll begin by answering your questions. Your last question. I believe that a lot of people are skeptical about people in politics today because we have seen a time of great challenge for our country since the assassination of our best leaders in the 60s, since the Vietnam War, since Watergate, and because we need campaign finance reform. I'd like to tell you something about me. I keep my word. I have kept the faith. I've kept the faith with my country. I volunteered for the Army. I served in Vietnam. I kept the faith with my family. Tipper and I have been married for 30 years. We have devoted ourselves to our children and now our nearly 1.5-year-old grandson. I have kept the faith with our country. 9 times I have raised my hand to take an oath to the Constitution, and I have never violated that oath. I have not spent the last quarter century in pursuit of personal wealth. I have spent the last quarter century fighting for middle-class working men and women in the United States of America. I believe very deeply that you have to be willing to stand up and fight no matter what powerful forces might be on the other side. If you want somebody who is willing to fight for you, I am asking for your support and your vote, and yes, your confidence and your willingness to believe that we can do the right thing in America and be the better for it. We've made some progress during the last 8 years. We have seen the strongest economy in the history of the United States, lower crime rates for 8 years in a row, highest private home ownership ever. But I'll make you one promise here. You ain't seen nothing yet, and I will keep that promise.
Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
Well, Jim, I want to thank you and thank the folks here at Washington University and the Vice President. Appreciate the chance to have a good, honest dialogue about our differences of opinion. And I think after the 3 debates, good people of this country understand there is a difference of opinion. It's the difference between big federal government and somebody who's coming from outside of Washington who will trust individuals. I've got an agenda that I want to get done for the country. It's an agenda that says we're going to reform Medicare to make sure seniors have got prescription drugs and to give seniors different options from which they can choose. It's an agenda that says we're going to listen to the young voices in Social Security and say we're going to think differently about making sure we have a system, but also fulfill the promise to the seniors in America. A promise made will be a promise kept should I be fortunate enough to become your president. I want to rebuild the military to keep the peace. I want to make sure the public school system in America fulfills its promise so that no child, not one child, is left behind. And after setting priorities, I want to give some of your money back. See, I don't think the surplus is the government's money. I think it's the people's money. I don't think the surplus exists because of the ingenuity and hard work of the federal government. I think it exists because of the ingenuity and hard work of the American people. And you ought to have some of this surplus so you can save and dream and build. I look forward to the final weeks of this campaign. I'm asking for your vote. For those of you for me, thanks for your help. For those of you for my opponent, please only vote once. But for those who have not made up their mind, I'd like to conclude by this promise. Should I be fortunate enough to become your president, when I put my hand on the Bible, I will swear to not only uphold the laws of the land, but I will also swear to uphold the honor and the dignity of the office to which I have been elected. So help me God. Thank you very much.
A closing piece of business before we go. The Debate Commission wants reaction to the 3 kinds of formats used in the debates this year, and you may register an opinion at their website, www.debates.org. Thank you, Vice President Gore. Governor Bush, from St. Louis, I'm Jim Lehrer. Thank you and good night.
Good luck from here on.
And to you. Vice President.
This on a night when Vice President Gore had shaken any of the lethargy and reticence that he may have displayed in the second debate, and was, I think it's fair to say, at least in terms of his energy level, more like the Gore of the first debate, although it was clear he was doing everything he could to reach out to those in the audience and to seem an agreeable and compelling person. Governor Bush seemed relaxed, some might even say hesitant at times in his presentation. And the debate was like the other 2, 90 minutes, questions from the audience. I counted, I guess, Mara Liasson, Mort Kondracki, Fred Barnes, I guess 1 or 2 questions that seemed to spring, at least to my ears, from what sounded like a conservative or Republican premise. The rest seemed either neutral or to spring from a liberal or Democratic premise. Mort Kondracki, what was your overall take on this?
I thought you had, this offers the public about as stark a choice as you possibly can have. I mean, Gore came out as the candidate of government, and Bush came out as the candidate of I trust the people. You make your choices. I'll give, I'm for tax cuts, I'm for letting you invest your own money in Social Security, etc. Gore was going to provide this and going to provide that, and clearly and believes in doing all that kind of stuff. And Bush kept saying, that's the difference. Gore, I thought Gore was back to the Democratic convention themes. Strangely, I thought he was more populist. That if this independent voting group is wavering, he kept using the word fight, 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 fight over and over again. Fight for the middle class. And Bush, on the other hand, kept saying, that's the old Washington stuff. I'm for bringing people together. Now, I don't know which. Honestly, I don't know which is going to win.
Well, first of all, we know that Al Gore is more comfortable when he's fighting for the middle class. We know that the last time he used that rhetoric, it helped him, which was right after the Democratic convention. I thought tonight Gore was aggressive but not obnoxious. I mean, I think he found that middle ground where he was comfortable, pressing his case, but not being over the top. And I thought Bush
He had
did
a couple of run-ins with the rules, though.
Yeah, he had a couple of
He had a couple of times when he wanted to speak the second time, and
that's right.
Which was a little bit reminiscent of what he did in the first debate.
That's right, a technical violation of the rules, but I don't think he came across as insufferable as he did in the first debate.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I thought it was a sort of a happy medium between the Gore of the first debate and Gore of the second debate. But here are the two questions that I think we were looking to be answered by this debate. One, would Gore stage a breakthrough that would change the momentum in this campaign, which has been a slow drift toward Bush? I think the answer to that is probably no. Secondly, would Bush do well enough in this debate, not make a serious mistake, not make a bad impression, not say something stupid, to, on his part, throw the momentum over to Gore? I don't think he did that. He looked weak in the first half, but in the second half, starting with one answer, which was clearly the most stunning statement of the entire debate about why young people are cynical about politics, Bush really had uncorked a dazzling answer, then was pretty good on guns and the death penalty and had a stronger closing statement. So I think he acquitted himself well enough, so this will not change the momentum in the race, which is in Bush's favor.
That's right. Bush needed to stay in place. Gore needed to break ahead.
Let's talk a little bit about the format, the moderator, and the questions. There was one question that I noticed. There was a question about military preparedness and the military being stretched thin. There was one question about the Middle East. And that was about it at a time when we have a crisis in the Middle East, the end of a summit, questions about where the world is going. Was that a wise selection of questions, or perhaps there weren't any questions?
Well, I would assume that the questions reflected the entries. I mean, I think that there were probably a very small number of questions on foreign policy. I mean, usually voters aren't interested in foreign policy unless they've got sons and daughters engaged in some conflict abroad, and we don't. That didn't surprise me in terms of American voters' traditional interests.
Well, I can't believe that there weren't enough questions that Jim Lehrer couldn't have fashioned more. I mean, he did cover a lot of foreign policy in the second debate, but we've had the Middle East blowing up, and we've had a a lot's happened since then, and it seems to me that the questions were badly selected. Furthermore, most of those questions, I believe, came out of left field. I mean, they were all about questions that...
You mean left field as opposed to right field?
Left field as opposed to right field, yeah. I mean, it was about, did you enjoy executing people in Texas? What about the Brady bill? It was, what are you going to do about prescription drugs for me? I mean, it was basically, I think, questions that did not come straight down the plate.
But Bush benefited from that. What you want are hostile questions to which you can give a strong answer. Bush did the best on the answers on the questions which seemed to really be against him, like the guy asking about the death penalty. Did you enjoy it? That was one of his strongest answers, for sure. Now, look, on the Middle East, it was clear from their answers, particularly in Bush's case, that they didn't want to get involved in that. Bush was not going to get down into the specifics of that. Of course, they both said they support Israel and pretty much left it at that. They didn't want to get into foreign policy stuff. They could have said something provocative that might have then allowed one to respond or Lehrer to ask another question, but they didn't.
Did it strike you that in the early going, any of you, that Bush was
asleep?
Well, that he was that he was weary, that he was hanging back, that he was sitting on the ball, and that was the strategy?
Well, I don't know if it was on purpose, but that certainly seemed like is what he was doing. He didn't seem as aggressive. He almost seemed tired. He seemed not as at home in the format as Gore. Gore really burst out of the gate tonight because he had to.
And you had Bush answer at the start of every question. There was a kind of a stutter, and as though he was sort of getting his thoughts together. It's as though he didn't have enough sleep last night or something. I mean, and Gore was really out there and knew what he wanted to do. Didn't miss, I think, a single one of his arguing points, as he did in the second debate. I mean, the 8 years of progress. The allegation on the top 1% getting more tax relief than all the programs that Bush is for, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, right down the line, Gore was disciplined tonight, and he knew what he had to say, and he said it. One serious whopper, and that was the statement, the allegation that pharmaceutical companies spend more money on advertising than they do on research. That is just patently false by a factor of 10s or 12.
We're indebted to the Associated Press for telling us that the Kaiser Family Foundation study released in July showed that the industry spent between $5.8 billion and $8.3 billion on promotion and $21 billion on research and development in the year 1998, which was, I guess, the most recent year for which at least that study had statistics. If those statistics are anywhere near matched in the last 2 years, it appears that that was really quite an extravagant exaggeration. But by and large, any others?
No, not really. That was, I agree with Mort. That was the largest one. Look, these guys were going out of their way not to say anything that would really cause them trouble down the road. You know, Bush, and that's what he needed to do, was just avoid mistakes. I think by and large he did.
Fred,
the football equivalent sometime would be, on some of those issues, he took a kneel down. Yeah, the quarterback takes the hike and just
do you believe he's
down.
Far enough ahead in this race that he can afford to do that?
Well, look, he was stronger in the second half, so it was not, he wasn't sitting on the ball quite as much on the second half, but obviously they do believe that. I think the race is awfully close, and that could have been a mistake, but probably not.
Well, we're joined now by one of his strongest supporters, and for good reason. He is his vice presidential selection and nominee, Dick Cheney, who joins us from the scene of the debate.
Good evening, Brett. How are you?
I'm sorry, he's in Tallahassee, Florida.
I'm in Florida. I've been campaigning in Florida today.
In fact, I think I knew that. At least I had one time before I forgot it. But it's very nice to have you, sir. Obviously, we want your reaction to the debate.
Well, I was very pleased tonight. I thought Governor Bush has gotten stronger in each of his debates. I thought the performance tonight was very, very solid. I thought, frankly, Al Gore didn't do all that well. I thought he didn't answer many of the questions, and what we saw in terms of his response was a tendency to try to go over and not abide by the rules. I thought George Bush was superb.
Wouldn't you not concede, though, that on the energy level, at least at the outset, Vice President Gore was brimming and the governor was perhaps a bit more retiring?
No, I saw that, and I admit to having a certain bias, Britt, but I don't warm to Al Gore's style of operation. I think, in fact, he's his own worst enemy, and that he comes across oftentimes, as far as the public's concerned, as representing those qualities that a lot of people find offensive in American politics today. That he represents part of that partisan tone in Washington that people want to do something about.
Mr. Cheney, this is Fred Barnes. At one point in the debate, Vice President Gore said the American military is today the strongest any military has been in the history of the world. What's your reaction to that?
Well, that's misleading, Fred. The fact of the matter is that the military is in trouble. And there was a report just in yesterday's Washington Post that the Army's losing captains at a rapid rate. The evidence is absolutely overwhelming, and the only conclusion I can reach is that either Vice President Gore doesn't know what's going on in the U.S. military, or he chooses not to tell the truth about it. But every place I go, I run into people on active duty or with family members on active duty who have got dozens of stories about, in fact, that we are in trouble today in the U.S. military. We badly need new leadership, and we're not likely to get it from Al Gore.
Mr. Secretary, hi, it's Mort Kondracki.
Hello, Mort.
Who is responsible for the breakdown of the peace process in the Middle East, and why haven't you been clearer about saying who's to blame and who's not?
Well, Mort, we've tried to be very responsible in connection with the Mideast process. I think there'll be ample time for after-action assessments of what transpired there, but right now, this week, today, as they've been trying to arrange a ceasefire, we thought it was important, Governor Bush and I did, that the United States speak with one voice, and therefore we've refrained from being critical with respect specifically to the peace process this week.
Well, would you like to be critical?
At the appropriate time, I would. I think there are some questions that can be raised about the way it's been managed by the administration, but I really do think Governor Bush has set exactly the right tone, and for now, we need to hold our fire while they deal with a very delicate situation. The U.S. needs to speak with one voice tonight on this issue.
Secretary Cheney, this is Mara Eliason here, without criticizing the current administration's handling of the Middle East crisis, Governor Bush was asked how he would provide leadership on this issue. Could you at least tell us what he would do if he were president at this time?
Well, I think the situation in the Middle East isn't something you do just on one day or 1 hour or even 1 year. It's a cumulative effect of a whole raft of policies over a long period of time. He emphasized the importance of keeping our word, of having allies out there as well as adversaries who know we will do exactly what we say. That kind of thing can only be built over time. He pointed out that the situation with respect to Iraq has gotten progressively worse in recent years. The UN inspection teams are no longer in there. The coalition that came together so effectively for the Gulf War is no longer as effective as it once was. The sanctions are somewhat tattered. Some of our friends in the region have begun to rebuild relationships with Baghdad, I think because there has not been effective leadership on that issue from this administration. Now, you've got to work it over a long period of time. There has been progress made. I don't deny that. The agreement between the Israelis and the Jordanians, the interim arrangements between the Israelis and the Palestinians have all represented progress. But I do think that tonight we're clearly in a situation where we need to emphasize the importance that right now we've got one president, that's Bill Clinton, and he's responsible for trying to put that process back together and get a ceasefire in place.
Secretary Cheney, it's a pleasure to have you join us. Thank you very much. We'll release you now to the tender mercies of your supporters there, who will be glad to have your company again. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Joe Lieberman, vice presidential candidate with Al Gore, is expected to join us shortly. In the meantime, however, let us turn to Bill Kristol, editor and publisher of the Weekly Standard, and one of our Fox News analysts, for his sense of this debate, how it went. Bill?
Well, I think we missed a great opportunity at the end of the first question when they really just could have had the fist fight right then and there, and we could have been spared the last 85 minutes of the debate. I guess I did think Gore was over the top in his aggressiveness. You know, it's Vice President Jekyll or Vice President Hyde, and it was certainly Vice President Hyde tonight. And the breaking of, the continued attempts to take advantage of the rules and just the nastiness. I guess I thought he was annoying once again and didn't hit the golden mean, but we'll leave that, I guess, to the voters to judge. That's a matter of style and affect, I suppose. Substantively, let me mention two words that were not mentioned tonight. Bill Clinton, who is, after all, the President of the United States. Gore is so concerned to distance himself from Clinton. I mean, it reached a comic height when he said something about how I've kept the promises I made 8 years ago. It seems to me the guy making those promises 8 years ago was mostly Bill Clinton. And Gore, in a normal year, would say, we made these promises 8 years ago. When we took over, unemployment was 7.2%. When we took over, the Dow was 3,300. When we took over, welfare was twice as high as, the welfare rolls are twice as large as they are now. When we took over, the crime rate was 30% higher than it is now. We have done this. Elect me to keep it going. He is so concerned to run away from Clinton, and I'm not saying it's foolish to run away from Clinton, but Clinton is the pink elephant in the room. He's got to distance himself from Clinton, and it therefore deprives him of the most obvious and strongest arguments that an incumbent vice president would want to make and should make. I mean, I think it's put Gore in a funny rhetorical box, and I think that's maybe the reason he always seems either to be, sedated or hyperactive. There's the natural argument that he should make, he can't make because he wants to distance himself from President Clinton.
Now, on the issues, you heard others here suggest that once again, as you had thought earlier in the campaign, Bush should, that he was able to get Gore to sound like a liberal. Mort was suggesting that this was a stark contrast now between the man who wants to let people fend for themselves and have an opportunity and have choices, and the man who wants the federal government to have a program for everything, so to speak. What was your sense on that question?
Well, again, if I can be a Johnny One Note for one more second, the most obvious answer to that is, look, we've presided over the government for 8 years, and the percentage of the money going to the federal government has gone down, federal employment has gone down, et cetera. He didn't actually make that point. Instead, he went into a bizarre discussion of his reinventing government project. Why did he do that? Because, again, he had to talk about what he personally did, not what the Clinton-Gore administration did. And I think Bush has been pretty effective. If anything has happened in terms of substance as opposed to style in the last month, it has been that Bush has been pretty effective in tagging Gore as more of a Dukakis, Mondale, big government liberal than a Clinton New Democrat.
All right, Bill, it's good to have you. We want to get back to you later on, and we're going to have to hit a break here in just a minute. On the other side of that break, we'll hear from Michael Barone, another of our favorite analysts, and from Senator Joseph Lieberman. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back.
Some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today?
There's nothing
nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places, from mega markets to emerging nations, reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet, the global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Fox News Channel. Powerful all day. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman. Bringing the world to you. Making the issues clearer. Powerful hour to hour. Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Breaking stories, aggressive coverage. Powerful all day, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this right or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
$50 million Americans get no tax relief under his plan.
That's not right.
You may not be one of them. You're just not one of the right people. And secondly, we've had enough fighting. It's time to unite. You talk about 8 years. In 8 years, they haven't gotten anything done on Medicare, on Social Security, a patient's Bill of Rights.
All right.
It's time to get something done.
Hey, we're going to move on.
I've got to answer that, Jim. Medicare, I cast the tie-breaking vote to add 20...
Well, there you see, that was the feisty Vice President Gore sticking up for himself when criticized by Governor Bush. Not the only time that he and the debate rules had a little conflict tonight, and it's probably a good question about whether people disliked him or disliked the debate rules or disliked the moderator. But let's get a general view of the debate now from senior U.S. News and World Report writer and veteran political analyst Michael Barone, one of our favorites. Hi, Michael. What did you think of all this?
Good afternoon. Well, Brett, as you said earlier, Al Gore showed a lot of energy right off, starting right off the bat. I question whether it's energy that's really going to help him in the long run. I mean, the fact is, we heard him talking again and again about, I'll fight for you, I'll get in those contests. And we heard him talking a lot about, energetically, as we just did in that clip, about how he's going to break a tie vote, that legislative language that he often uses. Problem is, American people in this last half-decade have preferred consensus to confrontation. In '96, when Bill Clinton was the candidate of consensus, he was seeking consensus. Bob Dole, Newt Gingrich, the Republican Party were identified with confrontation. It was Bill Clinton that won that election. And I think Al Gore has got himself on the wrong side. George W. Bush got through many times, and I thought with the appropriate energy that's appropriate to the substance of the issue, the idea that I'm going to seek bipartisan cooperation, I'm not going to get stuck, he says, on, you know, whether it's this bill or that bill that's going on. We're going to start afresh and go on into, and then he sketches out the principles that he's standing for in the issue, and we're going to seek bipartisan approach. And I think that's probably more in line with what voters want this year and have wanted the last several years.
Well, Michael, stand by with us for just a moment. We'll be right back to you because we're joined in St. Louis, or excuse me, perhaps in St. Louis by Senator Joseph Lieberman, vice presidential nominee with Al Gore. Senator, welcome. Nice to have you. Let me guess. Let me guess. You think Vice President Gore won this debate? If I'm right,
yes.
tell me why.
Well, I thought he was very strong, very convincing, very clear, and I thought Governor Bush was extremely evasive. He didn't answer questions about the Patient Bill of Rights. He didn't really answer about the Brady Bill, and each time in this debate, Al Gore called him on it. I also thought that the mantra that Governor Bush has, that Al Gore is for big government and he's not, was deflated and punctured by Al tonight when he spoke the facts. Federal government size is going down. We commit to making it even smaller in 4 years. We're committed to a balanced budget. We're spending less than $300 billion. We're spending below what everybody says will be the projected surplus. Bush and Cheney, with all respect, are spending $1 trillion more, which will take us back to debt and higher interest rates and higher unemployment. So I thought this was a much clearer expression of the different points of view. On Social Security, Governor Bush admitted tonight he is going to take $1 trillion out of that Social Security Trust Fund. I don't know how you can continue to pay the checks to people who qualify for Social Security if you do that. So I thought it was a good exchange, and I think personally, and we'll see as it goes on, I understand I may have a bias here. I'm, after all, on this ticket. But I think tonight is going to be the turning point as we head into the last 3 weeks of this campaign.
Hi, Senator. It's Mort Kondracki. How you doing?
Hey, Mort. Good.
One of the stark differences between these two is that Al Gore must have used at least a dozen times the word fight. I'll fight for you. And in his closing statement, he used the word fight 4 or 5 times. Now,
right.
George Bush kept saying, that's Washington. That's the way they do things in Washington. I'm going to end the fighting. I'm going to try to bring consensus. I'm going to make people work together. Which of those two approaches do you think the public, and especially independent voters, undecided voters, is going to cotton to?
Well, I think they're going to like what Al Gore had to say for this reason, Mort. Al's not talking about fighting each other. Al is talking about our government standing up and fighting for people when they need an advocate, whether it's against Hollywood or a particular industry that's doing something wrong. Now, of course, to make things happen, you've got to have bipartisan support in Congress, but that's the record that Al Gore has had over his career in the House and the Senate. And some of the things he was most devoted to in this administration, like welfare reform, the anti-crime bill, and the Balanced Budget Act of 1997, were bipartisan accomplishments that Al Gore helped to bring about. So I think the question is, who are you going to fight for, not who are you going to fight against in Congress?
Senator Lieberman, it's Mara Eliason here. I want to ask you a question. Hi, how you doing? I want to ask you a question about comportment, because what seems to have hurt the vice president in the first debate was his behavior, the sighing, the interruptions, the kind of over-aggressiveness. And tonight you saw him restrain himself a bit, but also interrupt, break the rules a couple times, try to ask questions directly of George Bush. Do you think that the vice president has sufficiently behaved himself to be likable enough to people, or do you think he still was a little over the top?
Oh, no, I thought he was very measured and very targeted. And look, the important thing for the American people is to choose somebody that they have the confidence, has the experience and the vision to lead America forward. As Al said, this is not about the candidates, it's about you, the American people. Tonight, I thought he was right on target, posed some very difficult questions to Governor Bush about the Patient Bill of Rights, about Governor Bush's tax plan, about the accomplishments of the last 8 years. Governor Bush speaks as if nothing happened over the last 8 years. And again, if you ask Ronald Reagan's question to the American people, are you better off today than you were 8 years ago? Most would say yes. Is the country going in the right direction? Yes. So I think the pressure was on Governor Bush to sustain the burden that he somehow can bring about a change in policy that will work better for the American people. The logical conclusion is that the group that brought America the prosperity is the best to continue it on, and I think that's what the vice president sustained tonight. I thought he was very credible, very strong, and very believable. I think he won tonight, but obviously we'll have to wait and see the verdict of the American people.
Senator Lieberman, this is Fred Barnes. why did Vice President Gore not mention President Clinton practically at all? He talked about, Gore talked about his promises in 1992 when they were really the Clinton promises in 92. Why is he so reluctant to mention President Clinton?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think the fact is that Al Gore is running for president. He is, as he said at the convention, his own man, and he's running as his own man. But look, President Clinton deserves credit for a lot of the accomplishments of these last 8 years. And crime rates down, welfare reform accomplished, growing economy that's stronger than it's ever been in our history. And you got to give the president as well as the vice president and some members of Congress of both parties who cooperated at critical moments credit for the good times we're enjoying. And hopefully we can keep them going.
Senator Lieberman, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
You too, sir. We're gonna have to hit a break here, but when we come back, we'll find out what people who signed up and registered their sentiments at speakout.com thought about all this. You may be interested in the results. We'll also hear from both the campaigns again and from our team here. Be right back.
Opinions. I have them, you have them. In fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith. Powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paul Lazan. Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Come first to Fox News for breaking news, exclusive stories that impact the world, unique, timely interviews that shape our nation. First on the scene with breaking news, continuous coverage from over 70 bureaus around the globe.
We're the only ones here who still have live pictures out.
Reporters, anchors, and correspondents that are first, fair, balanced. Powerful insight, powerful perspective, powerful news. Come first to Fox News for breaking news.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Thursday.
新学期のバフィーはちょっと変。元気かい？
昨夜のバフィーを見せたかったわ。まるで別人だった。
でもマスターが死んだからって油断は禁物。
ゆべ墓地を通りかかったら空っぽになってた。マスターの骨なんか何に使うの？
ヴァンパイアたちの目的は一体何？
救世主を見くびらない方がいいぞ。絶大な力を持ってる。やはり罠だ。
バフィー恋する十字架木曜夜10時 On Fox。
Once again, we were tracking the sentiments of some hundreds of people who were registered to express their sentiments on speakout.com tonight, and we were able to follow them through the course of the debate. And to bring us that, the dynamic trio of Tony Snow, Juan Williams, and Will Feltus. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right, Britt, first let me do a little by way of introduction. Speakout.com has been tracking the presidential and vice presidential debates, and people basically are giving us a sense of their enthusiasm for the things the various candidates say. We've got it broken out by Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, and we'll give you a full report about that in just a moment. Also, one caveat, this is not completely scientific. We're taking people at their word when they say they're a Democrat, or Republican, or Independent. The results we're giving you tonight are simply the results of the people we have online. Nevertheless, they have tracked tracked pretty consistently with what we've seen in national polls since. So now I'm going to throw a few questions to Will Feltus to tee it up. First, Will, tonight, when we have participation, this was our biggest night so far. Tell us how many people were online at any given time.
We had about 1,700 people online simultaneously and about 3,400 people
during the course of
the event.
Do we have any breakdown, Democrat, Republican, Independent percentages?
Our sample, internet samples always skew Republican. So when we look at this data, we want to look at the Republicans separate from the Democrats.
Okay, now let's take a look at some of the tapes that will give people a sense of what's going on. Number one, there was a debate about the death tax, the inheritance tax. George W. Bush versus Al Gore, some very sharp differences. Take a look both at the comments and the charts.
I'm for getting rid of the death tax, completely getting rid of the death tax. One reason family farmers are forced to sell early is because of the death tax. This is a bad tax. The president shouldn't have vetoed that bill.
I'm for a massive reform of the estate tax or the death tax. And under the plan that I've proposed, 80% of all family farms will be completely exempt from the estate tax. And the vast majority of all family businesses would be completely exempt, and all of the others would have sharply reduced. So 80%. Now, the problem with completely eliminating it goes back to the wealthiest 1%. The amount of money that has to be raised in taxes from middle-class families to make up for completely eliminating that on the very wealthiest, the billionaires, that would be an extra heavy burden on middle-class families.
Now there you see by the lines a very clear difference of opinion. Juan Williams, also you see a little difference in enthusiasm. Tell us about it.
A tremendous difference in enthusiasm. Gosh, almost all night long you saw the Republicans up near the 100% mark in terms of their assessment of how George W. Bush was performing. What you really had to look at in terms of Bush's performance was that at times he was able to get some Democratic enthusiasm up around that 50-point line right in the middle. Gore, on the other hand, almost never got the Democrats, his key core supporters, up to that 100% point. Really, they were sort of in the middle. And when you heard Bush speaking, the Democrats would dip down, but even so, never almost to the bottom level, which is what you saw when Gore was speaking for the Republicans.
Okay, let's give folks another example of that, another taste of that. We're going to take a look at a dispute over guns. Let's go to the tape.
I believe law-abiding citizens ought to be allowed to protect themselves and their families. I believe that we ought to keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. That's why I'm for instant background checks at gun shows. I'm for trigger locks. I think that makes sense. Matter of fact, we distributed free trigger locks in the state of Texas so that people can get them and put them on their guns to make their guns more safe. I think we ought to raise the age at which juveniles can have a gun.
I think that some common sense gun safety measures are certainly needed with the flood of cheap handguns that have sometimes been working their way into the hands of the wrong people. But all of my proposals are focused on that problem, gun safety. None of my proposals would have any effect on hunters or sportsmen or people who use rifles. They are aimed at the real problem.
All right, once again, I'm going to go to my colleague Juan Williams to give us his take on what we just heard and saw, especially what the lines tell us.
Well, Tony, I think what you see there is that Republicans, who you would think would be more allowed to use guns in this country, reacted greatly when Bush is speaking. And Bush, when he spoke, even the Democrats reacted when he's talking about the gun locks, when he's talking about people having the right to protect themselves. I was surprised. Whoa, what are the Democrats doing here? But when you saw Gore come back and say that he, too, believes people should have the gun, you didn't see the Democrats react as enthusiastic. So, again, for me, what I take away is the enthusiasm gap.
Finally, let's take a look at one of the more interesting exchanges of the night. It was in response to a question of why young people are so disillusioned with politics.
Because I think that the special interests have too much power, and we need to give our democracy back to the American people. Let me tell you why. Those issues you mentioned, Social Security, prescription drugs, the big drug companies are against the prescription drug proposal that I've made. The HMOs are against the patients' rights bill, the Dingell-Norwood bill that I support and that Governor Bush does not support. The big oil companies are against the measures to get more energy independence and renewable fuels.
A lot of people are sick and tired of the bitterness in Washington, D.C., and therefore they don't want any part of politics. they look at Washington and see people pointing fingers and casting blame and saying one thing and doing another. There's a lot of young folks saying, you know, why do I want to be involved with this mess?
There you saw a classic example of what happened tonight. Al Gore, the fighter, versus the conciliatory George W. Bush. And again, as we saw, at least according to those who were tuning in to SpeakOut.com, much more enthusiasm generally. It looked like the Republicans came to play in the sense of going very high for Bush and very low on Al Gore. Britt?
Let me just ask a question of Will Feltus. Will, there is, whatever your sample turns out, however many Democrats, however many Republicans, however many independents sign up, or people who say they are those things, I take it that the reactions are not affected by the numbers. In other words, if there are 50 Democrats and 150 Republicans, the 50 Democrats are able to register just as much noise as the 150 Republicans, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, it doesn't matter how many Democrats or how many Republicans. The Republicans and Democrats are weighed equally, so they have the same voice.
All right, now, what we saw this time is what we've seen before, Will, and that is that we saw this very close tracking of the way the people who said they were independents reacted to those who said they were Republicans. All night long, it didn't seem to matter much who was talking. The blue line was kind of a flat line. What does that tell you?
Well, the independents, you know, the independents in the sample are more Republican than the independents in the country as a whole. But we continue to see this enthusiasm gap among the Democrats, that they are not quite as excited about their candidate as the Republicans are about theirs.
All right, Will, thanks very much. Appreciate the analysis and appreciate giving people a chance to register their feelings. We got to hit a break here. On the other side of that, we're going to hear a little bit more from the Gore camp. Stay tuned.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Power. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Power. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Nobody gives you more original live programming. The power of news to keep you up to date. Shows that go in-depth. Issues in context. Topics that matter to you. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
Tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
Would you agree that you two agree on a National Patients' Bill of Rights?
Well, the difference is that I can get it done. That I can get something positive done on behalf of the people. That's what the question in this campaign is about. It's not only what's your philosophy and what's your position on issues, but can you get things done? And I believe I can.
All right.
Now, there's Governor Bush sounding a familiar theme in his campaign, that he is a man who can bring people together and get things done. As you saw Vice President Gore smiling there at the end, obviously he does not accept that analysis. Let's turn now to my colleague Jim Angle, our senior White House correspondent who covers the Gore campaign, who was out at the site. Hi, Jim.
Hello, Brett. I'm here with Mark Fabiani, the Deputy Campaign Manager for Communications. Mark, before we get into issues, let me just ask you about something we just saw a moment ago there. Vice President Gore seemed to be working on a sort of body language challenge. There were a couple of times when he came right up and seemed to be looking over George W. Bush's shoulder. I know that in the past, the Vice President has come into debates looking for some way to throw his opponent a little off balance. There looked to be some of that in his body language tonight. Was that the plan?
Well, whatever the Vice President did tonight, it sure worked. Bush was off balance all night. He wasn't in command of the issues. He didn't answer key questions about his Social Security plan, his tax plan. This was a huge win for Al Gore, and we're all very happy in the Gore campaign.
How would you compare this to the first two debates?
Well, the contrast was very clear tonight. I think in the first two debates, the contrast between the two men was very muted. But tonight, you heard George Bush admit, finally, that of course his tax plan benefits the wealthy. You had him admit, finally, that it would cost $1 trillion out of the surplus, which he doesn't have. In other words, $1 trillion of deficit, of red ink, to privatize Social Security like he wants to do. You heard him respond to challenges about whether his ads were accurate by saying, forget the journalists who review the ads. So it was a pretty good night for Al Gore and a pretty bad one for George Bush.
You love anything that separates us from him, don't you, right?
Absolutely.
Let me ask you about the assertion that Vice President Gore made that drug companies spend more on marketing and promotion than they do on research and development.
Yes, it's true. And we have a fact sheet that will prove it. We'll put it on our internet site. Anybody who wants to see the study that backs it up can dial up our internet site and take a look at it.
Now, isn't it true for specific drugs, consumer kinds of drugs like Claritin and allergy drugs, but obviously not true for things like cancer drugs, drugs for diabetes and other diseases, which don't need to be advertised?
Well, it's advertising and marketing. It includes the number of people who go out and try to sell the drugs to doctors, the people who flood doctors with promotional materials. And again, we have studies, independent studies, have nothing to do with these campaigns. To prove it, we'll be happy to put them on our internet site. Take a look at them.
But those promotions are when they go out and give you free samples. You go to the doctor, he says, here's the first 4 days. That's not a bad thing, is it?
Well, if they were free or reduced price from then on, it wouldn't be a bad thing. But everybody knows the drug companies are taking advantage, particularly of senior citizens. They're charging whatever the market will bear, and Al Gore promised to fight that. George Bush, he made clear tonight, is in the pocket of the big pharmaceutical companies.
I'm sure he would disagree with that. Let me ask you about one other assertion that was made tonight. The Vice President said that he suspended campaigning for 2 days, then said, well, for part of 2 days, to go back and be involved in Middle East policymaking. That's not quite true, is it? I mean, one day he was supposed to get back at 6, he got back at 4:30 instead. Well, he campaigned on both of those days.
He campaigned on both of those days, but he cut short the days to return to Washington early. His #1 job in the world is to be the Vice President. He's a key member of the Security Council. Whenever anything happens during the campaign that requires him to return, he will, and he did it early on 2 days last week.
You're much happier with the results of this debate than the previous two?
How can you tell? Absolutely. It was a great night for Al Gore.
All right, thanks very much. Mark Fabiani, Deputy Campaign Director for Communications. Britt, back to you.
Jim, thank you, and thanks to Mr. Fabiani as well. Well, let's collect some final thoughts here. We got to go to a break, though, first, and we'll do that. And on the other side of that, you'll hear the full team and its final thoughts. Be right back.
You got the tickets? You bet I'm there. I'll pick you up. Oh, wait a second. You know, I can't make it. No, I can't. Yeah, it's pretty important. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. There's Daddy's little girl.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this right or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance.
All right.
And Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテインメントが待っている。
Fox Wednesday
夜9時、人間を思い通りに操れる催眠術のすべて見せます。夜10時、麻薬組織の陰謀と戦い、ブランドン・リーのアクションが冴えるフォックスムービー「ラピッドファイヤー」。
Fox Thursday
夜9時、マージがギャンブル中毒になっちゃったシンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、新シーズンがスタート。夏休み明けのバフィーはちょっと心配。バフィー恋する十字架。夜11時、洗脳殺人の恐怖 X ファイル。
Fox Friday
夜9時、少女が見たという聖母の正体はミレニアム。夜10時、因縁の対決宿命のライバル。これが噂のバトルエンターテインメントワールドレスリングフェデレーションスペシャルアンフォーギブ。胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテインメントが待っている。
Fox Wednesday
催眠術のすべて見せます。フォックスムービー「ラピッドファイヤー」。
Fox Thursday
シンプソンズ、バフィー、X ファイル。
Fox Friday
ミレニアムワールドレスリングフェデレーションスペシャル。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもうフォックスしかない。
He said if affirmative action means quotas, he's against it. Affirmative action doesn't mean quotas. Are you for it without quotas?
Well, I may not be for your version, Mr. Vice President, but I'm for what I just described to the lady. She
Are you
heard my
for
answer.
what the Supreme Court says is a constitutional way of having affirmative action?
Jim, just
let's go on to another. And
think that speaks
it's a
for
question.
itself.
No. It doesn't speak for itself, Mr. Vice President. It speaks for the fact that there are certain rules in this that we all agree to, but evidently rules don't mean anything.
And there you see Governor Bush striking back in a way at Vice President Gore for what he took to be a violation of the rules. After all, the moderator usually asks the question of the audience. Vice President Gore pretty good at turning questions to Governor Bush. Sometimes Governor Bush answered them, and sometimes he didn't. Let's go out to Spin Alley, which is where the press hangs out and where the people who tell you how it went come. And our man Carl Cameron is standing by there with another chap named Carl. Carl? And Carl, go.
Thank you very much. An opportunity to speak to the chief political strategist for the governor. Carl, there has been some observations that in the first few minutes of this debate, the governor was not as outgoing and ebullient as he's normally been in these debates. What was that about?
Well, I think there was a somber note, a pale cast over this debate tonight, at least at the beginning. It's sort of hard to get going with a lot of ebullience after you've just spent a moment reflecting on the death of somebody that both of these men knew. I mean, Governor Carnahan of Missouri was a colleague of Governor Bush's in the National Governors Association and a personal friend of Vice President Gore. And no, I thought he did well tonight. He was forceful and presidential and got going quickly.
As we talk about the persona that each candidate laid forth, which Al Gore did you see tonight in your rival candidate?
Well, I said we didn't see the Al Gore that we saw in the first or second debate. We saw the sort of hectoring, aggressive, condescending Al Gore. I mean, he not only was aggressive like he was in the first debate, but there was a tone of condensation that I thought most people would find off-putting.
There were a couple of moments this evening that the Democrats point out, suggest to them that the governor might have made a bit of an error. At one point, he was asked about his tax cut by the moderator, Jim Lara, who said, what of the vice president's charge that your tax cut goes to the wealthiest 1%? And the governor said it absolutely does.
Well, if you're going to cut taxes for everybody, then you cut it for everybody. You know, you don't leave out people who are paying taxes. The governor said, look, the people at the top 1% pay a third of all taxes. They get 21% of the benefit of my plan. Today, they pay 62% of all the taxes that are paid. After my plan is put in force, they pay 64% of all taxes. He made it clear that 6% of the people at the bottom drop off altogether off the tax rolls. Talked about how if you're making $50,000 a year in Missouri, you get a 50% tax cut. If you make $75,000, you get a 25% tax cut. So, yeah, he's going to say if I cut taxes for everybody, yeah, I'm going to cut taxes for everybody.
Your fact checkers, the Bush campaign, furiously going over all the details. They're asserting that at one point the vice president mischaracterized his tax cut proposal.
Absolutely. Larry Lindsey, former Federal Reserve Board governor, was in the room when Gore began to talk about that. And he said, look, she talked about how it gets the earned income tax credit. Well, that goes to women with children. She said she had no children. She does not get a benefit for supporting a parent. And when he told her about the benefit that she would get from his new entitlement program where he'd match her savings, he used the figures as if she were a couple, not if she were single. And she made clear right from the beginning she was single. So he overstated the benefit of his tax cut on at least 3 times.
Debate season's now over. Give us a short version of what to expect in these final 3 weeks, particularly relative to undecided independent swing voters.
Well, I think both candidates, I can't speak for both campaigns, but I suspect both campaigns will do what we will do, and that is to aggressively travel to the states that are still in play, and there are a large number of them, and to make an appeal for the support of undecideds based on Bush's positive agenda of reforming education, cutting taxes, reforming Medicare, strengthening Social Security, and rebuilding our military. And we'll campaign fast and furious in those states and in those pockets in those states where the undecideds appear to be concentrated.
Karl Rove, thank you very much, sir. Britt, that's my cue to pack up and get ready to get on the Bush bus and plane first thing in the morning off to Wisconsin.
All right, be ready to meet some undecided voters, Karl. Thanks very much, and thanks to Karl Rove as well. We've asked our team here to collect final thoughts and to dispense them starting right now with Michael Barone. Michael?
Well, I think sometimes I was hearing a debate between the 1990s and the 1950s, Brett. I mean, Al Gore on things like the pharmaceuticals, on the family farmer, on the death tax could have been Senator Albert Gore Sr. in the 1940s and 50s, that old populist tone. We're going to have a fight against the rich. George W. Bush, in contrast, has been is emphasizing policies very different from what his father talked about 12 and 8 years ago. His education reform proposals, his Medicare proposals, which he says will give people more choices, represent an evolution of public policy in a direction towards somewhat less government and more choices for people. It's an interesting choice for the American people. In the 90s, they have tended to go in the direction that Bush is going, and that has been a long time since we have voted for somebody for president in this country who takes the positions of the type Senator Albert Gore Sr. took in the 1950s. We'll see if Al Gore's was able to reverse that course of history.
Would you say, Michael, that this is perhaps the risk that Al Gore took when he sort of broke with the centrism, or at least the reaching out to the center that Bill Clinton did at his convention and elsewhere in his populist appeal?
Well, he hoped that people would identify with people being victimized with the pharmaceuticals, the oil companies. They would see him as their tribune. The risk is that you can get yourself identified as a candidate of big government, and on balance, when faced with the choice, Americans tend to prefer small government.
All right, Michael Barone, thanks very much. Let us turn now to Bill Kristol, who has collected his final thoughts as well. Bill?
Well, you know, every time in this race, Britt, one candidate's gotten a lead, the American people have looked up and said, ooh, wait a second, we're not so confident about this guy, and have tended to close the race back up and even put the other guy in the lead. The question is, Bush is in the lead now by 3 or 4 points. Did voters look at the debate tonight, and will they hear about the debate tomorrow from their friends and on radio, et cetera, and say, yeah, I want to rethink the fact that I'm now inclined to Bush? Or would they look at the debate tonight and say, Bush is fine, and furthermore, Gore is off-putting? And if I had to bet, and God knows I could be wrong, I would bet on that. I just think, God, you saw Al Gore tonight. Do you want that in your living room for 4 years? A guy hectoring you? I just can't believe that he made the sale to the American people tonight. You know, I wrote an editorial in the Weekly Standard that came out yesterday the first sentence of which was, "It ain't over." I really wonder whether after tonight it is getting close to being over, and I think Bush did pretty well and Gore did pretty badly.
All right, Bill Kristol, thank you very much. Let's turn to our group right here in the studio with me. Mara Lassen, your thoughts?
Well, I agree that Bush did well. I don't know if Gore did badly. I think Gore did about as well as he could. I think he accomplished his goals for tonight. The question is that even when the people who comment on these debates right away, like us, give the debate on points to Gore, it doesn't seem to help him. The question is this going to change the race at all, even if people feel that he won the debate? That's quite different than people saying, now I want to vote for this guy. I do think in terms of style, we had one person, Gore, saying he wants to fight for people. We have Bush talking about being a uniter, not a divider. We'll see which one of those styles appeals to people most.
Mort Kondracki.
Well, I thought that what Gore was doing was going back to his best moment of the campaign, which was the Democratic convention speech, minus the kiss, of course, which made him likable. I mean, he was back to those themes of all the things that the government would do under him, and also I will fight for you and I'll fight against the big interests, and Bush is for the powerful and I'm for the people. Now, it worked that time. He got a big bump. I also thought that Bush was very low on energy for much of the time tonight. So on the basis of that, I would give a slight edge to Gore in this debate, but I don't know if it's enough.
What about the likability issue?
Well, you know, he
matters. It turns out.
Well, I know.
One thing we've learned from these debates is that seems to matter perhaps more than anything.
He was aggressive. I don't think he crossed the line that he clearly crossed in the first debate, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times before.
Fred Barnes.
That's right. He has been wrong.
Fred, now we're going to hear from somebody who cannot be wrong. Fred Barnes. Look, Fred, if you're going to say a bunch of stuff and then say you could be wrong, I don't want to hear it, okay? I want to hear you say stuff that you know is right, all right?
You can count on this. When I make a promise, you can count on it. I promise I'll be right. Look, I think Gore did not cross the line. I agree with Mort, but it was simply too little, too late. The public has tentatively, I think, made a decision in favor of George W. Bush. This debate did nothing to change that decision, and I think this debate will set Bush on the glide path to victory on November 7th.
All right,
it's as simple as that.
Let me ask this question. What kind of media response is he likely to get, George W. Bush and Al Gore tonight?
Well, I think probably the media will generally agree with Mort. Slight victory for Bush. You could see Mark Fabiani. I'm sorry, for Gore. You could see Mark Fabiani try to create this notion in the press's mind. A huge win for Gore. I don't think the public will buy it, and they matter a lot more than the journalists who George Bush widely said we should forget anyway.
All right. Fred, thanks to you. Thanks to Mort Kondracki and Mara Liasson and Bill Kristol and Michael Barone, also to our correspondents in the field, and to Tony and Juan and Will Feltus. That concludes our coverage from here in Washington, but stay tuned. Much more to come on a special edition of Hannity and Colmes coming up straight ahead. Good night.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Review: Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zahn. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You decide 2000 from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's better.
An argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you're going to get this red or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
Channel V.
V.
Channel V.
Check it out now. Channel V. 24時間 100% music. US, UK のトップヒット on air. Concert, music news, スター独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music. Channel V.
Well, welcome to this special edition of Hannity and Colmes. I'm Alan Colmes. Coming up, Congressman David Dreyer and Gary Ackerman give their thoughts on tonight's debate. Also, Dick Morris stops by to talk about voter reaction to Gore and Bush. But first, we're joined by the heads of the two major parties. Before we get to them, let's take a look at some of the rhetoric from tonight's debate.
I keep my word. I have kept the faith. I've kept the faith with my country. I volunteered for the Army. I served in Vietnam. I kept the faith with my family. Tipper and I have been married for 30 years. We have devoted ourselves to our children and now our nearly 1.5-year-old grandson. I have kept the faith with our country. 9 times I have raised my hand to take an oath to the Constitution, and I have never violated that oath.
Should I be fortunate enough to become your president, when I put my hand on the Bible, I will swear to not only uphold the laws of the land, but I will also swear to uphold the honor and the dignity of the office to which I have been elected. So help me God.
Now joining us from St. Louis, Republican National Committee Chair Jim Nicholson and Democratic National Committee Chair Ed Rendell. Getting to know each other pretty well over these last few days, standing in the same shot there. Jim Nicholson, look, it seemed once again Al Gore was on top of the issues, had better specifics. George W. Bush talked in generalities. Even the focus groups I saw in the last hour or so, people seem to think Gore spoke more specifically, had the numbers at his disposal, had a better command of the issues.
People are interested in what the principles are that these candidates stand for, Alan. And once again, we saw that Governor Bush is a guy that wants to trim the sails of the government in Washington and empower people, move resources out of Washington. He trusts people to make better decisions over their own lives than politicians do in Washington. He trusts people. The Democrats trust politicians. That's a very big difference.
One of the problems I noticed right off the bat, it seemed to me that George W. Bush misrepresented his record in Texas. Let me play right now what he said about the Patient's Bill of Rights. Let's look at that.
Actually, Mr. Vice President, it's not true. I do support a National Patients' Bill of Rights. As a matter of fact, I brought Republicans and Democrats together to do just that in the state of Texas, to get a Patient's Bill of Rights through. It requires a different kind of leadership style to do it, though. You see, in order to get something done on behalf of the people, you have to put partisanship aside.
Well, let's look at the record here. According to the Houston Chronicle, from May of '97, when this was an issue in Texas, Governor George W. Bush, who had earlier threatened to veto the bill despite popular support in the legislature, decided Thursday of that week to let it become law without his signature. He didn't support it, and in fact didn't sign it because and wouldn't veto it. He just let it become law without even doing anything. And then he wants to take credit for it.
In any given piece of major legislation, there are a lot of parts to it. You know, when Governor Bush was elected down there in Texas, he called in the leadership of the legislature, who were Democrats, one of whom is here tonight, by the way, in support of him. And he said, the people in Texas need our help. The kids need a better education. We need to lower their taxes. We need to cut crime. We need to reform the tort system and cut out all these specious lawsuits. And we need to develop a better transportation system. And he said, will you work with me? And he reached out to them, and they said, yes, we will. He said, we won't worry about who's going to get the credit for all this. Let's get it done. And that's what they did. And the guy that became his biggest supporter endorsed him for re-election, who is the lieutenant governor, the leader of the opposition, Lieutenant Governor Bullock. So the proof of the pudding is in the taste and what you can get done for people. And they re-elected him by over 70%. Hispanics voted for him 47%, and African Americans 27%. Hey, he's a man of principle and a man of accomplishment.
Chairman Nicholson, this was a big win tonight for Gore. Sorry.
Finally, he got it right.
There's a big win tonight. Gore got his clock clean. And I'll tell you why. The line of the night, Chairman Rendell, came from, I've always come in second when it comes to a big spending contest. I'm always going to come in second, Bush said. There is such a distinction between these two men. Al Gore will spend 3 times what Clinton proposed in '92. Al Gore will spend what Dukakis and Mondale offered in their spending proposals combined. Let's just to give on universal health care, on universal preschool, on the tax credit, and it goes on and on. I can go all night. Let's play a little bit of Al Gore's spending proposals.
I want to give every middle-class family a $10,000 a year tax deduction for college tuition so that middle-class families will always be able to send their kids on to college. I want to work for universal preschool. I think that we should move step by step toward universal health coverage, but I am not in favor of government doing it all.
All right, there's the difference. You know, in spite of what he says, he did support the 1-7 takeover of the economy. Al Gore, $4.6 trillion in new spending. He believes Washington is the answer. And I don't know what focus groups Alan were talking about, because by a 90% margin, they all thought Bush won tonight.
Sean, that's wrong. The two
that's right.
polls, one was even, and the other had Al Gore winning. But aside from that, let me be specific. Your initial statement about the quote that Governor Bush made, I can't win a spending contest. If you recall, Sean, that was on the question of military preparedness. Now, the governor and Congressman Cheney have made a big deal about the military, its weaponry, its equipment, the pay for its sailors and soldiers not being up to snuff. The vice president, in response, pointed out what is a fact, and Governor Bush did not deny it, that in the next 10 years, the Gore plan spends $100 billion on military preparedness. The Bush plan only $45 billion. And no, let me finish, Sean.
No, this is
Alan.
Alan.
That was cold.
Alan, let me finish.
Yes, sir. I got to take a quick break. Go ahead.
You cannot get new weaponry. You cannot raise pay without spending money. The American people want to spend money on things they need more than a big tax cut.
That was Hannity. We're going to take a break right now. We'll be right back. We'll continue the debate in just a second. The debate after the debate, the special edition of Hannity and Combs continues. Coming up, New York Democratic Congressman Gary Ackerman, California Republican Congressman David Dreyer. Later, another point of view, political analyst Kim Serafin and Deidre Levine stop by Hannity and Combs. Lots ahead.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
Fox News Channel Daytime. The whole story in context. Facts presented fairly. The issues balanced so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテインメントが待っている。
Fox Wednesday。
夜9時、人間を思い通りに操れる。催眠術のすべて見せます。夜10時、麻薬組織の陰謀と戦い、ブランドン・リーのアクションが冴える。FOX ムービー、ラピッドファイヤー。
Fox Thursday。
夜9時、マージがギャンブル中毒になっちゃった。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、新シーズンがスタート。夏休み明けのバフィーはちょっと心配。バフィー恋する十字架。夜11時、洗脳殺人の恐怖 X ファイル。
Fox Friday。
夜9時、少女が見たという聖母の正体はミレニアム。夜10時、因縁の対決宿命のライバル。これが噂のバトルエンターテインメントワールドレスリングフェデレーションスペシャルアンフォーギブン。 胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテイメントが待っている。催眠術のすべて見せます。FOX ムービーラピッドファイヤー。シンプソンズ、バフィー、X ファイル。ミレニアム、ワールドレスリングフェデレーションスペシャル。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもう FOX しかない。
Welcome back to the special edition of Hannity and Combs. I'm Sean Hannity. Still to come tonight, find out what they're saying about the debate on Capitol Hill. We'll be joined by Congressman Gary Ackerman. David Dreyer will join us. But first, we continue with RNC Chairman Jim Nicholson and DNC General Chair, our good friend Ed Rendell. Gore said, I keep my word, I've kept the faith. There's one problem, Chairman Rendell. He promised a middle-class tax cut in 1992, and he gave us the largest tax increase in history. He raised taxes on gasoline, and he raised taxes on Social Security. They also promised prescription drugs in 92. They didn't keep their promise there. They promised to reform Medicare and Social Security. They didn't keep their promise there. Where's he been?
Sean,
That's not keeping your word, Chairman.
Give me a minute to respond. On Medicare, as the Vice President said, we extended the life of Medicare substantially, and we did that in 1999. On prescription drugs, for the last 2.5 years, we've been trying to persuade the Republican-controlled Congress to give seniors a Medicare benefit under prescription drugs. They have fought us. And as to the middle-class tax cut, remember, the Reagan-Bush years, which you're so fond of, Sean, left us with the biggest deficits in this country's history. Bill Clinton and Al Gore said they would right our financial ship, and they have done that in spades. The best 8 years of financial growth in this country's history. And we did that, and now we're in a position to use the surplus to do a middle-class tax cut and to cure a lot of the things that remain uncured about America. Every article that's gauged the Clinton-Gore team, have they kept their promises, gives them higher marks than any administration.
Let me get Jim Nicholson here. Jim, you know, Governor Bush loves to talk about how let the people decide instead of government, but what he's really talking about when it comes to health care is the insurance companies and the drug companies. And I know the drug companies have done some great things in research and getting new products on the market, but HMOs are not the people deciding, it's HMOs deciding. It's a misrepresentation as if people will have more choices under the Bush plan. It just isn't true.
Oh, that's absolutely wrong, Alan. Under Gore's plan, somebody has to make a decision by the time they're 64 and a half to get in it, or they're out forever. It's a one-size-fits-all plan. It'll cost them $600 of their Social Security earnings to pay the premium on it. Governor Bush is talking about many choices, a competitive plan. And by the way, Gore committed another big whopper tonight when he was again attacking the big drug companies. He said they spend more on advertising and promotion than they do research and development, and that is categorically untrue. He committed some other whoppers again tonight. He talked about, but let me finish. He talked about the military. You know, we had 18 divisions in our Army when he and Clinton took over. We now have 10. And there's a question about whether 2 of them are prepared to go to war. We have a 40%
There's not a question about that, Mr. Chairman.
In our warship. They're out there touting it. They're saying the military is as strong as it's ever been, and that is just not true.
Ed Rendell, let me ask you, do you think it's proper to talk about how unprepared our military is? First of all, it's not true. But what kind of message does that send to our allies and to our enemies overseas?
We're talking about trying to help our troops, the welfare of our troops, give them better training, better pay, better housing. That's a legitimate issue.
But the bottom line on that issue is we're willing to spend the money to do that. They're not, because they're giving a tax cut to the top 1%
give them $1 billion pay increase.
You do not want to spend the money that we want to spend.
Lieberman voted against their pay
Jim,
increase.
we're spending $100 billion in the next 10 years on the military.
When we come back,
45.
Thank you, gentlemen. When we come back, Iowa Senator Tom Harkin will join us, and also coming up, Congressman Gary Ackerman and David Dreyer. They'll join the debate, plus Dick Morris will weigh in, and he'll discuss tonight's debate, and we'll check out the impact of the voters. Later on, Pat Halpern, Chris Horner, all straight ahead. Some heated debate coming up on Hannity and Combs.
You know, some mornings this is just too much. especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today? There you go.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places, from mega markets to emerging nations, reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet, the global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Fox News Channel. Powerful all day. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman. Bringing the world to you. Making the issues clearer. Powerful hour to hour. Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Breaking stories, aggressive coverage. Powerful all day. Fair and balanced. Fox News Channel. The most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this ready or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Welcome back to Hannity and Combs Special Late Edition. I'm Alan Combs, and joining us is Senator Tom Harkin of Iowa in St. Louis. Senator, good to have you back on the program. How do you score tonight's debate? What do you think?
Well, Alan, you remember that movie, The Natural, with Robert Redford?
Yes, sir.
And when he hit that one ball that time and it went clear over the third tier and into those lights and knocked all the lights out, that was Al Gore tonight. It wasn't just a home run, it was a grand slam.
Well, you know,
for Al Gore.
I'll tell you what the other side's going to say. They're going to say he was rude, that he was aggressive, he didn't know who he was, that he spoke when he shouldn't have spoken, broke the rules. I'm giving you a little preview of Sean Hannity. What do you think about that? That's what they're going to say.
I believe what the American people saw tonight was an Al Gore that was strong, confident, assertive, and understood the issues. And I believe the American people want a president who is strong and in command. And that's what Al Gore showed tonight. George Bush, I finally figured out what the W stands for. It stands for wandering. He wandered all over the place tonight. And I think the American people want a president that is strong and in command, and that's what Al Gore showed tonight.
You know, Senator, George W. keeps saying he wants less government, he wants to spend less, but his plans would cost us a lot more money. The $1 trillion he would take out of the surplus for Social Security, the amount of money he wants to give back as a tax cut. This could create deficits once again. It would not be saving the United States money.
Well, I'm glad two things finally got nailed down tonight. First of all, George Bush finally admitted that his tax plan benefits the wealthy. He said, of course it does. So I will give George Bush credit for being honest on that score. Secondly, I think Al Gore finally nailed down this nonsense that Bush keeps saying about the size of government and Gore's for big government. Al Gore, for the last 8 years, has been in charge of reinventing government, and under his leadership, we've reduced federal employees by over 300,000 to the smallest size of the federal government since John Kennedy was president. Yet under 5 years of George Bush in Texas, the size of the Texas government has grown.
Hey, Senator, now you got to be fair to the American people, and you got to be honest. You got to put that number in context. It was the reduction, the so-called peace dividend with defense, and outsourcing of many of the things that used to be under government control, that 300,000 number. But what Al Gore is proposing, Senator, in the next 10 years is $4.6 trillion in new government spending. That is 3 times what Bill Clinton offered in '92. That is what Dukakis and Mondale both offered. It is the single largest expansion, according to the National Taxpayers Union, of the government, the size and scope and influence since Lyndon Johnson. Al Gore makes you look like a conservative senator, and you're known as one of the most liberal senators in Washington.
Well, if you're saying that there's a difference between Al Gore and George Bush and what we're going to do with our surplus, you're right.
Right.
You're right, Sean, because what George
Absolutely.
Bush wants to do is take that money and give it all back in tax breaks, most of which goes to the wealthy. Al Gore gives a smaller tax break, that is true, but he uses that surplus to pay off the national debt first and foremost. For the life of me, I can't understand how a conservative like George Bush wants to pawn off our national debt onto our kids and grandkids. That's our debt. We ought to pay it, not make our kids and grandkids.
Hey, Senator, but here's the difference. And let me just give out a couple of quick facts here. Under the Bush plan, if you make $35,000 to $50,000 a year, you see an average cut of $55,000. If you make $50,000 to $75,000, you get a $30,000 cut. The so-called wealthy that you guys on the left don't like, they only get a 18% cut. But you know, and under the Gore plan, 50 million people are left out. 50 million people. But I want to ask you this question. Why is it that Al Gore goes into these debates agreeing to rules on not to interrupt, not to ask questions, not to do follow-ups, and in all 3 debates he can't abide by the rules? Why doesn't he abide by the rules of the debate?
Look, I think what you see is an Al Gore that's assertive and in command.
Why can't he abide by the rules, Senator?
He abided by the rules.
No, he did not, Senator. He clearly, on multiple occasions, did not abide by the rules.
Look, I think the American people want to see a more lively debate. I think the last
So it's okay to break the rules?
Not to break the rules, but to push it a little bit so that they get the answers out. I don't know. To make sure, like I'm pushing you right now, to make sure that we can get our answers out.
I'm allowed to interrupt. I get paid to interrupt, as a matter of people. Our audience likes it when we interrupt once in a while. All right, but real quickly.
I think the American people want to see a lively debate.
All right, listen, I just want to say one thing, and this needs to be said, because he said it multiple times tonight on this $1 billion in the Social Security Trust Fund. That is a blatant lie, Senator. That is not true. That is an absolute falsehood that Al Gore perpetuated on the American people tonight. And Lieberman reinforced it.
I don't understand what you're saying.
When he kept talking about the Social Security Trust Fund, that Bush wants to take $1 trillion out, that is not true.
That is true.
You've got about 10 seconds, Senator.
Okay, he wants to take $1 trillion and say to young people, you can take it out and invest it into private securities. He tells the elderly, you're going to get the same $1 trillion. You can't promise the same $1 trillion to 2 people.
Senator, thank you very much. Another hour of this late edition of Hannity and Combs coming up. Congressman Gary Ackerman, David Dreyer, Dick Morris, Dick Horner coming up. Deja Levine, Pat Halpin. Stay with us. Lots ahead tonight. Lots of debate after the debate on Hannity and Combs.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000 from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Power. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Power. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Nobody gives you more original live programming. The power of news to keep you up to date. Shows that go in-depth. Issues in context. Topics that matter to you. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
Everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
And Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
Hello, everyone. I'm Donna Fiducia. The third and final debate provided a good exchange between the candidates in St. Louis tonight. With just 3 weeks until the election, only time will tell if it was indeed a turning point. In a town hall setting, local voters got a chance to ask the candidates questions. One parent decided to use the media to get some answers about cleaning up the media.
I think we need to have rating systems that are clear. And I happen to like the idea of having technology for the TV, easy for parents to use, so you can tune out these programs that you don't want in your house.
Some of these entertainment companies have warned parents that the material is inappropriate for children, and then they've turned around behind the backs of the parents and advertised that same adult material directly to children. That is an outrage.
Polls continue to show a very tight race between the two men. Debris from the USS Cole is being examined in Washington. This is federal investigators in Yemen link 2 men to the attack on the warship as well. Meantime, 6 more bodies have been recovered from the ship. 6 others are still missing. The attack killed 17 Americans. That month-long transit strike in L.A. is finally over. The workers' union and the city have reached an agreement. The transit strike has crippled L.A., affecting some 450,000 people. Next update at the bottom of the hour, but first stay tuned as Hannity and Colmes is next on Fox.
Welcome back to the special edition of Hannity and Colmes. I'm Sean Hannity. Coming up, we'll be joined by former Clinton advisor, now Fox News political analyst Dick Morris. We'll get his insights. And right now, we're continuing our look at tonight's presidential debate. Governor George W. Bush and Vice President Al Gore met in a town hall-style meeting in St. Louis tonight. They revisited familiar issues like education, tax cuts, and Social Security.
The reason Social Security, he says it gets 2%. You know, it's not a bank account. It also that just pays back money that's invested. It is also used to give your mothers and fathers the Social Security checks that they live on. If you take $1 trillion out of that Social Security trust fund, how are the checks going to be? How are you going to keep faith with the seniors? Now, let me come directly to your question.
I think we have to go to the closing statements. And
well, can I answer that? One reason people are skeptical is because people don't answer the questions they've been asked. The $1 trillion comes out of the surplus so that you can invest some of your own money. There's just a difference of opinion. I want workers to have their own assets. It's who you trust, government or people.
Which really was where this debate came down tonight. We're joined by California Republican Congressman, our good friend David Dreyer, and also our good friend, New York Democratic Congressman Gary Ackerman. Congressman, before we get to anything else, I want to ask you the question I asked Tom Harkin. You know, we go into these debates, there are rules set up, and in each debate, Al Gore, he interrupts, he asks questions. Why can't the vice president abide by the agreed-upon rules? Can you explain that?
It's hard to do it when you're debating with somebody that's misstating the facts
so
and speaking untruths.
All right. Now, you know, it's very difficult in the day and age of Clinton Gore when Republicans, to save Medicare, propose a 7% increase in Medicare every year for 7 years. You guys, for 7.5 years on the left, have been out demonizing Republicans as cutting, slashing, eviscerating, and scaring old people. Bush has an across-the-board tax cut. The wealthiest get the smallest percentage by half. Yet you guys say it's a tax cut for the rich. He wants to give 2% privatization of Social Security, new innovative ideas, risky scheme, which is what Al Gore was basically saying there. Why is it that you guys can't think of new policy? Why can't you guys think out of the box and enjoy a rigorous debate about something forward-thinking? What is it with you guys?
One would think that if the economy is so good and prosperous with what we've been doing for the past 8 years, that you should go with the winner and be satisfied.
You're right. The Republican Congress in '94 that balanced the budget.
Listen, things have been so good for 8 years. You think it's the Hoover economy starting to kick in.
Hey, listen, I'm telling you, 7 out of the 10 items in the contract, Congressman Dreyer, that's what President Clinton signed. But you know,
you're absolutely right. Could I just begin by saying that I'm a native of the Show Me State, and I want to join in extending condolences to the Carnahan family.
Well, ditto to that, Congressman.
One thing that was very troubling to me was coming right out of the chute, what was it we saw Al Gore say about the death of Mel Carnahan? He started talking about his focus on child health care in the state of Missouri, which was a very clear shot at George Bush right at the outset, which I thought was very unfortunate. And I believe that the biggest mistake of this debate clearly was the one that Al Gore made when he said that more money is expended on the promotion of pharmaceutical drugs than on research and development, when in fact between 5.8 and 8.3 billion is expended on promotion, and last year $21 billion was spent on research and development.
Let me read from an AP story, because Al Gore did in fact make that claim. It is, I guess we can label it, another Gore Whopper, but the vice president made an attack saying that drug makers are now, quote, spending more money on advertising and promotion than on research and development. In the AP ad, as Congressman Dreyer pointed out, Congressman Ackerman, $5.8 billion to $8.3 on promotion, $21 billion on research and development. He demonizes Microsoft, the pharmaceutical industry, the healthcare industry,
it's
the
that
gun
incredible
industry, tobacco industry. The only thing Al Gore likes more of is big government. Isn't that what this debate showed tonight?
I think that's what George W. tried to make it seem like. But
that's what it was.
I think that spending $5 billion
because George W. Bush was
kind of obscene with the healthcare system being in the shape that it's in.
By the way, in terms of breaking the rules, the clip we showed at the top of this segment, didn't Jim Lehrer say, I'm sorry, I have to go to closing statements, and George W. Bush kept talking? Didn't he break the rule right there? Let me
just tell you, I'm the chair, Alan, I'm the chairman of the Rules Committee here in the House of Representatives.
The powerful Rules Committee.
And I will tell you that Al Gore violated the rules much more than George Bush.
They both did, Congressman. And, you know, we never do that here on Hannity and Combs.
We appreciate your being even-handed. Nobody's told me to shut up quite yet.
Not yet.
You haven't brought the gavel down on me.
Well, let me show you part of the debate that I found frightening at George W. Bush's inability to answer a question about whether or not he supported affirmative action. Let's look at this.
Governor, are you opposed to affirmative action?
No, if affirmative action means quotas, I'm against it. If affirmative action means what I just described, what I'm for, then I'm for it. You heard what I was for. Vice President keeps saying I'm against things. You heard what I was for, and that's what I support.
What about, Mr. Vice President, you heard what he said.
He said if affirmative action means quotas, he's against it. Affirmative action doesn't mean quotas. Are you for it without quotas?
Well, I may not be for your version, Mr. Vice President, but I'm for what I just described to the lady.
Are you for what the Supreme Court says is a constitutional way of having affirmative action?
Jim, just...
Let's go on to another
I think Jim Lehrer saved him there. Congressman Dreyer, he wouldn't answer the question. He said he likes form affirmative access. He wouldn't answer the question.
Let me answer it for you, Alan.
He should have answered, not you, but I'm sure he can. Go ahead.
You know what? I'll give you the answer. He is for the kind of affirmative action which is designed to encourage opportunity. He's for zeroing out the capital gains in the inner city so that we can encourage opportunity there. Oh. That's the kind of affirmative action that he supports. Well, and I will tell you, in fact, Dick Cheney made it clear tonight in one of his post-debate interviews in which he said that there are those who interpret affirmative action as being supportive of quotas. There are still people, I'll never forget on the floor of the convention, I'll never forget on the floor of the convention when Richard Trumka in an interview said Al Gore supports quotas. He said that on the floor of the Democratic Convention in my hometown in Los Angeles.
Congressman Ackerman, it was clear there's a difference between quotas and affirmative action. George W. Bush talked about affirmative access, gave a hazy definition. When asked Do you support the Supreme Court definition? Well, he
has fuzzy language. I think it's become very, very clear. And he's begging the moderator to get me out of this. I don't want to answer the question. I don't know that.
All right, we got to take a break. No. What you guys forgot is Al Gore wasn't allowed to ask questions, and that quote was that was taken out of context.
Absolutely.
But Bush is allowed to give answers.
He had just answered the question, and you didn't show that part, Mr. Combs.
I showed you the whole thing until the end.
You didn't show his answer. His answer was before that.
He did not answer the question on affirmative action.
That is fuzzy cutting.
No, he answered affirmative access, not affirmative action.
All right, enough, fellas. We got to go to a break.
The rules, you're out of order.
Kennedy's going to be safe by this break. Go ahead.
We'll show his answer when we come back. The debate continues on Hannity and Combs. Also, Dick Morris will be here. We'll get his take on the debate. And a little later, Republican strategist Kim Seraphin, Democratic strategist Deidre Levine. They'll hammer it out next.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced, the most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテインメントが待っている。
Fox Wednesday。
夜9時、人間を思い通りに操れる。催眠術のすべて見せます。夜10時。麻薬組織の陰謀と戦い、ブランドン・リーのアクションが冴える FOX ムービーラピッドファイヤー
Fox Thursday。
夜9時、マージがギャンブル中毒になっちゃったシンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、新シーズンがスタート。夏休み明けのバフィーはちょっと心配。バフィー恋する十字架。夜11時、洗脳殺人の恐怖 X ファイル。
Fox Friday。
夜9時、少女が見たという聖母の正体はミレニアム。夜10時、因縁の対決宿命のライバル。これが噂のバトルエンターテインメント、ワールドレスリングフェデレーションスペシャルアンフォーギブン。胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテインメントが待っている。
Fox Wednesday。
催眠術のすべて見せます FOX ムービーラピッドファイヤー。
Fox Thursday。
シンプソンズ、バフィー、X ファイル。
Fox Friday。
ミレニアム、ワールドレスリングフェデレーションスペシャル。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもう FOX しかない。
Welcome back to this special edition of Hannity and Combs. I'm Alan Combs. Coming up, Gore 2000 advisor Pat Halpin and Bush supporter Chris Horner duke it out. We continue now with California Republican Congressman David Dreyer and New York Democratic Congressman Gary Ackerman. He was asked, Bush was asked about a statement that was made during the campaign that if he was elected, the NRA would be working out of his office. Let's look at that part of tonight's debate.
That wasn't my ad, and I think it might have been one of my opponent's ads.
Well, that wasn't even an ad at all. In fact, what it was an actual tape at an NRA meeting, and we have that tape where someone from the NRA, Kyle Robinson, made that statement. Let's look.
If we win, we'll have a president with at least one of the people that's running, a president where we work out of their office.
What about that, Congressman Dreyer? The NRA getting bragging rights if Bush gets the White House. Is that a good idea?
I think, Alan, we've all seen overly enthusiastic supporters, and this was one of those instances. Clearly, the NRA ain't going to be working out of the White House or any office in the Congress. George Bush stated his position. He supports the common sense reforms, trigger locks, a ban of importation of automatic clips, juvenile Brady, those sorts of common sense approaches, and pursuing the laws that exist today. That's the kind of reform that we want, and that's the kind of reform that he supports.
David,
and nobody's going to be running out of the White House office.
I don't think I heard him say that. He said in Texas he supported it. He seems to be for states' rights and not national rights.
Actually, he said he supports common law gun laws. He's actually for a law now, Congressman Ackerman, where you the carry laws you could use outside of Texas.
Yeah. He supports the common sense reforms that he's put into place in Texas because we voted on him here. And Gary Ackerman, you voted no on those common sense reforms, which we tried to pass through this Congress, but you all killed it.
I think the stuff that you guys put up was kind of radical. I think you're against child safety locks. I mean,
no. Our measure was you voted against safety locks. We supported safety locks.
That's not true.
All right,
it is true. Go back and look at the record.
Congressman Ackerman,
and that's the kind of thing.
I get $0 from the NRA. How about you?
I don't know if I get support from the NRA. I know I have gotten support
You'd be
from the NRA
shocked if you did, right?
Right,
no. I hope I do. I welcome their support because I support the Second Amendment to the Constitution.
I don't support their
Congressman Dreyer,
I happen to be for the Second Amendment. Sorry.
I am too. But
hold on.
The whole Second Amendment.
Congressman Dreyer, I'll take the support of the NRA because our Constitution, we do have rights for the Second Amendment. I'll take that over the communist Chinese having access to the White House and our nuclear secrets that were given to them under the Clinton-Gore administration any day. So it's a matter of who you prefer. Now, Congressman Ackerman, I want to go back. Mr. Combs, my good friend here in the last segment, showed a piece of tape that was a follow-up to an answer Bush had already given. Bush was asked about affirmative action. He talked about his record in Texas with specifics, about affirmative access, about a diversity within his campaign and his staff in Texas, and that was not put up in the spliced up, limited slot answer that Alan Combs just gave. And I say that with all due respect, you could have put in the whole answer.
That was not spliced.
That was an answer. That was the answer that wasn't given. He gave a full answer to that question, which was the right answer.
He gave a very fuzzy answer. If you're for affirmative action, you have to know what affirmative action means. It does not mean quotas.
Oh, for some people it does.
No,
for some people it does.
Well,
listen,
those are the people who don't speak the language.
No. Well,
Richard
Trumka,
Trumka from the AFL-CIO is a strong proponent of quotas, and he said that Al Gore supports them. The fact of the matter is, it is just wrong.
Well, you know about over-enthusiastic campaign workers that you just referred to, right?
Hey, Congressman, let me ask you. Al Gore said, and we brought this up in the last segment, I keep my word. Where was the middle-class tax cut he promised? Why didn't he save Social Security as he promised? Why didn't he give prescription drugs as he promised? Why, instead of the middle-class tax cut, did he raise taxes on gasoline, raise taxes on Social Security? He once raised the eligibility rate for Social Security. No, my point is, why is it Al Gore claims he kept his word, he didn't give the tax cut, he didn't save Social Security, he didn't give prescription drugs?
Well, one of the reasons
keeping his word?
One of the reasons that he's had trouble keeping some of it is because of the radical right-wing Congress that we have.
You're going to bring nuclear attacks?
The proposals that he supported, he has continuously supported. He's not waffling on
We're trying to get a prescription drug package through the Congress, and you all are standing in the way of our
By the way,
I'll tell you, the California campaign is going extremely well, and we in California have a winning effort there. We're 4 points behind right now.
Thank you, sir. By the way, that was not spliced. That was a continuous piece of tape.
You didn't
show the original answer.
He
refused to answer on affirmative action. He answered affirmative access, not affirmative action. And there was no splicing. Don't misrepresent what I put up on the screen. Coming up, Dick Morris joins us, and then Pat Halpin and Chris Horner will go head-to-head. Stay with us on Hannity and Combs.
Opinions. I have them, you have them. In fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith. Powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paul Lazan. Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places. From mega markets to emerging nations. Reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet. The global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Come first to Fox News for breaking news, exclusive stories that impact the world, unique, timely interviews that shape our nation. First on the scene with breaking news, continuous coverage from over 70 bureaus around the globe.
We're the only ones here who still have live pictures out.
Reporters, anchors, and correspondents that are first, fair, balanced. Powerful insight, powerful perspective, powerful news. Come first to Fox News for breaking news.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now. Channel V. 24時間 100% music. US, UK のトップヒット on air. Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music. Channel V.
Welcome back to the special post-debate edition of Hannity and Combs. I'm Sean Hannity. We continue our look at the highs and lows of tonight's presidential debate. Right now we're joined by Fox News political analyst and former Clinton advisor Dick Morris. Who do you think won?
Well, there were two completely different debates, just like there are two completely different candidacies going on. The goal of the Bush candidacy is to be well-liked, and he succeeded brilliantly. The goal of the Gore candidacy is to win all the arguments, and he did. But I think that when you put them together and you say, with each man accomplishing his objectives and doing what he wanted to do, who helped himself win the election more, Bush clearly did.
Think he won the election? And when we put the series of these three debates together, is Bush going to win this election?
Well, look, in half of the last 10 elections, you've had major movement in the last 2 weeks, and you can't discount the possibility here. But I think clearly Bush came out of the three debates a lot stronger than he went into them, which is an amazing statement, because basically Gore won 2 of the 3 debates.
I disagree.
But Bush came out ahead after all 3 debates.
Well, one of those debates is when, remember, for a week afterwards, you're talking about the first debate, which you think he won, because clearly Bush won the second debate.
Bush did better after the first debate, too.
After the first debate, remember, it was all about Gore's lies and Gore's misrepresentations. There were a couple of them tonight here. But isn't it really that Al Gore, you know, it was another poll-tested focus group. It was his campaign managers telling Gore how to act, and he changes. We saw 3 different Gores in 3 different debates because he's not a real person.
Well, you know the story that they like to tell about how this guy was inventing a new brand of dog food, and he had a focus group, an advertising and marketing expert, and it didn't sell. And he asked why, and he said the dogs won't eat it. Voters don't like Al Gore. They like George Bush.
Let's show a series of a little montage I have here. Al Gore spent a lot of this debate from the get-go on the attack, And I thought one of the brilliant things that Bush did is, because I've gone back and I watched Gore debates in the past in '88 and Ross Perot and against Quayle, and this is his technique. This is Al Gore. Go and put him on offense. And a lot of people, you know, bubble and fizz like Alka-Seltzer and water, but Bush didn't react.
Dignity was what Bush did.
And he stayed on his message.
Self-possession.
Here's a series of this, because this was obviously the new Al Gore tonight.
I support a strong national patients' Bill of Rights. It is actually a disagreement between us.
It's not only what's your philosophy and what's your position on issues, but can you get things done? And I believe I can.
All right. What about the Dingell-Norwood bill? All right, here we go again. Now look, if you want someone who will spend a lot of words describing a whole convoluted process and then end up supporting legislation that is supported by the big drug companies, this is your man. Now, we have a big difference on this, and you need to know the record here. Under Governor Bush, Texas has sunk to be 50th out of 50 in healthcare